Hello.
Oh, there she
Hi,
is.
Dad. Wave at that, not that. Waving at the screen is not waving at you.
Is that Grant?
Hi, Ralph.
So there's a room full of people. I don't know if you should scan around so you can show them the room full of people. Camera, scan around so we can see the people.
Can I move this camera?
Oh, is that one? Ah. Can you see the people?
Oh my God! Hello. Hello.
We love your new hat, Dad.
Do they? It's just bought to me today.
It's very fancy.
Yes, it is
Sons
a
of the Desert.
bit. Oh,
Can you hear us okay? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Good.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
And do you remember Grant?
Yeah, Grant Goodwin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saw you back in April.
Oh, good wine. I don't know if it's good wine or Goodwin.
Yeah, good wine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good wine.
So
Good to see you, Ralph.
So all these people have gathered here for GonzoFest,
Oh, wow.
which has been 3 or 4 days of absolute chaos and mayhem so far, I think. We'll all agree. In the best possible way, of course.
Is it? Yeah.
And I think
Right.
Grant's got a couple of questions for you.
I try each day I try each day to live my life according to the trials and strife I find around my ankles or my home. I travel far, I travel wide. I hid myself in the countryside, attempting to achieve some peace of mind. Well, I don't want to bid the world goodbye. I don't want to bug you with a sigh. I don't need to stress that God Almighty mess we're in. The simple themes that shape our lives, that drive our thoughts and thwart our tries, are coming from the same place all the time. So throw yourself in the deadly flow, ignoring everything you know, and you will find your doodah if you try.
Woo! And that's all from memory. That's all from memory.
Yeah.
He's not reading that. That's all from his head.
Yeah. My head's still working.
Yeah,
So I put
your
a
head's
hat
still
over-
working.
I put a hat over the top of it. And
Does it help your brain work, the hat?
perhaps it does.
Yeah, keeps your brain warm.
Keeps the brain warm, yes.
Yeah. So what's your first question then, Grant?
We all know your collaborations with Hunter, but is there any other collaborations that you've worked with that have been extra memorable?
Well, I think I mentioned it actually, my art teacher, Leslie Richardson, and he was just amazing. And he taught me most of the things I got to know in various museums, the Natural History Museum, the Victorian Albert Museum, and what was the other museum? There's another one.
The Science Museum? The Science Museum.
Dance Museum, yeah.
Yeah.
All those places. I used to go there with him, and he'd get you going in the morning and start you off, and you'd spend the morning and half the afternoon with him just drawing. It was a good art class.
So you just spent hours and hours in the museums of London drawing and sketching what you saw?
That's what I did, yeah. And to see if it could help me somewhere Monday. And I also did the Percy V. Bradshaw Press Art School course. You too can learn to draw and earn pounds, it said.
Was that when you were doing your national service?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
That was part of it. But then I did a sort of correspondence course I was in the service.
Yeah, that's when you did the Percy v. Bradshaw.
Yes, I think that's when I
correspondence
must have done it. I'm a little bit confused now. It's been a long time.
course. Well, you were 90 this year, so I think you're allowed to be a bit confused.
Yeah, I'm a bit 90-ish. I'm behaving 90ishly.
It's a new verb, a new adjective, 90ishly.
Did you learn?
A bit naughty when you're 90.
Did you learn like drafting skills while you were in the service, or was that outside the service?
What's that?
Oh, there we go. Did you learn your drafting skills while you were in the service, or was that after you were in the service?
I think it was a little bit after and before. I think it was but that whole time, I was thinking of doing that and nothing else. What I wanted to do, because I wanted to change the world. And the world has changed now, and it's worse than it was when I started.
Thanks, Ralph.
Yeah.
Do you have a particular freelance assignment that was extra strange or memorable for you?
Anything strange?
Do you have a particular assignment that you did that was particularly strange or memorable or unusual that sticks in your mind?
Let's see. Getting to know various subjects. I could say subjects. I mean, things that I wanted to do, wanted to try and do sometime. And I'm trying to remember a few of them, and I can't remember them now.
Well, do you remember when you were doing the Leonardo book and you built a flying machine and you threw it off our roof?
Oh, yes, that's right.
And I got home from school and there was a camera crew and you were on the roof with this big tent, bamboo construction that you threw off the roof.
Yes, that's right. Good job I didn't hang on to it.
Yeah.
I just let it go.
No,
yes.
It didn't fly, did it?
No, it didn't fly, no. Yeah. But I was thinking it would as I was up there on the roof, yes. So,
and then you painted the Last Supper on the bedroom wall as well.
I painted the Last Supper, yes.
Yes.
And that's still there. And it's quite good. I don't know what they were eating, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was drugs of some sort, you know. And gosh, are there anyone in the audience there who wants to be an artist?
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah, we got a couple of hands raised.
About 6 or 7.
Hiya, how you doing? Well done.
What's your advice, Dad? What's your advice for them?
Don't listen to anyone else. Do exactly what you feel. If there's a certain, you have a sort of either habitual or suddenly an idea for something, and you're not sure what it is, and in fact you don't even know, can't imagine what it is, but it keeps telling you something. It's probably something personal to you, and you should actually listen to it and fall back on anything or up to anything that you actually want to do and realize. And that's the way to do it, really. But you don't by any means be vicious with anyone. You don't have to do that. Because I've written here, never be violent, as gentle as my mother, Gwenny Rogers, and she was from Rosslanagrugog, which is a Welsh town, and as decent as my father, Lionel Ralph Steadman, and he actually was a very gentle person. And I travel with him sometimes, as he was at what they call a rep now, but they call commercial travellers when he was younger. And I traveled with him and sat next to him that was before we had safety belts. It was quite interesting, we doing all that. And I would be looked on by his customers. They'd come and sort of look at me in the car, sitting in the seat, rather shyly. But it was a interesting, memorable experience of things that I was doing as I grew up.
Do you think it helped? Do you think it aided your work ethic? Because he had to go out and get up every day and go out and be motivated to do it himself, and that's what you've done your whole career.
Well, I think it helped me. There's a lot. because I didn't realize what was coming ahead, you know. I just wanted to be an artist in some form, and not even sure whether it was going to be an artist of political things or artist of historical things or what, but I just decided that I'll do it, whatever comes, I'll take it on, which I kind of did. And then I took the Percy B. Bradshaw Press Art School course, and he said that, you know, you can learn from me. So I assumed I could, which I probably did. You can learn from everybody. It's just, it's like life. Just notice life a bit. Don't turn your back on things in life. Just keep having a go at it. Just see what it's. Perhaps I'll start another course tomorrow. I don't know.
What would you study?
Farming.
Any particular type? Any particular animal or
Yeah, pig farming.
pig farming? Fair enough. Right, so when I fly home, I'm going to find there are 1,000 pigs on the lawn.
Well, not really that many.
Okay.
I'll start with one.
Okay.
I'll start with one.
You might need more than one if you want them to breed.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. You see, I've learned something already.
You won't get very far with just the one.
That's very good. Oh, good. Yeah, okay then. Pig farming with a dozen sheep. No, not sheep. Do you need sheep? No, you don't need sheep in a pig farm, do you?
No, not really.
Well, I can have sheep then and do
They bred, that would be quite scary.
woolly pigs.
Woolly pigs.
You just put a sweater on a pig.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What?
You could just put a sweater on a pig.
Yeah, you could. That'd be nice. Yeah. Anyway, I would go that way probably if I was starting again. Woolly pigs. I think that's kind of nice.
I mean, it does get cold there in the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be all right. Woolly. Yeah, so that would happen, and I think I would have a farm gate put in probably somewhere that I could lean on like a farmer does. And
Piece of wheat between your teeth.
put a what between my teeth?
I guess string of wheat.
A weed.
Wheat.
Wheat.
Weed is fine. Weed as well.
Weed works too, I guess.
Yeah.
Weeds work. Yeah, weeds work. Yeah. So what is the most exciting idea in your audience that somebody out in there has got an idea for something really good? What do you think?
Anyone? Okay, lady here.
How would an aspiring Gonzo journalist go about finding an artist like you?
Next door. Obviously not in that room.
Harsh.
You're all potential go-getters. Gonzo go-getters. That's right. So that's what you've got to become. And then insult somebody kindly.
How do you do that?
Well, you talk like my mother.
Okay. So talking very gently but saying incredibly cruel things.
Well, not necessarily cruel.
Has anyone in the audience got a question?
Hi, sir. Quick question. So, during your hunter days, how did you get the inspiration, like your vision of the way you saw people? Was that something that just popped up to you, or was it during your conversations with Hunter? that you had the vision of seeing people, especially the Kentucky story you guys did together. And the second part, when you met Hunter for the first time, did you guys automatically get along, or was there sort of like a awkward period there? Thank you.
I think that the first thing he said to me was, Ralph, what's that weird thing on that weird growth on your chin? And I had a little beard, I'd grown it for some reason, I don't know why. So he said, well, get rid of that for a start. Looks a bit too arty, So I did. And also damn it, man, have you just farted? I said, of course I have. Do you think I always smell like this? Yeah. So
did you always get along with him from the very first moment?
Yeah, I think so. It was just that it was an interesting place to be, Kentucky. And I think it was there that we were having this. That was why I was there, because Kentucky was the place where I was supposed to go to meet this ex-Hells Angel who just shaved his head. And that's what Hunter had done. He joined the Hells Angels. And, but he wasn't, I never found him to be a cruel person, just sometimes very witty, And I think it'd be interesting to see if there's anyone else like Hunter Thompson around today. There may be someone, but I wouldn't really remember or notice if I saw it. Maybe I would, who knows? But I suppose I should feel nervous as all you sitting there looking at me through this thing.
Is there any more questions?
Hi, sir. I'm honored to be here in your presence today. I am from Kentucky. I revisited Hunter's story on the way down on the plane ride. Your Kentucky Derby experience, I believe that was the first time you met Hunter. Do you have any memories of the depravity at the Kentucky Derby to share with us?
I'm just trying to think. Did nothing happen?
Do you remember when he maced you? Do you remember he maced you?
What did he say to me?
He maced you. Do you remember he maced you? You were in the.
He maced me.
Yeah, I think. Remember you were drawing somebody and they didn't take it very well.
No, yes. Well, he first of all he complained about the little beard on my chin, and he also said he did actually say I was weird for some reason, because I'm not really weird. I'm a bit ordinary, well, particularly now. But I'm trying to think what he was saying, because I didn't really prepare for such a thing as this.
He called you a matted-haired geek with string warts.
That's right, a matted-haired geek with string warts. That's how he described me. So I'm a matted-haired geek. And so I must have had hair at the time. And I haven't done it. Have I got much hair?
You've got some. Yeah.
Doesn't look very matted to me.
Well, it's okay, is it? Right. And then, holy, 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 3 full backs and a goalie, left wing, right wing, blessed Trinity. I think that's what they should start singing at the football matches again. They haven't done very well this year. I think we've lost.
Yeah, we lost.
Yeah. Oh dear. So, Grossenheimer's laws of adiabatic masses. Anybody know anything about that? Grossenheimer's laws of adiabatic masses. Help me on my way.
You can Google it.
Can I Google it?
You can Google it. I don't know if we want to start messing about with the.
I can't do it, but
No.
Grossenheimer is gross. Is it two S's? Grossenheimer, Heimer, Grossenheimer, and that was something that stuck in my mind. And what else is stuck in my mind? Anything? Let's see.
Oh, I got a quick question, if you don't mind.
Go on.
You have said in the past that you have chosen to use your art as a weapon. Was there a particular moment where you made that decision?
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a weapon in the sense of being a war weapon. It was a kind of sort of conscious weapon of sorts, something that I was conscious of. And I couldn't possibly be violent. I could be violent enough in a drawing, but that's it. No violence, physical violence. That I absolutely am against. And so I'm sure all of you are. You don't want that in this world. It really is time for a peaceful time, a really peaceful time, where we could possibly be even saint-like, but you don't have to take it too far. One don't have to go like that necessarily, but if you want to, you can, I suppose. And what else can you do? You do this. Right. That's something I learned doing nothing in particular sometime. Yes. So if you could do that, you're onto something. If you all did it at once, it would be fantastic.
Okay, come on, everyone. This is the audience participation part of the event.
Yes.
What about that circular thing?
Oh, yes. Ready?
Yep. Can you do that? No, you're beating them, Dad.
What?
You're beating them. You're best. You're the best.
Oh, hell. No. You've got to learn to do that.
I'll do a workshop on it later.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a bit of a physical tenacity. It'll help you to hold on to your various skills, or whatever you call them. I'm not sure whether they're skills. Could we call them skulls? Yes. But, oh dear.
Are you puffed?
What?
Are you done in?
Well, I don't, pretty well, but it's a shame. All the people want to, is there anything they want to ask about?
Is there any more questions?
You didn't answer the question about the first time that you drew, I guess at the Kentucky Derby, the Gonzo drawings that you did. Where did that come from? Hunter? Were you already drawing in that style?
How did you sort of find that way of drawing at the Derby?
I think it was it was almost a desperate attempt to be doing something to impress him when I met him. That I didn't want to sort of just turn up like a lame duck of some sort, So I had to be, I felt at the time, I felt a bit firm about it, And I was drawing a bit like Leonardo da Vinci. I was trying to draw like that. And the important thing about that was that I felt that he was just such a bloody genius, and I have to follow him. So, which is what I did. And then I did a book called I, Leonardo, about him and about his life. And I suppose I followed that man all my life, really. And here I am today, bloody old and twitty. I'm daft now.
Oh, there's another question. Hang on.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
All right. I'm trying to keep up.
I'm Warren Hinkle's daughter, Hillary.
Oh, yeah, Warren Hinkle.
Hi, and I'm so happy to see you, one. And I wanted to tell you the story that he always told me, and you can tell me if he was lying or not, about getting you and Hunter matched up. So my dad always said that Hunter called him at 2 a.m. and said that he wanted to go to the Kentucky Derby. And that was on a Tuesday, and the Derby was on Thursday. And my dad said, okay, but I'm gonna pair you with an artist. And Hunter was furious, didn't want anybody, and that my dad said that he had seen your cartoons, which I'm wondering where he saw them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that he had seen them and that he knew that you were divinely evil in the best sense of the way.
Oh, good.
And that it would be, and that he should that Hunter had to listen to him. And then,
yes.
when you called me when my dad died, which is now 9 years ago, and
9 years.
you told me that my dad was in New York. This is Scanlan's magazine.
Yeah.
And that I don't know if they flew you in or if you were in the States, but you told me that they got you so drunk that you were in the taxi heading to meet Hunter and that you left all your art supplies in the taxi except for your pens that were in your pocket.
Ah. Wow.
But my dad sure loved you.
Oh, bless his heart. Oh well, he must be looking down on you.
I know. I almost wasn't going to come today, and I heard him going, "Get your ass down there."
Wow, bless your heart. That's lovely. Well, bless your ass.
Aw. But he would be so happy to see you right now. So I'm sure he's watching.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Hello, Warren.
Aw.
Hello, Warren. How you doing?
Since it's a bit of a reunion, Dad, I've got two miscreants here to say hello to you as well.
Have you?
Yeah. Do you remember?
Ralph,
Um.
can you see me?
Yes.
It's Juan.
Oh, it's Juan. Yeah. Hi.
Indeed.
God, you've grown.
You're Ralph. It's so
How
good
you
to
doing?
see you.
Yeah, I see. That's amazing. I've got a picture of you with Sandy. I think it is with Sandy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes,
How's Sandy?
she is doing very well. Very well.
Good. Give her my love.
I certainly will. I
Yeah,
certainly
lovely.
will.
That's great. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's lovely to see you. And we also have my son Will is here.
Hey Ralph, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
hello, Will.
It's been a couple years.
I can see the likeness. Wow.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary thing about likenesses and passing things on. Incredible. And everybody having a voice like Hunter. Ralph. This is Ralph. What's that weird growth on your chin? And he'd be asking you the same thing. You've got a weird growth on your chin.
So, Ralph, a question for you. So, Hunter, he could be very insulting to people, but to people that he loved. What was that about? What did that mean?
Insecurity. He was such a big man, and yet he might have been afraid of some people. He may have been afraid of intellect in some people, because he was a clever man himself. And he also, though, had a wanton fee. He wanted to destroy himself somehow. But the thing was, he was in the American Air Force, and I was in the British Air Force, Royal Air Force, as it was called. And that was a similarity between us, but that's about all. Yeah. God. And I'm hanging on here. I don't know, somehow.
I see that, and you seem to be hanging on well.
Yeah, good, thanks. I'm trying my best, yeah. Has anyone in the audience got my middle name? And my middle name is Idris. Idris. It's a Welsh name. My mother was Gwenny Rogers from Rhos Llanagwgog, which is in Wales. So that's my Welsh bit. I don't know whether that's got anything to do with satire or anything like that, but that's how I get by on Welshness.
Didn't you? No, you didn't. I was going to say you had a sheep called Idris, but I think it was called Zeno.
Idris Venus.
I think I thought you had a sheep called Idris, but then I'm thinking maybe it was called Zeno.
Yeah, Zeno it was called.
Zeno.
I had a sheep called Zeno, yeah. Because we have 5 acres here, or 3 point something, or 4 something, and keeping it, the grass cut is a bit of a nuisance, so I get the grandchildren to do it now, and it gets by like that, So, but that's nothing to do with what we were talking about, was it? Grass cutting. You end up with grass.
So, is there any final last question before we?
Oh dear.
No. Okay.
Let me just see one.
Hi. So, the association of your work with Thompson's, I know for me, when I reread something from Thompson, my imagination doesn't create a photorealistic version of what I'm reading. It creates your work in my head.
Oh.
Are there any passages from Thompson that you never got to illustrate that you wish you had?
I'd have to look in the book to find out.
Thank you. And also one last question. Is that a massive fountain pen behind your shoulder? That's... All right.
What?
Behind your shoulder, Dad.
Oh, behind my shoulder. Oh, sorry. Behind my shoulder. Oh, hang on. Yes. Yeah, I'll see if I can hold.
That must be really hard to illustrate with.
Yeah, that's. But it's a pen, all right. Yeah.
That's genius.
Okay, Dad. Well, I think we're going to let you chill out and have your supper now, because it's 20 to 7 there.
Harrow School of Art, 1977. Oh, well, that was some years ago. Wow. So that's a pen. I might try using that. Do they do any bottles of ink that big?
Yeah. You'll need a very big bit of paper. So, Dad, we're going to say goodbye and thank you for tuning in.
Are you? I'm sorry if I've bored you now.
No.
Oh, well. Lovely audience. Bless your heart.
And I'll see you on Monday.
Okay, love.
I'll be home on Monday.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bless your heart. Well,
Bye, everyone.
Lovely.
Bye.
Bye, all. Bye. Lovely. Wow. Wait a minute. Let me go. Oh, Huey. Hey. Thank you. Gonzo. Oh. What's that weird growth on your chin? Okay. That's it. Thank you. Bless your heart.
All right. This is the Daughters of Gonzo panel. Daughters of Gonzo panel. I am going to introduce really quickly the moderator, and the moderator will introduce everybody else. Our moderator today is Christopher Tidmore. He is a political journalist, a travel writer who has visited 51 countries, and co-owner of the Garden District Bookshop, which hosted the GonzoFest in New Orleans last year. Thank you, Christopher.
So when Kent last year said, okay, we're trying to figure out what to have you do, you do the Daughters of Gonzo. And I'm like, okay, why am I qualified to do the Daughters of Gonzo? You do the podcast, and you do it interestingly. Oh, and Katie is your partner in crime on the podcast, so amongst other things. Or at least that's how your mother bills you. It's this. So the fact of the matter is, we did this event. We're hoping this will be a podcast as well. For the Hunter Gatherers podcast. For those of you, I don't know if anybody in the audience listens, but it's been a podcast that we've done from each of the GonzoFests for the last 3 GonzoFest and others of Hunter Thompson stories between myself and my former partner, who this weekend is dedicated to, Curtis Robinson. And the one consistency, they said, is, well, Curtis loved all of these people and loved all of their kids and loved Hunter as much, and so we wanted to bring everybody together and just do it. So when we did got together and did the Daughters of Gonzo, suddenly we had a perspective on the intimates of Hunter that no one else had really truly investigated. Hillary's sister gave one of the best indications of what it's like to be a child and therefore an adult of one of Hunter's intimates that I have ever found. And I'm so proud to have these wonderful, incredible women sitting here on this panel today, and I shall introduce them all, starting with the great Katie Clancy. So for those that do not know, she's a second-generation daughter of Gonzo. Her father was John Clancy, of course, who was Hunter's attorney and one of his oldest and dearest friends, very involved in everything from the Pitkin County Sheriff's race and others. But she herself is pretty accomplished. Having been a journalist, she's having written for national magazines, Rolling Stone and others. She's also been in the Durango Telegraph. She's also been where she lives in Durango, Colorado. She's worked as a movement educator and the owner of Studio Soma, and she's been a company member with the 20 Moons Dance Theater Company. And her book, Gravity Brain, about the wild body and the subconscious, coming soon. So, Katie Clancy. Hillary Hinkle is a well-known denizen of the New York theater scene. She is a lifelong New Yorker, has taught theater and other subjects at New York University. And of course, for those that don't know, and in this crowd, I'm really scared for you if you don't know who Warren Hinkle was. It was the eccentric editor and often co-conspirator of Hunter in San Francisco's cultural scene. And as you just found out, had something to do with a little article that was going on in the Kentucky Derby. And so Warren is somebody who also published a book, Who Killed Hunter S. Thompson. With anybody who went on the tour yesterday, got a piece from that, John Clancy's element in that book. I've got to tell you that honestly, Sadie shouldn't need any introduction after what we just had. Not only does she manage her father's artwork, she herself is an incredibly accomplished artist. Her husband's here, but that's what I've been told about you, Sadie. But you are your husband's here. You have two kids, and you have managed the legacy of your father and everyone with great aplomb. And thank you for coming across the pond for this. And Caitlin Hawk, she is the representative of her father, who was the Eglin Mafia, who's a part of the reason why Hunter ends up here in New York. And for those that went on the tour, you find out why he was in an all black painted basement apartment, and it all came for Eglin Air Force Base. And we were actually chatting about part of my tour that I gave in New Orleans about first coming to New Orleans. It was your dad who brought him there. She actually didn't know that, but it was but the impact of Hunter's time at Eglin Air Force Base and in the Air Force is the fulmination part of his style. So with that, we're gonna start off with some memories and what goes on. And Katie, I think we should start off with you on this, because the parents of each of Hunter's intimates lived at different times, lived different lives. In your particular case, and forgive me, this is the hardest question to start off with, your dad died 40 days after Hunter's funeral, having worn the ashes from the cannon that went off of that. And your father was such a giant of a man, and not only as an attorney, but as a father. And I've often been thinking about basically not only what it was like to grow up around Hunter, but what it was like to be John Clancy's daughter, who is essentially, if there ever was a movie, you've seen The Lincoln Lawyer, you've seen these different legal things, they pale in comparison to the reality that was John Clancy. So I wanted to get your thoughts on what it was like to grow up in this, but basically to have lost your father at the same time, and start with a difficult question, that we lost Hunter, and it's kind of, in their lives were so in parallel. Yeah. Is it on?
Hello. Hello? Okay, stand up. This is boring. Get up. Get up.
Get up.
Okay. Come on.
All right.
All right, what is Gonzo? Start to put your arms up and stand or feet up. Move your arms a little bit, move your head, move your legs. Do something that surprises you. Come on. Do something weird.
Can you tell she's a dance instructor?
Surprise yourself for just a moment. Okay. All right. Sit down.
That was a better opening to this than I had.
I just want to appreciate the spontaneity of being together and the spirit of Gonzo, which hopefully is about spontaneity and truth. And all of these literary giants, we just have to remember that our bodies are always recording and telling stories. So I just wanted to wake our bodies up a little bit. I didn't know that was coming, so. So what was your question?
Okay. The giant that was John Clancy.
So we were at Hunter's memorial, and they had Hunter's books all around the tables at the funeral, and we would open up the books, and we could draw in the books and highlight. Everyone was reading and marking up the pages, and at some point, I don't remember where, but I was like, my dad and I were dancing, and we had just read something together. Of course, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was like 21 years ago, right? Yeah. And he just said, "Remember, Katie, you are a warrior fighter." He just really looked at me in the eyes and said, "You're a warrior." And I don't know if I understood what that meant. I would think so, by knowing him and knowing the people that he was surrounded by, that they were so passionate about truth and justice. But anyways, 40 days later, I was actually going to school here in New York at Tisch for dance and journalism. And 40 days later, we get a call that he died in a car crash. And he was driving from Santa Fe to Durango, where he lived and where we grew up. And it was sunset. And he was passing this beautiful place near Abiquiu, New Mexico. I don't know if you've ever been there, but there's a monastery there called Christ in the Desert, which is this just beautiful contemplative area. And he died like right near there. So it was very, I think he would have loved it. He got thrown out into the desert, it was a very, mythic ending to a great man. So that was the story. And who said, I think it was Curtis that said that Hunter needed, legal help getting into heaven at that point, and that's why he called my dad in. He needed some litigation help to get into the pearly gates. So yeah, that's what losing him was, and it was terrible.
It was. So now that we start off with the worst of all the questions, at the best, how did your father inspire you? Because you were a working journalist for many years, but you were a crusader, and you always have been. So how did he in his work with Hunter?
I didn't really know Hunter, honestly, but he just really cared about truth, and he was never afraid to tell me that when my writing sucked, even when I was 10 and 11, 12 years old. But he really encouraged the writing, he encouraged the arts, and he had a great sense of humor, and I think that's what carried me through, has been a sense of humor.
Incredible. Speaking of someone with a great sense of humor, Hillary Hinkle, your father Warren, was noted for that. He was, and I always take inspiration because a lot of people know me as a political journalist. I've covered a lot of stories over the years, and they know me as a talk show host, but most of what I've done in my life has been an editor, a newspaper editor or a book editor. And I gained great confidence in the fact that Warren Hinkle couldn't spell either. And so you could be an editor and not be able to be spelled. Thank God for spell check. But he always had that kind of great sense, that almost childlike enthusiasm. And how did that inspire you?
Well, wait, about the spelling,
Yeah.
one of my...
Hold the mic a little closer.
Oh, sorry. One of my early memories was I was a really late reader, and then I read everything, and I couldn't spell at all. And I remember whatever age that is when you start to be conscious at school that something's not right. And I remember coming home and crying, I can't spell. And my father looking at me and saying, don't worry. He called me Beast, and he would say, don't worry, Beast, that's what editors are for. And he said, which I thought was so interesting, he said, look, it doesn't matter if you can spell or not. What matters are the ideas. And he said, anybody can spell, but not anyone can come up with the ideas. And he was like, that's what you're able to do. And so he really had a way of kind of holding complexities around situations that was one of the positives of being a kid in that world with all of these pretty crazy men.
This is San Francisco, the height of this. You grew
in
up
the
around
70s.
this.
I'm older than you guys, but this is the 70s in San Francisco, and it was a pretty wild time. And those of you that I wasn't on the panel last year, my sister was, and we had an interesting relationship with my dad where we kind of switched off, meaning I was pretty introverted, and so I was his tag along from maybe age 6 all the way till I went to college here. I also went to Tisch. That's so funny. And then my sister picked up with my dad really in her 20s. And did all the adventures with him. So we had very different upbringings with him. But part of why it was so moving to see your dad, and then just hearing you talk about your dad, the fact that your dad is still alive, it's so amazing to me. And I don't know about your dad, but with my dad, when Hunter died, there was definitely a change in him. And I don't know if it was a consciousness around, oh, I might die. Meaning these guys really lived like they'd never get sick, they could do anything. And something after Hunter went, it was interesting watching that change in him. He was devastated, and he would not go to the funeral. He wouldn't go to anyone's funerals.
Well, I know that as an editor, so for those that don't know, Warren was most of Hunter's life, but Curtis Robinson, who was my partner, was as editor on the Heru book, actually on what he swore me to secrecy, so this is a GonzoFest first. For years, he was there the entire time. Rum Diary was written over a 20-year period. It was written several versions, and they needed to publish something. And Curtis encouraged Hunter to start to go back to Rum Diary. And a friend of ours, Michael, got something out of Curtis that I wouldn't have believed possible. Curtis was very humble about this, and I said this because he said, I didn't really like Rum Diary. And of course, the sense of horror comes around from anybody in Hunter world. And he said, I love the other books, and we're all political journalists, so, some of us, Fear and Loathing and Campaign Trail is going to be more our way. But it's like, and Curtis looks at it and says somewhat cheaply, well, you should have seen the original version. And we said, what do you mean the original version? And we found out, and this was true of Curtis and of Warren, what you read of Hunter Thompson is not what he originally wrote in many cases. Yeah. It was the editorial process wasn't, hey, let me copy edit and do a few things. Margaret can speak of this very actively. It was a process of bringing and redoing and talking and having constant conversations. And you were old enough to remember some of these conversations. I was wondering if you could comment on them.
Well, specifically because we were talking about the Kentucky Derby, I remember that, what he got back, it went to several of whoever would do the first pass at things at Scanlon's. And then my dad took it because he was a brilliant kind of OCD creative editor. Like he really loved it. And we went to Tosca's, which those of you that know San Francisco well, it was kind of the Elaine's of San Francisco where all the artists and writers would go. And he sat in a booth there and kept working it and working it and working it. And, kept talking. He always told the story later that there was it flamingos? There was something, do you know this? There was something in there that he kept pulling out, and there were aliens and stuff. But it finally pieced together because of the artwork. Because my dad was very visceral about artwork, and so that really helped lay the chapter trail and make it very tangible for the reader.
So that's a perfect transition for Sadie. So Sadie, you are the defender of your father's artwork. By the way, please relay our thanks for his coming on it. I know it was challenging. It was truly one of the great treats of all of our lives. And I really, for Ralph Steadman, please, a round of applause again, if you guys would, please. The funny thing is I was walking down the street today, and it was a wonderful exhibit of your father's art for the opening of this GonzoFest. I was walking down the street, and I'm wearing the shirt. The shirt was designed by Katie's mother, Judy, who's is my co-producer on the podcast, and she's over there. And it was the images of Hunter. And so people are stopping me on the street, asking, what's that image? And what it reminded me of is that most people, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, when they think of Hunter Thompson, they've actually never read the books. They don't really understand what an incredible writer, and I was explaining his use of onomatopoeia, his use of imagery, his use of, and they're like, isn't he the guy in the glasses? It's what they think of is Ralph Steadman's artwork. That is Hunter Thompson in the public perception, and you are the defender of that legacy. So I'm curious, you've seen this evolve, more, obviously you curate his collection, how the imageries your father created affected him in his relationship with Hunter and their long association going back to the Kentucky Derby and on this. If you could comment your personal observations of this.
I don't really understand the question.
What?
I don't quite understand the question.
Well, I mean, basically how when you were growing up and you were watching this association with Hunter and your father's friendship, the art that he's creating, how is it affecting him? It's sort of this back and forth. It's like the editorial process that Hillary's talking. Was it a back and forth process with Hunter? He's trying to bring to life Hunter's words in artwork. How did you observe that and how it was affecting him?
I mean, I was quite young when this all started. I was born in the 70s, so I wasn't even alive for Fear and Loathing. Okay. But from what I understand, Fear and Loathing is one of the scripts that Dad drew to the writing rather than Hunter writing to the drawings, because it was a bit of both. It was a true collaboration in that sense. Sometimes Hunter, for Curse of Lono in particular, I know that Hunter needed the art to work to kind of, because that prompted the moments and the punctuation marks in the narrative that he was creating. He needed those drawings, and luckily, and I wish I'd brought the sketchbook with me actually, but Dad is an avid sketcher. Wherever he is, he will always be sketching things, ideas. There are sketches in notebooks that I go, oh, that's that drawing, because it's exact. And I wish I'd brought the notebook with me, because it's in the digs where we're staying at the minute. But he is an absolute avid sketcher, so he's got this this constant recollection to go back to draw to, and then he would send the drawings on to Hunter, and then Hunter would write, and then sometimes it would be vice versa, or maybe Hunter might say, I need Nixon like this, or, you know, so, and it was a constant conversation. The sound of the 80s for me is the fax machine going in the middle of the night and waking up to reams and reams of these curled faxes across the lounge floor, and this, you know, this really vicious sort of conversation going on between back and forth. You're thinking these people must hate each other, but they adored each other. So I think they sparked off each other, and I think probably I would say whenever Dad came to draw Hunter, he always started with his head, because he always said it was like a granite block. Hunter's head was like a granite block, and he'd start with that huge dome of a head and then work out and maybe add collage or, you know, some lines or whatever. So I think it was just, you know, really was to the moment. Dad never goes in with pencil, he goes straight in with the ink. So in a way, he doesn't necessarily know sometimes where the drawing's going to go, and then sometimes he really, really does.
Well, that's incredible. That's perfect. And let's start with the lady whose father actually is the reason Hunter ends up in New York, and to some extent ends up with these perspectives. Caitlin Hawk, your father, John was with him starting at Eglin Air Force Base. And literally when Hunter gets his first writing job, just for a little background, Hunter had an interesting experience, I guess is the best way of putting it politely, in the Air Force. He managed to do all of this and get in without a high school degree, which was unusual to be out on to get a writing assignment and all this and create it. But it's your father who's going to be his friend, your father who's going to welcome him to New York, your father who's going to effectively introduce him to John Clancy, because they have the apartment that we visited in a basement, totally black, and that's, no? Morningside. Oh, but yeah, it's first going to come to Morningside Heights. And you still, of course, live in, not too far from where they met, in Morningside Heights. And so your father had the longest perspective. Basically, Hunter's 19 when he does all of this. He comes to New York, 18 when he meets your dad. Can you talk about what your father would say about that relationship and kind of look back on that and how it affected him?
Can you hear me?
Get it close, if you would. Eat the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So they were a very strange pair. My father was I think of them as two sides of a generation, one that sort of went the route of a kind of 50s trajectory, middle class trajectory, and Hunter. They were about 5 years different age difference. My dad had a very traditional trajectory and was rather square. He was hilarious, and he was a good writer, but it's very hard to picture the two of them together. And so they did meet at Eglin Air Force Base in the information services, and Hunter had talked himself onto that job by saying he had written before, which I don't believe was the case.
He lied.
My father had graduated from Yale with an English degree and was an aspiring writer. He was meaning to go off to Oxford to study English in a doctoral program, and he had to get his service done, which is when he meets Hunter. And I think they bonded simply over, Hemingway and Fitzgerald and the writers of the 20s and the 30s. And they had this mentor at Eglin who was the lieutenant colonel of the information services, the deputy director of the information services, Frank Campbell. And Frank Campbell became sort of a father figure, I think, to Hunter. and they socialized with him. My father played bridge with Frank's wife, Pauline, and they hung out at Frank's house. It was sort of a home away from home on the base. And I think they just had those long evenings when they talked literature and the appreciation of writing. So my dad eventually leaves Eglin. He couldn't wait to get out of there and follows his younger brother to Columbia Law School. And his younger brother was in his second year at that point, and he was friendly with John Clancy. And Roger, my uncle, is doubly square. He's a lovely guy, but he is very, contained and introverted. And the idea of Roger palling around with John is hilarious. And so here comes Jerry, first year, Roger, second year with John, and Christmas Eve, the 2 or 3 days before Christmas, my dad gets a call or a letter from Hunter begging for a perch.
Does everybody know the story of what happened?
I can tell it. He was working about 4 hours west of New York and Jersey Shore, Pennsylvania, on a small newspaper as a sports writer. And there was only one gig in town for sports. It was the local basketball team. And he had insulted that basketball team, and so he had written very sarcastically about the basketball team, so already his readers weren't thrilled. But another writer on the paper had a daughter that Hunter hooked up with and had a night of debauchery and borrowed the writer's car, the colleague's car, the father of the girl, and kind of tore it up. And the fender came off the front. And the next day when he was at work, he heard his colleague driving up with the fender scraping along the road, and he knew he had to get out of town. So he literally, my father's version of it was he had to hock his watch to make enough money for the bus to get to New York City. But he shows up Christmas Eve time, and it's unclear to me how long they were roommates in this, but he walks in the door. My father and his brother were in Rockville Center with their mother, and he meets John Clancy, and apparently Clancy says to him, "Who the fuck are you?" and the rest is history. I think they bonded very quickly. But in our family, we have stories not about Hunter Thompson, but about John Clancy. We call them Clancy stories. They're very sweet stories, and when I was a kid, my father would put us to bed and we'd ask him for a John Clancy story. They involved boxer shorts, they involved turkey necks, and they involved flooding showers. So we enjoyed hearing the John Clancy stories.
And the importance of these three men going to Columbia is not small because, we often talk Hunter Thompson, never went to college, never did this. Hunter basically follows them to Columbia University, and he doesn't have a high school degree. He certainly doesn't have any money. He just starts showing up at class and going to class and going to English classes and literature classes. And Hunter's saying, I'm going to be one of the great writers. I'm going to be a Faulkner. Heck, maybe I'll be a Hemingway because at least he's a journalist, but maybe I have to make journalists. But he's actually taking these classes at a time when, frankly, the professors didn't know who their students were. You had a final exam, but no quizzes, no pop quizzes. So they just thought he was one of his students. So he's going to school with them, further uptown every day. Hunter Thompson does have something like a college education in the midst of all of this, thanks to everybody that's going on. That's a great transition to bring you back in, Katie, because, go ahead, please. Sure.
Is that's so funny because one of my memories of Hunter was saying the only reason to go to school, and definitely the only reason to go to college, was to read books for free.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to graduate, it didn't matter about your grades, but you go so that you can just
Which
read.
is what he did. He went in the library, he got jobs, but he was learning. He was in the environment.
Yeah.
It's never clear how long he's in New York during that period. It's about between 6 and 9 months is what it is.
He at the end of their lease, it would have been 57, I guess,
Yeah.
he and John get that apartment downtown. Yes. But speaking of reading, there is a very funny story. Does everyone know about the Dunning notices? Hunter subscribed to a Book of the Month Club and a Record of the Month Club kind of thing. My uncle loves to tell this story. And the first thing was like, there would be a bolus of records. You'd sign up and you'd get 10 books. And then after that, they send you books that they charge you for. And Hunter wouldn't pay. And so the Dunning notices would start to come in, you have 5 books that you owe for, whatever. And he'd write back and say, but you sent those to me, I don't owe you money for them. And he would keep a correspondence going, and he'd pay a little bit of money to get the creditors off. But eventually they got so tired of the correspondence that they just forgave the debt. And he would be there reading. I wish I had those letters. They must be somewhere, but they were hilarious.
They may be. I mean, Hunter kept pretty much, it was amazing. Curtis would tell me the letters. The reason the letters books came about is every time Hunter needed money, they would get around, and Curtis and usually Ed Bradley would be sitting there, and they're like, okay, let's go in the basement, find what letters are interesting, start reading them out loud, and coming in. I bet you he had most of those letters because he kept everything. He was meticulous about it. I want to bring up this to all of you, and this is, I always have a real problem, because anybody who studies Hunter Thompson knows that the legend of Hunter Thompson, in the fact that he was wild and all this, yeah, he did plenty of drugs, he did this, but Hunter was very much a Southern gentleman, and he was very much a very reasonable guy. Curtis used to tell me a disconcerting moment when some guy came in expecting, this was Duke coming in, it's going to be Hunter John, and he, Ed Bradley, a couple other people were arguing verses over the Bible. They were doing it with Chevis at 2 o'clock in the morning, but they were doing it. And that reminded me of something. Why did Hunter and John become so close at first? Was of the group, they were the only ones who were drinkers. But they didn't go out just to get blasted every night. They went out to talk. When Warren came in, he would go out, he loved to talk all night. When your father, Sadie, was there, he would come in, they would talk. Hunter loved to really not just, hey, this or that, not have it. He loved to hear, to listen, to experience. And the alcohol for him was very much a social vehicle to be able to kind of, Hillary, if you could comment.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to bring up and hear people's point of view that are up here with me, because I feel like kind of the lore around these guys, it's all around the romanticism of the alcohol and the this and the that. And what was underneath it? I mean, one thing I remember being in college and down here in the East Village, actually, because I lived on 7th between 1st and 2nd, and my dad and I went to this Ukrainian bar across the street, and I remember saying to him, you guys were so brave. How did you have the bravery to write against the system, right? To bring this truth out at times when it was not done, to break the norms in that way. And he paused, and his one eye got really big, and he looked at me and he said, "Justice." And I always think about that, because I think that at the bottom, the core of when these guys would get together, one of the common pieces was they would go to the bar, they would talk with the people there, and whatever injustice was going on, then they would creatively and sometimes crazily figure out how to spin the story well enough to get the money to do the thing they needed to do to get the story out there. And that was, one thing that they were all really brilliant at doing. But it wasn't just the booze or the drugs underneath it, even with the Mitchell brothers. Even when the Mitchell brothers came in, and that was a big part of my growing up in my early teen years, being in there all the time. And even though it was so insane there, they were always spending time talking about, who was getting screwed, who was the person screwing them, how could they get in there. So it was really an interesting dynamic.
And that's what I want you guys to comment on.
Yeah.
Because either you grew up with it or you heard about it later. But every person that every child of one of Hunter's intimates, everyone I've talked to, people around, his assistants, essentially tell a story that goes very similar to what you said.
Yeah.
I would listen at a distance to this incredible piece of ideas, but with a practical end. College students, university students are famous of having philosophical, intellectual conversations about a potato chip at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's wonderful. But from the very beginning, and this is something John Clancy kind of put into Hunter, it was, what are we going to do about it? And I'd like somebody else, like any of you to say to you, because you had conversations, you may have seen them, you're the same age I am, or a little beyond it, but your father had these conversations with Hunter about, sort of causes, even across it. I was curious.
Well, I think they both have in common. I mean, I know Dad does hate a bully, and he will go after a bully with all the force and might of his pen. He absolutely hates it. If some big guy is picking on the little guy who has no defence, and woe betide the people who do that. And what I think as well, just as a kind of point of Dad's, the way he approaches his art, and I've noticed over the years, only because I've delved so deeply into his archive for the last 16 years, when you look at his art, so if he goes after someone like Nixon, who he absolutely loathed, or any other presidential person who I will not name, you can tell how he feels about that person by the power in the line, how heavily he's allowed the pens to go onto the paper, the thickness of the line, the way the splats fall. You can sort of feel the energy, and he's kind of, exercising the demon. If he draws the victim of the crime, you can see how delicate the line becomes, almost as if unconsciously he can't bear to put extra pain on the victim. And I don't think he does it, I think it's subconscious, because I don't think he goes into it. There's some drawings, some of the charity drawings for Oxfam, and they're called like Mother and Child 1, Mother and Child 2, and if you look at the line work, it's still powerful, but it's like I just can't inflict more pain on this person, even though all I'm doing is drawing them. So when he comes to working with Hunter, who, they get fired up, and it's, Hunter's hours are famously completely antisocial, so you don't start work until 3 p.m. So in the day, there's a trip where he went to Colorado to stay, and he was Owl Farm, and Hunter's not getting up, so he actually spends all day drawing Jones the cat. And they're lovely drawings, they're lovely sketches. There's a book of them, Book of Jones, look it up. But then at night, him and Hunter are getting together and hitting the Chivas Regal and working on, the next book, the next project, and he's sort of pushing out this vitriol, and they're going after the people who are angering them. So there's that, with Dad's work, there's that kind of ability to be really, really gentle, but also that ability to absolutely go to the heart of it. And like Dad said, he's not violent, it's just a drawing. It's not actually really hurting. He's just saying, look at this, you swine. Look at what you've made me feel about you. And I think that's because they sparked off each other. I think they had that same moral centre, really. So that's where they could meet in the middle.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead, Katie, if you would. Is it on?
One of my first memories, 5, 6, 7 years old, we're at a parade in a very small town, Durango, Colorado, and here comes DARE, keep kids out of off drugs, and my parents start booing them in public, just, horrible, just booing and oh, boo, I have all my, farming conservative friends next to me, and I have this clear understanding. Remember, Hunter said never dial 911. That was posted in our house of like, the cops, you don't trust the cops, Here we are, white, well-behaved people, just not trusting the pigs, And I just, as a young child, I knew that cops were pigs. Took me a long time to understand that maybe not all of them are, really honestly, holding complexity. So
pigs are actually quite gentle creatures, ironically.
Yeah, it's true. So I just wanted to add that, they were very clear about what they supported, and authority was always to be questioned.
Well, and that was an authority of questions. If you guys want to comment, you've been nodding a lot. Please chime in on this if you would, Caitlin. But the thing that I admired about all of your parents, all of your fathers, was that they're associated and they're embraced by the left, but they were equal opportunity pursuers of bullies. It didn't matter if they were on your team or the other team, which is one of the problems we have. Hunter would go after him, but so would John, so would Lawrence, so would Ralph. And it was basically a pox in all of your houses. You're part of the same hypocrisy. One of my favorite Hunter stories, it was Hunter had championed Bill Clinton, and Clinton came to meet him, and Clinton took one of his French fries off his plate and ate it without asking. That was the end of the relationship with Bill Clinton. He says, what kind of man takes a man's French fry? It expels the soul. But that was a small way of saying, people on the left saying, what would Hunter do today? And I said, you'd be surprised, because he would be critical of what's going on with Trump. And then he'd turn around and be critical of what was going on with Dami. And it would happen, and he might not be the hero you think, but he would be intellectually consistent. It's always been a guide, and anybody wants to chime in on that, because all of your parents were kind of like that, as far as I can tell. I don't know about John, but all of theirs were definitely. Anybody want to comment?
Just one thing. So even though they booed Dare, my dad was so able to talk to anyone and meet whoever he was talking to on a very respectful, like what you're saying. It didn't matter what they stood for, what their image was. They were always willing to have a very grounded, clear conversation. So I just want to put that out there.
Hillary, you want to?
I was going to say that, to kind of tie in this conversation with what we were talking about with just the drinking and the partying, I felt like I also saw in my dad, and I don't know if it would be the same across the board, that once we got to probably the 90s, it was harder to find a cause, like really a clear justice cause. And then I felt like with my dad, the difference in the boozing got much more. There wasn't a purpose underneath it. And they were bored, right? They were bored. And so then it was just like stirring up shit, get people going, build someone up, take them down. But in terms of the politics, like my dad was not a left-wing hippie guy at all. And he always bought all the papers, the left wing, the, Democratic, Republican, and his favorite thing was getting people with opposing views in the room together. And making sure they loved that kind of conflict and the tension of those kind of opposite point of views, and that's where the best problem solving came out. And he always felt like once the party lines got more divided, then he was like, we're in big trouble. So I actually think it would be a really they would have a renaissance right now. My dad got so bored, but I think right now he would be really inspired. And my gut is that Hunter would be too. And your dad, if we could strip away the later wear and tear of the drinking and the drugs, I think they would be it would be such a creative political time for them right now. I mean, that's just my feeling.
Sadie, you're not. You're the one person whose father's still with us. And,
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to be hypothetical about this.
I mean, I think, to be fair, the drive in him to draw has really gone, and it really went when my mum passed away in 2022. But I think you mentioned the 1990s. And the thing is, for me, during that time, my dad was as busy and as prolific as ever, but he was just working. He was doing an awful lot for newspapers like The Independent, and in 1997, he really went for the Conservatives during the election. He was, I mean, him and they were like, their mission was to get Labour in power, and they did actually do it, for better or worse. And he was illustrating, I think, things like Fahrenheit 451, I think, was the 90s, and I think maybe the end of the 80s might have been The Big I Am. So Dad didn't let up at all. I mean, but he was doing his own projects, and what, sadly, I feel with the relationship with Hunter was, and this is how and from reading my mum's diaries in particular and her observations of their visits to our farm in that decade, it was a lot of regurgitating past glories, I think, and I'm sorry if that sounds really harsh, but that's what it felt. Seems like.
I think it's true.
I think it's not only true, I think Hunter got a little tired of politics. People ask about the ESPN columns and when he starts writing about sports, but Hunter would be the first one to say that to some extent politics was a sport to him, and he was going back to some of his roots for the very same reason. He didn't see that there was a huge amount of difference. I'm curious, Caitlin, if you've been quiet. Your father was the one person out, the early friend who wasn't this, and was watching this from the outside, and he thoughts about about this, not only pursuit of justice, but this kind of idea of my side, your side, whatever, however you want to comment upon it.
Well, I would say of this group, my father was perhaps the most political.
Yeah.
He had to navigate Capitol Hill. He had 2 Senate appointments and had to navigate.
Explain that. I should have explained this earlier. Your father's career, if you would.
So he served in all branches of the government ultimately, and he was an attorney in private practice. He had a wonderful career. I'm very proud of my father and his career. But he had 2 political appointees, one under Clinton, and what I was thinking about as you gals were talking is, I also think that they would perhaps have a field day on some level with what's going on in this country. I'm so glad my father isn't here to see it. January 6th was like a stake in his heart. But I also think they sort of foresaw it, and they were fighting against it. They spent their lives trying to get America to be her better self in many ways, and to point out the hypocrisy. And we are at the apotheosis of our hypocrisy, and I think it's rather depressing. It would be rather depressing for them. I mean, it is for all of us, but I'm not sure that they would have the fight in them beyond saying, I told you, I tried to tell you.
Well,
Hillary?
I was just going to say, that makes me think of, I think they created a little bit of this also, because especially with my dad, so Scanlan's magazine was my dad and Sidney Zion. And Sidney wrote the biography on Roy Cohn, and he was a New York Times writer, and they had a great long friendship. But they loved that idea of sue, 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 throw bombs everywhere to distract people. If
I remember correctly, Sidney, because I knew him briefly, he actually was covering some of Donald Trump's suits constantly. It was like
absolutely.
It was red meat.
Absolutely.
Put on the cover of the Times.
And you mix that with the idea, which was big for my dad, was that creative thinking around how do you make the money and how do you spin the story, right? What's the one-liner that will get out there and reach everybody? That's where he was different. He didn't want to reach one party. He wanted to reach everybody. But sometimes when I was watching Trump, his original campaign, I was like, uh-oh, Dad. Do you know what I mean? Because it was the same ideas and tactics that they would sit around at Elaine's talking about and laughing about, and, you know, it worked.
I wanted to talk about legacy in a second, but it was Hunter's one of his last major campaigns. Matt Mosley's going to do a fantastic panel on this, and we'll talk about it as well as the panel we're doing on Curtis tomorrow evening. But the Fourth Amendment campaign, and to me it was, if you wanted to comment on that, the reason why I bring this up, it was something that had red meat, but it wasn't a strictly partisan issue. It cut across. It was an important issue, but nobody else was talking about it. And this was really the last campaign that they all would do. John would do, so on and so forth. And it comes this, not so much your father, but this was sort of Hunter's last real cause. There was Bob Broadus, there was the Pitkin County Sheriffs, and there was the Fourth Amendment, and how he was trying to appeal his criminal rights. And if you wanted to comment on any of that, especially, Katie's like, no, I don't want to touch this. Anybody want to say anything about that and watch this? No, probably not. So that question fell completely flat. So, but I wanted to ask you guys about. You were all different ages when people, when this comes in. You either grew up with it or you're learning about it after the fact. In this case, and I'm 52, and I'm going to be welcoming a son into this world in November. And so, I'm aware that a lot of my journalists and stuff would be like, oh God, ancient history, it's before it. But I'm curious about how the legacy affects you in your lives today. Obviously, you live very different lives, have vital lives, but how the legacy of these friendships and this being in the trenches together affects you, the next generation and beyond, as the true daughters of Gonzo. Anybody want to start with that? Katie? No, she's...
Well, I've embedded myself with the far right, and now I'm a supporter of Charlie Kirk. My husband will be voting for me in the next election. Jesus Christ brought me to truth and justice, and if you guys want to talk more about that, we can.
Okay. Now, and look, let me say something. There's an interesting part about this. If you want to say this, never think for a second Hunter Thompson was left wing or right wing. He had both wings, and he once said, it takes two wings for a bird to fly. And he put that. Hillary.
I mean, one of the things that I was interested about doing this panel is with the daughters is because it was really, especially being around all the time as a young girl, and then as a teenager, it was a lot of mixed messages, I'll say. Meaning, if you're in bars your whole life and you're around these brilliant men, it's always men, and they're fascinating and conversations, and it's so stimulating. But then if they talk about women, it's really awful and quite scary as a young formative years child. And it was always, for me, it was this mixture of being in unsafe places, but feeling very safe, but then seeing unsafe things. So it was, I feel very grateful how I grew up and the time that I grew up in, and I feel like what it gave me, that I feel sorry for my kids that they don't have, and thank God I didn't have the internet or social media or any of that stuff. But I felt like one of the lessons for me was understanding gray areas, right? Like there was such a spectrum, and none of these guys were bad, and none of these guys were good. And it was...
That's important.
It really is.
I think everybody asked me what Hunter would say. And he said, and I firmly believe, as he would be hauling Trump, he would be on this, but I firmly believe he would probably say a pox on both of your houses and have as much problem. I went to an exhibit, and I shouldn't put this in this panel, but I went to an exhibit at the Whitney yesterday. They have as part of the biennial, and it was a perspective on the virtue of government regulation that an artist had put in. And don't do this, and how great it is. And I'm saying, wow, the liberal movement has kind of flipped in the last 50 years, hasn't it? But it was just sort of like saying, I think you would have seen, hey, there is a lot of gray here. Yeah. And that maybe we need a little bit more gray in our society. Yeah, so.
Thank you for saying that, Hillary. And the reason I bring up Charlie Kirk is because I think the legacy, like you're saying, is not leftist or rightist. It's to engage and be curious, and to talk to people that you don't necessarily agree with, and to find your commonality, and to sit and listen to Charlie Kirk. I'm not defending him, believe me, but if I were, I would sit and I would listen to him.
My dad would have loved to talk to him.
Yeah, I would love to talk to that guy and just listen to him and let's talk, I mean, of course, he's not a great listener. Anyways, we don't need to talk about Charlie Kirk, but it's about really being brave and engaging with everyone and finding the humanity in everyone's perspectives. At the same time, discerning who is the bully and where is the truth and where are the underdogs.
Curtis's last project that he was going to show you pieces from, and it's kind of uncompleted, was he was doing a documentary on the college campaign, on the college speeches of Hunter S. Thompson. And basically, Hunter wasn't welcomed on the college campuses. This is after he's Hunter Thompson, but the idea, it scared people to death. And it was weird if you look at the actual video that was being taken, he's engaging everybody. He's talking to everybody. He doesn't, and not like, I'm right, wrong, or you're this, or you're crap, or all the different cliches, other than Hunter walking in and saying, anybody got any drugs? The fact is, he would sit for hours. If he showed up, he was usually an hour or two late, but he would and talk to everybody. And I think that's the one thing, the one legacy that that we need to remember about the entire Scanlon's group, about everybody, is have passionate beliefs, have passionate thoughts, but talk to everybody. Even a stop clock is right twice a day. Find out what the other person knows. But ladies, you've been very quiet. Any comments, any thoughts, any of this about legacy from your father's legacy? Yeah. I
mean, I guess my situation is quite different because I actually do work day to day on quite a commercial level with my dad's art. We license it a lot to brands across the world. So while I have very personal memories of growing up as Ralph Steadman's daughter and also being very aware of this hulking presence called Hunter S. Thompson constantly, I don't know a life without him somewhere in my world because I was born 4 years after their first assignment. But on a commercial level, I love introducing people to work they're not familiar with. The Gonzo set of artworks takes up maybe 3 drawers in a studio that has over 80 drawers. So it's only about 5% of the work. So I love it when our touring exhibition, for example, which is going to be in Fort Collins from the end of August, if anyone wants to go and see it, I love it when I can walk past people and they're standing in front of maybe an I, Leonardo or a Big I Am piece or one of his early sketches, and you can almost see them trying to compute that this is a Ralph Steadman because they're so familiar with the Fear and Loathing or the Gonzo art and the wonder, and then they're standing in front of these artworks that are maybe A1 in size, so they're quite big, but they're normally published really, really small, like in books and magazines. So again, that's the magic for me, is bringing awareness, and that's why what I do and for my family is really important, to bring the wider perspective on my father's legacy to light.
That's brilliant. And Caitlin, your father was a public servant most of his life. Legacy plays a really big role. I'd assume he fought 2 different administrations he served in, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I just have an appreciation through these individuals and their stories for the counterculture and how important it is move the needle in our country, and held up a mirror. So I think that's part of the legacy for me is, not having been raised in a very counterculture environment, but to have a great appreciation for it.
Freak power is all against being a freak against everything, including the counterculture. Do we have any questions from the audience? If you could, please come and speak in the microphone.
I'd like to preface my question first and foremost with a key word, nuance. When you guys were discussing gray areas, I think the word that was coming to mind was nuance for me. So I think there's a lot of cultural nuances entailed, particularly from your perspective and point of view as daughters of Gonzo. When we take in your point of view, there's it just seems that you're replete with all sorts of nuances that you have to navigate in your stance and standpoint in context with these writers at bars having fantastic discussions as you're conveying and elaborating on. That being said, I just wanted to ask, in light of a certain phenomena regarding nuance, it seems like both with Hunter S. Thompson and Jack Kerouac, we were saying Hunter S. Thompson was neither left nor right, and the case is also kind of the same with Jack Kerouac, who was a conservative Canadian Catholic. What do you guys think, what's your weigh in on this? It seems that there's a leftist, peacenik-y sort of audience for these particular writers who are either independent, apolitical, or downright conservative. And it just seems to be a recurring theme. Is there any weigh-in that you guys have with that phenomena?
I think that's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
Say something about the last part you said. So are you saying that you think it's an extreme, that there's either the right or, because
it's a recurring irony.
Yeah.
Particularly more so with Kerouac than Hunter S. Thompson and other Gonzo writers, but it seems like there's this, these conservative white men who draw in a very progressive crowd and a peacenik-y sort of leftist crowd. And I was just wondering if you could in any way find an amendment between those two contrasting that irony, if there was any link between those.
Yeah, in order to try to tie it back to our dads, I know with my dad, he was definitely, if you had to categorize him, he was an independent, right? Because again, the extreme of either side, it smelled of wanting to take down one or the other, So I find that balance and the question really provocative. I don't know in terms of myself that I have any insight into it. I would say as a person from growing up with these very extreme experiences as a young person, that I have tended to always, if anyone makes a statement that is a factual, this is the only answer, literally my whole system bristles, and I find that I have a through line to want to go, really? Well, what about this angle or this angle, and really circumambulate whatever the issue is that someone's talking about. So that's just me. But I don't know if that came from the way I grew up. My dad he wrote a very famous piece in '67 that was against the hippies that were coming into San Francisco, and it got a lot of pushback. But he really felt like they weren't doing anything, which goes to what you were talking about, that the time was so important then, and there was so much going on, and he really felt like people had to take action and not just sit around, which goes to what you're saying about the drinking wasn't about just sitting around and getting drunk or just sitting around and smoking pot. You had to do something through that. So I just took us off track. You go.
Sadie?
It's a hard one.
Well, I'd say Dad is definitely left wing, but again, going back to the 97 election in the UK, when Labour got in, and ultimately he was disappointed in the things they did and the way they did them, he went after them equally.
Yes.
You know, he still was holding the mirror up and saying, no, this is not what you promised. Yeah, but I mean, and also just, you have to remember as well, like, it was different times. So when Dad and Hunter went to Zaire to cover the Rumble in the Jungle, it's a fantastic collection of drawings that was never actually used because Hunter never wrote the article. But they're they're uncomfortable to look at because they're in the context. I don't think you get away with how he presented, you know, the people of Zaire and how he drew them today. I think I'd say they make me feel quite uncomfortable to look at. But I understand that in context, as sort of a reasonably young man who'd never been anywhere like that before. He grew up in the wilds of North Wales, where the mountains tower over you and the clouds are down by your nose. It was a completely alien experience, and that's what you feel in these drawings. But if you take them out of context, they're actually pretty horrendous.
Yeah.
You know, but they're beautiful, but they make your toes curl. And I can be honest about that, you know. I can step back even and look at them and go, ooh.
Oh. Well, but I mean, your father's turning on the government. I remember sitting with Tony Benn in 2004 at the anniversary of D-Day, and you know, we were having a chat. Both of our wives at the time were from, his wife and my ex-wife were both from Cincinnati, so we were chatting, and he's basically saying, Blair, the most conservative prime minister that we've had since Churchill, Macmillan was the, and so that attitude of being consistent, if you're thoughtful about it, you know, was very consistent. Any more questions? Please come on up. You and then you. Go.
So this is really mostly for you, I believe. So if we consider that when Hunter S. Thompson was introduced the Hells Angels to Ken Kesey as kind of being a Dionysian moment of all that, and then but when we get to the O'Farrell Theater as a salon that was Bacchanalian with Jim and Artie before Jim killed Artie and everything, I kind of find it's interesting that you mentioned that you were running around there as a youth and everything, because I had two roommates in '86 in San Francisco when I was living there that worked for the O'Farrell Theater. Wow. And I actually went to the O'Farrell, and like we're hanging out with them and going around, and they go, "This is the room. We gotta get out of here."
Did you go upstairs?
We did just briefly, but how did you feel with all those naked women running around and everything like that? I mean, kind of as a youth, I don't know, what was your feelings for that?
Well, this is what I was trying to get to, is that about being in unsafe places and feeling very safe. And, you know, there you are growing up in a porn theater, but they were the first to make, during the AIDS crisis, they made safe sex sexy, right? And they put condoms into their videos. And the women that worked there had health insurance, and I would hang out in the dressing room, and they would talk about how, you know, here they had health insurance, they didn't have to be touched. They had, a lot of them had kids and were single moms and didn't want to, you know, be a prostitute. And, you know, so again, it's like this feeling of family, but at the same time, you're like, so it was very, very tricky. And I remember a really young, scary story with Hunter, sorry, Juan, where they were talking about the Hells Angels. I don't know, my mother would do these dinners and they would sit around, and again, I was introverted, my sister was extroverted, so I could just like meld onto the side of a chair and just observe. So I just like took in a lot, but didn't say anything. But I remember them Hunter talking about, and this is before I had my period, but him talking about one of the tests that they had him do was they would take menstrual blood and then you had to drink it. And he had to drink it. And I remember, and then the way they all talked about it then and talked about women, and I just remember being like, do you know what I mean? Where it's fascinating conversations, and it'll make you think that's all they were talking about. It was a slight moment in a much greater intellectual discussion. But I remember being little and being like, yikes, maybe I don't want to have a period. Like, what's going to happen? So it was the Mitchell brothers, too. They were incredible with causes in San Francisco. And yeah, they all got to a lot of trouble, but the salon upstairs, it was incredible, the people that would come in, and the political careers and artistic careers that were kind of launched by these incredibly intellectual, creative storytelling men. It's really interesting. But also, I don't know.
We got time for 2 more quick questions. Go ahead.
I think you were touching upon the area I was going to talk with my question. Hunter S. Thompson was embedded with the Hells Angels up until he said only a punk beats his wife and dog, and then he was stomped, and so I was wondering if you had anything about that. And the Sons of Desert Fez Cap, is that a reference to Laurel and Hardy? The Sons of Desert Fez Cap, is that a reference to Laurel and Hardy?
It was a gift from Robert Chalmers today, and he hasn't taken it off, apparently.
I don't have anything to add to it, because I don't know. I didn't even read that book. It was a little memory that popped into my head when we were talking about the Mitchell brothers. But I don't know much about, I never read it. I don't even know. You could probably.
Margaret probably could answer it better than I could as well. But, I will say that in the years that I've interviewed Hunter's assistants and all this, the description Ellie Hobson put it best, and he said Hunter was a Southern gentleman who used to protect the people around him. So, I think it was very, gentleman, your father and grandfather was a gentleman, is the only way they can, from every person I've said it. He may have come off as gruff, but he had a great personal sense of honor.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Anybody else? Go ahead, Margaret, please. If you come up and use the microphone, please.
Okay. This is for any and all of you, and thank you so much for coming. It's wonderful. So I'm addressing it to you, Hillary, but it's for all of you. So what you all don't know is that Hillary couldn't come today, and she came. And we didn't know if she'd come. So the question is, it's the spirit of, I imagine, all of you. She couldn't come, but she came. And I know your father, he finished his book, right? And he probably maybe had a hard time finishing, but he finished. Yeah?
Wait, did you just say hard time finishing his book?
His book, because he was dying.
Oh, yeah.
But he finished.
Well, he had a hard time finishing his books when he wasn't dying. There were many books that were written and never finished.
Well, but the question is that spirit.
Yes.
That I'm sure all of you saw and
Yes.
probably have yourself.
Yes.
That was.
Well, I love that because I think one of the gifts was that resiliency and the love of community and storytelling. And I do feel like that. I wasn't going to come. I was really on the fence, and I wanted to see your dad on Zoom, and then I literally felt my dad, I said to Margaret, being like, get your ass up, get down there. But yeah.
Community and storytelling. Yeah. It's really important. And we're entering this post-literary world where there's lots of words around us, but no one's actually reading books. Maybe we all are the 1% who are reading books, but what are we going to do? What's going to happen? We need to keep reading, I guess, together in community. I don't know. I keep telling stories, but there's so many questions I have, and I love that people are engaging with this. So thank you for coming and asking questions together.
Thank you. I know. Thank you all for coming. And thank you to the daughters of Gonzo, Katie Clancy, Hillary Hinkle, Sadie Williams, Caitlin Hawk. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
She only wants the name of her book as an intro. She wrote 9.5 Years Behind the Green Door, a memoir. A Mitchell Brothers stripper remembers her lover Artie Mitchell, Hunter S. Thompson, and the killing that rocked San Francisco.
First of all, Margaret, thank you so much. And I really have to thank Margaret for reaching out to me to be a part of this, which I'm so happy about. And also, Kent, thank you so much for all your help. And also Doug Bressler, who helped me the other day and is going to help me today to show the, I just have a few photos. And I want to say also, thank you to Marty Flynn, who has supported my book for all these years. And, he's probably not in the room today, but I just want to say that. And and I think I have Renee Lovett there also. Is that Renee? Oh, Renee, thank you. She's this wonderful TV producer. And and I'm just delighted to have you all there. And I will go ahead and start. The Mitchell Brothers O'Farrell Theater in San Francisco was opened by Art and Jim Mitchell on July 4th, 1969, and closed on October 25th, 2020, a run of over 50 years. I danced there from 1981 to 1989. What was special about this place? Hunter Thompson came to San Francisco to write an article about it for Playboy in the fall of 1984. I'll give an overview of history of the O'Farrell and then share my recollections of Hunter and draw from my memoir, 9.5 Years Behind the Green Door. Doug, can I have the book cover, the green book cover? Doug Bressler? Doug. Aha. Can I have, yes, here we go. That's my book cover. And so the book came out in 2007 and it's available on Amazon and elsewhere. Okay. Art and Jim Mitchell were the sons of a Depression-era professional poker player who schooled them well in living outside the law. Their office upstairs in the O'Farrell was dominated by a pool table, poker table, a fridge stocked with beer, ample alcohol, mementos, and a jukebox. Playboy magazine, this room became a countercultural gathering place. The mix of visitors included journalists, politicians, artists, athletes, and entertainers, from Sammy Davis Jr. to the rock groups Guns N' Roses, Aerosmith, and Motley Crue. They were cultivated by Jim and entertained by art. The mix of dancers was as unique and constantly changing. I've always liked to think that Mitchell Brothers is a place for everyone, Art told me. Okay, Doug, you can take the book cover down. Thank you. The Mitchells started making short adult films in the 60s, and at first the O'Farrell was a place to show their films. In the mid-70s, they sent Vince Stanich, who became their longtime general manager, to New York to see what live shows available there could work in San Francisco. Before long, the Mitchells built the Ultra Room with viewing booths for customers with windows of one-way glass. Its interior was upholstered in black leatherette and studs with a chrome trapeze suspended from the ceiling. Porn star C.J. Lang opened this show in January 1977. San Francisco Chronicle critic John Wasserman praised the Ultra Room as the ultimate voyeuristic experience. Next, the Copenhagen Lounge opened, a room off the lobby where seated customers were given flashlights to highlight the performers. Then the New York Live Show began, with theater seating where customers could have dancers sit in their laps after they performed on stage. At first, the dancers were nude on the customers' laps, like strippers at the Melody Theater in New York. Then after some arrests, they dressed in lingerie or swimsuits. Dancers depended on tips, but were not supposed to solicit tips. Pole dancing wasn't introduced until the 90s. In the 80s, dancers chose their own music and costumes for striptease on the New York Live stage. Most of the dancers were laughing, drinking, getting wild, and making great money. Girls crawled up on stage and did shows together sometimes. It heated up the customers and they would tip better. The dancers and customers were having a good time. Mitchell Brothers served up the sizzle of fantasy, not the steak. At first, it was a bit shocking to be dressed only in lingerie and heels when I was sitting with the customers. No alcohol or soft drinks were served like they do at strip bars or gentlemen's clubs, so the dancers never had to hustle drinks. And the customers were better behaved since they weren't drinking liquor on the premises. The men in the audience were mellow, like amused guests at a light-hearted party. Most of them were well-behaved yuppies who rarely got out of line, and the guard at the back of the room gave us security. Talking to so many different people fascinated me, and it was a kick to have the upper hand in such an outrageous situation. Many of the men were attractive, so the flirting could be fun. Depending on what the customer wanted and what the dancer agreed to, looking around the audience, most women would be sitting sideways, talking with the guys, getting hugs or making out. Others would be facing away from the guys and rocking on their laps, lap dancing. Some women went further than others, but in the comfortably dim lighting, who really knew? Walking back to the packed audience in the New York Live Show, you could feel unprecedented and magical, the steam of sex. Guys who didn't even want to fool around were turned on and intrigued by the atmosphere, so Mitchell Brothers was crowded. What each dancer earned was different each shift and depended on her appeal, her ability to hustle, on her luck and her mood. Of course, there was always the occasionally terribly slow night or bad spell when customers were sparse and cash was hard to come by. For a beginning dancer like me, the O'Farrell was a different world, and I couldn't believe the money, and some shy customers just wanted to talk. I liked that too. One Friday night, I was sitting on a guy's lap in the front row getting hugged when Frank, the security guard who dressed in a cop outfit, pointed his flashlight at me. "You," I heard, "don't get so friendly with the customers." I was shocked. I thought that was my job. But in July 1982, the heat was suddenly on. The Mitchells knew that the hotter the dancers were in the audience, the better business was, so there was subtle encouragement to be discreetly wild. But whenever there was legal pressure on the theater, dancers could be punished for behavior that was encouraged a day or week earlier. Women who lasted learned to adapt quickly. By the next day, none of the dancers were allowed in the audience. The altar room hadn't had windows for the last couple of years. The customers had been touching the dancers, and vice cops had been coming in with infrared cameras to secretly photograph anything suspicious. They mailed the pictures to Art and Jim and said they were taking them to court. There was to be no touching. The Copenhagen was temporarily closed, and windows had to be put back in the altar room. We were back in the audience getting tips in a couple of weeks. The dancers had to wear bodysuits or tights plus lingerie as their audience costume. Even though the rules were stricter, business picked up for the brothers, and the girls were making money. A young guy wrongly accused me of soliciting. When I told Belladonna I got in trouble, she said she always solicits everyone. Our situation was unsettling, but a bit of a turn on too. The O'Farrell had been busted a couple of times, a year or two before I worked there, when the dancers were nude in the audience. Many of the women who had been there were still working, so I'd heard the stories. Customers lined up around the block to get in 79 to 80. Some women were averaging $1,000 a day. When the bus came, 3 dancers joined hands and skipped out to the paddy wagon. The dancer who was on stage accepting $1 when the cops jumped up had terrible luck. She was the only O'Farrell dancer ever convicted of prostitution. If a bust happened, it would go down during the daytime, I heard, when the vice squad had more available personnel. The Mitchells contributed to political campaigns and causes, spent millions defending themselves in First Amendment cases, hosted events like a West Coast wake for Abby Hoffman, parties on election night, annual poker tournaments, and more. During the 1984 Democratic Convention held in San Francisco, they provided studio space in the pool room for underground cartoonists, facilitated by their longtime friend and Odd Vodkins creator Dan O'Neill. It was this networking and entertaining, their deep pockets, and their knack for publicity that gave the Mitchells an edge over other clubs. The O'Farrell was open during the day and night with a small staff running the place. General Manager Vince Stanich oversaw the entire operation and was in charge of booking. After stage fees were introduced, his office moved to a building a block away from the theater. From the fall of 1988 until early 1991, I worked for him part-time, helping to do the scheduling. It was a family business and an insular world. Much of my energy I poured into putting together and performing a variety of theme shows. I love designing costumes and props, choosing music and playing to an audience, from dressing as a fencer in white with a foil to slinking in a green lame gown as a shark to knack the knife. Creating these shows was very fulfilling. My gorilla show started out as an innocent idea. I had thought a gorilla in a pith helmet running through the audience to wild drumbeat music would liven things up when we expected larger than usual crowds during the 1984 Democratic Convention. Once on stage in the gorilla costume, I chased, then seduced my startled, glamorous partner. It was fun to blend comedy with the audience's hardcore expectations. In November of 1984, Hunter and his girlfriend Maria came to the O'Farrell to do research for an article for Playboy. I was having an on-again, off-again love affair with porn king Artie Mitchell that would last until his death in 1991. During these years, Art alternated between spending time with me and binging on cocaine and alcohol when he would go on a fling with one of the new strippers. I had fallen in love with Hunter's books for their ultra-wild humor, unique style, and their insights years earlier, but I had no idea that the tall, angular man watching the shows was their brilliant author. After bringing a few friends to the O'Farrell, he commented that no one could stand to watch more than a couple of hours of dancers performing in the New York live show because their shows were so similar. One evening after Hunter had seen my gorilla show, I met him and Maria at a bar to talk. I told him how much I loved his books. Hunter said he had met his match at my gorilla show. Later that fall, Hunter told me he thought of that show as the rape of innocence by pornography. According to Harold Conrad's May 1987 article in Spin, in December of 1984, Hunter received a 6-figure advance to write a novel on Mitchell brothers. In a few months, he was writing weekly columns for the San Francisco Examiner, which were later collected in his book, Generation of Swine. The time Hunter spent in Mitchell Brothers flavor many of these pieces. One wonderful column relates Hunter accompanying Art and Jim to the Erotic Film Awards in LA. It's called A Clean, Ill-Lighted Place. Over the next 3 years, Hunter spent a lot of time in the San Francisco Bay Area to get material for his columns and for his book, which was to be called The Night Manager, which Art and Jim affectionately called Hunter. They connected the dream of having a Gonzo novel about him, written about them, to his praise of my shows. Hunter referred to the O'Farrell as the Carnegie Hall of public sex in America, a quote the brothers proudly displayed on the theater's marquee. Spurred on by San Francisco Mayor Dianne Feinstein, prosecutor Bernie Walter and the Vice Squad had pressured the theater for years, trying to close the O'Farrell down permanently and put Art and Jim in jail. Mitchell Brothers had the perfect stage for a dancer dressed as the prim Diane to appear, I thought. It was irreverent fun to perform as the mayor, to parody the intolerant establishment. Art and Jim understood this and loved my show. During the last week of January 1985, Marilyn Chambers appeared at the O'Farrell Cine Stage in a show called Feel the Magic. She had starred in the Mitchells' huge hit Behind the Green Door in 1972 and became one of the most famous porn actresses of all time. Marilyn was blonde, athletic, and spirited, yet not as slender and striking as in her early films. After she danced on stage, the spotlight followed her as she walked through each row in the audience naked, and the customers briefly fondled her. When I saw her show from upstairs at the same time the brothers' attorney Tom Steele was watching, I was shocked. Marilyn was doing everything that all of us house dancers had been warned not to do, with the spotlight pointed directly at her. All week, the theater was packed with customers. The vice cops waited until Friday night to stop her show, arresting Marilyn and her bodyguard boyfriend, but not busting any customers, staff, or dancers. Ironically, the Marilyn Chambers bust was a coup for the theater. After writing some articles in the San Francisco Chronicle criticizing the police department's actions in Marilyn's arrest, the brothers' friend, journalist Warren Hinkle, was arrested for walking his dog without a license. This led to more publicity for the cops. Marilyn wasn't prosecuted for prostitution by the DA. Within weeks, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors ruled that the police department would no longer have the authority to regulate adult theaters. In April 1985, Al Goldstein, the editor of Screw magazine, arrived at the O'Farrell in a stretched limo with two slender young blondes. Goldstein asked Art and Jim to put on an orgy to celebrate his divorce. Hunter was put in charge of this and called me. By the way, Artie says you're on tonight for the Goldstein show. Oh no, I thought for a moment. Okay, has Al heard about the gorilla suit? No, I'll come in and surprise him after the other girls warm him up. We talked the plan over at the waterfront restaurant. Hunter never seemed comfortable with public sex, but he loved to pull off inventive jokes and would enjoy Goldstein's reaction. Wearing a complete gorilla costume would be the best protection at Goldstein's orgy, and I didn't want to be photographed doing anything unsavory dressed as the mayor of San Francisco, which could have been the next thing suggested. Art directed the orgy staged in the altar room as Goldstein's friends watched from the booths. Hunter wasn't there. He was too savvy to be on the spot when he had a hand in the production. Before I was to come in as a surprise, two dancers cuffed Goldstein, who was naked, and got him excited. Another girl took a can of hairspray along and used it to flare her Bic lighter. Goldstein freaked and bit her ankle. As soon as he saw a gorilla coming for him, he began rolling away from me, even though he was cuffed. All of us orgy participants stood up civilly and left the altar room. Goldstein kept asking me, "Who is that in there?" When Hunter took an interest in the O'Farrell, there was a sense of hope that the sex business could become acknowledged as a viable part of American culture. Porn hadn't been chic since the early 70s, during the heyday of the original Behind the Green Door. The mood Hunter brought to the theater was a bit like the excitement, goodwill, and iconoclasm of the late 60s. Doug, can I have the black and white picture? This is a picture of, yes, there we go. So this is August 1985, and I'm on the right, and I don't remember the name of the girl on the other side, but she was really kind and said when I asked her to be in the picture, she said, "Sure, anything for Hunter." He was really gracious with the other dancers, and you know, they he wasn't uh, he wasn't a problem in any way. As you could think that some people, behind the scenes at a strip club could be. Okay.
Do you want to say who the photographer is real quick?
Oh, yeah. This is Michael Nichols. And this was supposed to be a series that was going to be in Vanity Fair. Pictures of famous people smoking. And it never appeared in Vanity Fair. But later on, and he was kind to be able to allow us to use this picture today. And later on, he became an award-winning photographer for wildlife for National Geographic. So I'm very thankful to him, for letting us use the picture. In June 1980, Hunter genuinely hated to witness any abuse of power. In June 1985, I went on a trip to Europe, and Art and I had a wonderful reunion when I got back. "I want you to be my woman, Simone," he said. All night long he held me. I wanted time to stop, to always be in his arms. Art told me, "You should be glad I've chosen you." I laughed. But isn't that what God said to Christ right before they started pounding the nails in? Since everyday Art was getting high to some extent, I didn't always notice when he was slipping into the outer limits. And I'd been at the O'Farrell so long, I didn't recognize that it was a lush fantasy island, isolated from any of the reality checks of the outside world. That summer, a girl who had been a page for Republican Senator Orrin Hatch auditioned for a dancing job, and Art and Jim began planning to star her in Behind the Green Door, the sequel. This film would develop into a grandiose project with characters from Greek mythology and a safe sex theme. Artie thought this girl's background would be an ideal publicity angle, similar to Marilyn Chambers having appeared on Ivory snowflake boxes. He also began dating her, approved her stage name, Missy Manners, and she and I became serious rivals. After an ugly quarrel during my Ultra Room show, I was fired for 3 months. When the afternoon I came back, Jim told me, "You have friends in high places." Hanging down over the window near the manager's desk were 6 sheets of yellow-lined paper all taped together, penned in a large defiant scrawl by Hunter. The first part deplored the evils of the business, and then he asked, whatever happened to his friend Simone, the spirit of the O'Farrell, the most creative girl act? What evil bastard was responsible for this hatchet job on his good friend Simone? It was heartwarming. Behind the Green Door, the sequel was handicapped by an overblown concept and a cast of 80 amateurs. Only a few women came to the advertised audition, although nearly 300 men showed up. So the brothers drafted the O'Farrell dancers, offering $100 for the day, $125 if you supplied your own costume. Even with condoms in the dawning age of AIDS, few of the dancers wanted to be there at all, let alone indulge in filmed group sex. Although most of the men wanted to, this produced a hostile undercurrent. What if they threw an orgy and nobody wanted to fuck, was the joke of the day. From a 16-hour day, a cast of 80 amateurs, a costly set, costumes, and professional crew, the brothers filmed almost no sex. At considerable expense, the scene would have to be reshot. Among numerous disappointments, the handsome blonde male lead never got a hard-on. The rest of the sequel was filmed at a snail's pace over 4 months. Hunter was back in town by June. In the O'Farrell dressing room, he pulled me up off the ground to give me a friendly kiss. "I'm writing a column on the Meese Commission," he said. Edwin Meese, under the auspices of the Reagan administration, had just released a report on pornography that had been feared by everyone in the X-rated industry. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Maybe you could come up and I could interview you. At the Cathedral Hill Hotel, I went up to the room Hunter was sharing with Maria, his sleekly beautiful 24-year-old girlfriend assistant. Over lunch, I told Hunter about the places I danced while I was gone from the theater, and that since I came back, they had given me a lot of work and I'd made good money. Wildly imaginative and insightful, Hunter was feeling bogged down by having to meet weekly deadlines for his column in the San Francisco Examiner. As he struggled to find good points for the column, he consumed a lot of Chivas and plummeted ice cubes into the pool from our 11th-story balcony. Not knowing I was there, Artie called the room a couple of times, insisting that Hunter and Maria go out with him and Missy that night. He said Missy's father from Utah was going after Ed Meese. This could be part of Hunter's column. Missy had been a Senate page, Art added. She could do anything career-wise she wants, but has chosen to do porn. Hunter and Maria told him they were working and had to get the article done. They couldn't go out. I'd like to see the new movie, Hunter said, but understandably, Art didn't want to show it to him. Around 7:30 p.m., Maria answered the phone. Missy was in the lobby with Art, wanting to come up. I'm busy working. Hunter will meet you downstairs in a few minutes. He doesn't have too much time, though. He has to meet his deadline tonight, Maria said. Lost in thought, it took Hunter some time to decide what would be appropriate to wear for this. The phone rang again. Maria was occupied and asked me to pick it up. It was Art, surprised to hear my voice. Oh, no problem, he said, but I sensed something was terribly wrong. I handed the phone to Maria. Hunter is just going down. Wait for him, she said. Hunter, typically dressed in shorts and a sport coat, left. In a few minutes, the phone rang again. Maria answered and handed the receiver to me. Art was livid. You have 5 minutes. I'm at the O'Farrell in my office. Come over here and get your ass whipped. Then I'm sending you back to show Hunter. If you want. I was startled. Art had to have thought we'd all been rolling around the room with abandon. When Maria called the theater asking for Art, Missy grabbed the phone. I haven't met you, but you seem like a nice person. But now I don't want to meet you or be in Hunter Thompson's company. If he prefers the company of kennel sluts, said Missy. You'll find out who really wields the power behind this place. I never heard anything as nasty as kennel sluts in a strip club. Maybe Missy refined her vocabulary on Capitol Hill. Hunter returned from his search of the lobby. What happened, he asked. You're both white as ghosts. Did somebody die? Maria and I explained. I've been in love with Art for a long time, I said. I'm in love with him too, but he ought to be shot, said Hunter. Don't be in love with him. And you shouldn't fuck him while this bitch is still around because she'll know you are. She'll sense it. I can't save you if there's another incident. I've been involved with Art for years. She's temporary. Sooner or later she'll be gone, I said. She's no reason to stop seeing him. I can recognize a mean bitch on a roll, Hunter added, and she seems like a strong-willed woman. It was impossible for Hunter to finish the column. We were all upset. Hunter took a bath, making horrible warbling sounds in the tub that echoed through the bathroom door into the room. Maria sounded depressed. I'm leading Hunter's life. Hunter and Art are much the same. They are self-made men. I feel trapped like you do. I didn't go to the theater that night. In the morning, even though I worried about the consequences of Art's anger, the episode made me smile. Art was never violent with me, and I sensed his outburst was hot-headed bluster brought on by the unrealistic hopes for this movie. How ironic such an incident would take place at the very time the brothers were trying to promote such a goody-goody view of porn. So ironic that Hunter's anti-Meese theme was pornography is unrelated to violence. Art, jealous of my friendship with Hunter, plunged into a scene right out of the story of O. It was rare and embarrassing for a VIP the brothers were cultivating to glimpse an inside scandal at the O'Farrell. Fuck Art, Hunter said. What is so sacred about that blue building after all? It should burn down. Monday morning, I was nervous about Hunter's column, whether there would be anything unsavory about Mitchell Brothers or Art in it. But when I picked up the Examiner, his column, Dealing with Pigs, was fairly mild. At the end of the piece, Hunter included what I told him and still believed that porn and violence are not connected. A little later, there was a message to call Jim Mitchell at the theater, and I did. He asked, "Is there any truth to the story that you and Rita, my best friend, are planning to slit Missy's throat?" "Would you repeat that?" I said. He did. I was astonished. "Who said that?" "Missy, Art and Missy." "No." I told Jim what took place at Hunter's hotel and explained my situation with Art. "She has kept provoking me to get me out of Art's life," I added. "Art's really far gone as a result of too much fuel and octane consumption, psychedelics, anxiety about hitting 40, and too much life in the fast lane," Jim said. I was shocked anyone would advance such a serious accusation, but since Jim and Hunter had heard the essentials of what had happened, it was clear why I had been scapegoated. That evening, I was in the chute with the rest of the cast at the Oakland airport. Missy and Art weren't there. The next night, Hunter and Maria came to the theater. Hunter looked around and took some Mitchell Brothers personal stationery, joking that it's really hard to get out of cocaine treatment if you commit yourself, and Art was going for a couple of years. I could visit him. Art will be hit by a truck soon, Hunter predicted, and Missy will be out in the street claiming she never knew him. Hunter referred to her as that bitch who called me a pig. When the house manager looked in, Hunter told him he had a fight with Art. Then he left with a bottle of the brothers' booze for the hotel. The Mitchells promoted Green Door 2 extensively. Initial sales were good, although the content was so unarousing that later it was voted 1986's most disappointing film or video by the editors of Hustler. The premiere was a politically correct benefit for AIDS. The days when porn was shot on film, had big budgets, and was shown in theaters was ending. Video had made low-budget porn possible, and new directors would flood the market with films people could watch at home. Directors who were used to working with bigger budgets, including Art and Jim, would find porn hardly worthwhile to shoot. The original Behind the Green Door succeeded largely because of the charged performance of its alluring, lovely star, Marilyn Chambers. Only after the movie was released did the press discover she had modeled for the Ivory Snowflakes ad, which became a marketing coup. Months later, the fuss over the sequel finally seemed over, and Hunter was back in town. Art got really fucked up waiting for him to come into the theater. Art said to me, "Hunter only loves you for the money." Hunter had gotten his sizable advance to write a novel about the O'Farrell 2 years earlier. Although he hadn't done the book yet, the brothers were still hopeful. The next night, Hunter was up in the tech booth, watching Lisa pose in a negligee on stage. She always looked bored but immaculate and sensual as a model. "Your shows are so different from what she's doing, from what everyone else is," Hunter said. "Why?" "I got bored doing normal shows," I said. "I have to get over in other ways." Hunter put his arm across my back, friendly, and I put mine around him. I was wearing a white nurse's costume and hat. Hunter stared down at the show and audience, curious about the whole weird phenomenon. The door in back of us opened, and Art looked out to see us standing together, arm's length, jointly peering down into the O'Farrell. "You," Art pointed at me furiously. "Back." We dropped arms, and I stepped away from Hunter. "What's wrong with him?" Hunter asked. "Oh, I know what he's thinking," sounding irritated. Art had to be jealous. The "you back" sounded like what you might say to a Doberman. Hunter's notoriety eclipsed porn. He was one of the very few men Artie respected as an equal. Although Art and I never spoke about it, I'm sure he resented the admiration I felt for Hunter. In a couple of weeks, Jim told me they were making a movie with Hunter, beginning Sunday and Monday. He wanted me to be a gorilla throughout the entire thing. "Is the suit in good condition?" Jim inquired. Although it sounded strange and uncomfortable to dress like that for a couple of days, I agreed, because my feet would show beneath the black fur pants. I bought the most feminine gold heels I could find. Late Saturday night, Hunter was at the theater. Not only did he have a deadline to meet for his weekly Examiner column, he was supposed to write 3 pages to begin the book on Mitchell Brothers before Maria would bring down the Chivas. An IBM typewriter was set up in the office, and Hunter bent over it, teetering on a bar stool. On the pool table lay a set of videotapes from the survival research laboratories, and Hunter put one on. Huge destructive machines and flamethrowers battled each other. Then animal-like shapes like sides of beef were ripped to bits. As Hunter typed, Jim summarized the plan for the film. They would shoot Hunter getting a medical exam by Dr. Nick. I smiled, thinking of the combination. The doctor will tell him he's on his last legs and that he has to come here to the O'Farrell. Everyone comes here to drop their last tusk. Then we'll follow him around. You'll drive a golf cart as a gorilla, as Hunter's caddy. Late at night, we'll hit Tosca, and just you and Hunter will sit at the bar. Then we'll make a stop at the Goethe Institute, where you and Hunter will discuss German philosophy. Hunter interrupted. I argued with the guy at the Goethe Institute, and I can't go back there in the middle of the night, not even in the afternoon. Okay, Jim said, we'll end up here. Hunter will line up all the girls and I'll ask them, are you 18 or whatever he wants to ask them. Hunter wanted me to stay, but it was now 3 a.m. and Jim wanted me back at the theater at 2 the next afternoon. Trust me on this one, Hunter said to me, don't go. Hunter must have been ill at ease with Jim's scenario. He would want to plot something viciously provocative. While Hunter was absorbed at the typewriter, Jim pulled me out in the hall to say, make a run for it. The next afternoon, I took my costume and some props down to the theater. Art and Jim drove up in a battered white van. Where you parked? Jim asked. Come on, we'll help you carry your ship. Showing Jim what I had brought along, I had second thoughts about the horse head and branding iron. Oh, let's take it, Jim said. This is showbiz. Jim tried to reach Hunter, who was watching the Super Bowl in Pacifica and wouldn't be ready to begin filming for several hours. So come back tonight at 6:30, Art said. Well, you know, Hunter, maybe another try at 10:30, but we're determined to get something. At 1 a.m., I drove through the fog to a very deserted street in front of Tosca. A few people were there to be filmed sipping drinks with Hunter, along with the tiny film crew. Jim Mitchell, their cousin Rocky, and Artie, who'd done a lot of cocaine and was in charge of recording the sound. I was in the shot as a gorilla, sitting at a table with Hunter, who delivered a never-to-be-heard monologue and gave me an enthusiastic, comradely slap on the back. Later, Jim and Artie would call this film The Crazy Never Die. Months more would pass before The Crazy Never Die was completed. Hunter's novel on the O'Farrell, The Night Manager, never was published, but some of his thoughts on the place appear in his 2003 book, Kingdom of Fear. As improbable as it may sound, by the time the Hunter movie was edited, Artie and I were back together. One Saturday night after his kids settled down, Art put on a tape of the Hunter movie. The Crazy Never Die opened with Hunter swigging out of a bottle of Chivas in the back of a car, rolling past icy fields as morose Jimi Hendrix-like guitar droned My Old Kentucky Home. We watched a bit of the movie and asked Art fast-forwarded to show me in the gorilla costume with Hunter at Tosca. He smiled. It made the last cut. Did Hunter like the music in the tape? I asked. Oh, yeah. His eyes sort of glazed over when he heard it. The painting Steadman did is really cool. It's this drawing of Hunter as a skeleton in motion, like he's running, he's coming out of a coffin, and the colors he used are these brilliant shades of red-orange. Having Steadman do a painting for the movie was a coup, but soon there were problems. Hunter phoned up and said he had shown the tape to a couple of his friends, and they told Hunter the tape would ruin his career. They're from Hollywood. They're all on cocaine. What do they know? Art said. I haven't done any of that shit for 3 months. We've sold some of the Hunter videos through Publishers Clearinghouse. They're wild about it, he added. It's 90% my brother's movie. I helped out, but it's mostly his. No one likes it. The Crazy Never Die was a big disappointment. Some scenes were shot at the O'Farrell and around San Francisco. Others were shot on the road or in college auditoriums where Hunter spoke to large crowds. Jim and Art filmed this themselves with a skeleton crew. Almost everyone involved was drunk or high. By the production's end, there was almost no recorded sound. New sound that was synced at least somewhat with the action was dubbed in later, but it had been impossible to recapture Hunter's speeches and the questions and reactions of everyone else in the film. By May of 1990, Hunter was facing serious charges: 5 felony counts of possession of illegal drugs and dynamite, and a 15 misdemeanor count of sexual assault against Gail Palmer Slater. Art and Jim were talking about making a trip to Aspen, Colorado during his court appearance there to show support. Art said, "It'll cheer Hunter up to see a few old warriors." Art and Jim left for Colorado with a group of people and film equipment and 2 Winnebagos, taking a 1971 red Chevy Caprice convertible Jim had restored to present to Hunter. 2 dancers went along. In short order, one of the drug possession charges against Hunter was dismissed, and he was photographed smiling and flashing victory signs outside the courthouse. A few days later, all charges against him were dropped. By the end of the week, the brothers' caravan was back, and the Aspen papers found their way into the manager's office with an article titled, "Hunter's Friends Fans Show Support." In the pictures, Jim and cartoonist Dan O'Neill looked half bored. The rest were smiling. Art was with a brunette I didn't recognize, dangling one leg over his shoulder. Months passed when I saw Art more sporadically, and early in 1991, he was shot to death by his brother Jim. Convicted of the killing, Jim served 3 years in San Quentin. Hunter never made any public statements about Artie's being killed. I was surprised to see him take part in the same E! True Hollywood Story episode on the Mitchell brothers that I did in 2003. In the sound bites they recorded, he said, "I was the night manager. That was my job description. A consultant, really. My job was to make the O'Farrell of Carnegie Hall a public sex. They had to be made hip. The Carnegie Hall thing was exactly what they needed to be portrayed sympathetically. Like Berlin in 37, it had a decadent quality. There were always 100 hits of acid within arm's reach in those days." Of Jim and Art's trip to visit him during his hearing, he said, "It was like seeing the cavalry coming over the hill when they came to pick at the courthouse. That's what friends are for. My lawyer flipped out at the idea these naked people were going to surround the courthouse in the morning and the judge would see them. Just their presence in town meant they were on the front page. It lent an air of humor, weirdness, and fun to the otherwise very hostile proceedings." How ironic that an English major like me would get to meet the most original gifted writer of our generation because I went to work at a notorious San Francisco strip club. I am fortunate to have crossed paths with, as Hunter called himself, this road man for the lords of karma. And I have a bit of an update. In January 2026, this bit of news broke. A new strip club is coming to the former site of the notoriously raunchy but beloved O'Farrell Theater, now under the name Club 895. The Board of Supervisors approved the venue's liquor license transfer. Doug, can I have the street scene with the marquee? Yes, there we are. Now, I took this picture a month ago, so it's all boarded up at the moment. But the sign dates from about 2000. The club will have a stage for live performances, including drag and stand-up, and a stage for karaoke, plus food and a full bar. It's being described as a multi-million-dollar business project intended to be the city's premier entertainment venue. Okay, thank you.
Are you able to take some questions?
Sure.
Any questions in the audience? Okay.
Yeah.
So actually, having my roommates were like workers at the O'Farrell Theater, and I moved in with them in 1986. And so I'm just kind of curious about that kind of lifestyle that was going on there with that salon of writers and everything like that. And I'm interested in too is like your deep relationship with Artie and all. Is that kind of that dynamics between Jim and Artie the time you were together?
Well, I was a little unusual in that I started dancing when I was 33. So, and I was never into doing drugs. So I didn't have that that issue. I mean, there was a lot of coke, cocaine use, and Art Art and his brother grew marijuana. I don't know where, some secret place they harvested it every year. And I'm not revealing anything now because they both have died. But I found my best friend was actually a single mother, but she ended up being the feature at the Condor, which is another strip club in notorious in San Francisco that used to have the big Carol Doda sign with the light bulb nipples. It was destroyed. That sign was destroyed like 35 years ago, maybe more. But what I really enjoyed was having free time and being able to be creative, and also I love doing shows. And so I got into like less trouble, I would say, as a result of drugs, But I think in general, if girls went there, uh, it was a good way to make money, and you could make money and then have a lot of free time, which was terrific. And so Art and Jim, during the years I was there was tension between them at certain points, but everybody was shocked when the shooting happened. Although, and there's a lot more about it in my book, but I really felt that it was money and control was behind Jim's killing Art. That's how I've always felt. It was a cash-based business, and they both had big families, and so that factored into it too. And so I, although it wasn't always easy, I loved Art, and I knew, if he went off on a binge and was involved with some other girl, he continued to see me, so I dealt with it. And I didn't have much control over responding to the situation because he was my employer, and like I couldn't demand, you do this. I mean, if I'd had like if I had loved him less and was willing to leave the place, it would have been a different situation. But I continued to love him, and he was still seeing me at the time he died, and so that was kind of how it played out. Did I get your answer? I can't hear you.
Yes, this answer was yes. Simone?
Okay.
Simone, what?
Thank you for answering that question.
Do you know the political cartoonist Dan O'Neill? He
Oh yes, I know Dan.
Yeah, he is speaking later on tonight. Can you relate any stories about Dan?
Oh, Dan. Oh gee. One time, Art and I and his kids, not all of them, but we went up to Nevada City, which was where Dan was living then. He might still be living there. And we went on a hike through the woods, and I think we were in a boat at one point, and Dan was manning an alligator raft that was sinking. Like we were following him, but and he very brilliant, witty guy. I guess you could say he was closer to Art, but I mean he was close to both the brothers. other stories about him, my goodness.
I mean, he's connected, or at least with some of the political stuff that happened with Hunter S. Thompson and the
Oh,
yeah.
well, one thing that happened after Art was killed, they had found this location in North Beach, and they were publishing something called War News. This was Jim's project, really. And so after Art was killed, Dan and some of the other artists drew cartoons supporting Jim and knocking Art, frankly. I mean, this was distressing to me. Um, uh, there had been an incident where when Art and Jim were out at Ocean Beach with some of the children, and a couple of the kids got pushed out to sea. So Art and Jim went in the ocean and along with Artie's 16-year-old son Storm, to rescue the kids. And so like O'Neill and these other guys, there was one cartoon, I can't remember who drew it, but they were claiming that Jim had rescued Art, and really that didn't happen. It was the fire department surf rescue squad that rescued both of them. But they were trying to say that Jim had always taken care of his brother Artie. And so when he drove over and ended up shooting Art, that he was actually trying to go over there and force Art into rehab and take away his guns. But from everything that I read about the incident, that wasn't the case. Jim got armed, and he drove over there about 10:15 at night, and Art was already in his bedroom, and there was a girl, Julie Baja, who was with him, and Jim fired 8 shots, and within body mass range, and Art was killed. And then Jim stuck the rifle down. It was a .22 rifle. Stuck the rifle down his pant leg, and hobbled up the street. But the cops happened to be a block away for a traffic stop, so they pulled around and they arrested him.
Anybody else have a question? No questions. So I've read your memoir. I find it fascinating. Do you want to plug your novel? Because I don't think many people know that you have a novel out there.
Well, when I got through writing the memoir, I realized I still had bits and pieces that were incidents that happened at the O'Farrell. What am I going to do with them? Oh, why not write a ghost story and plug in some of these incidents? So that's what I did, and that's what Alice in Ultraland is about. And and I took a writing class while I was putting it together, and the other students in the class were shocked that I had been a stripper. And so I didn't get that much, I would say, positive feedback when I was working on it. But anyway, it was really fun to do it. And it's called Alice in Ultraland. And unfortunately, I only have one lousy review on Amazon, but I had fun. And so we'll see what happens with it.
Thank you. One more question for you.
Yeah.
And this is a total writing question. So Chris Chirklin worked at the O'Farrell Theater, and he was my roommate. He was a creative writer. Did you ever talk about writing with him? Do you remember him at all?
What did he do with the O'Farrell? What was his job?
I don't know. I don't know if he worked at the pay booth or some other part into the thing, but he took me around the whole place and everything, but he'd been working there quite a long time.
Really?
Yeah, he was, I would say about that time, though, he was in his mid-20s. So, I mean, when I say a long time, at least 5 years.
Um,
And he was going to San Francisco State in the master's program.
oh goodness. You know, I don't remember him, but a lot of years have gone by. And I think one thing about the sex business is that there's so much material. It's just rich with things to be able to write about.
Yeah, I agree completely. And he was writing all kinds of stories, but none of them ever focused on the theater or anything. But he would talk about it all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Great.
Cool. And your book is you have a novel you said, and what's the title of that? I'm sorry.
Alice in Ultraland.
Alice in Ultraland. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Simone Corday. This is wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all for listening.
And it's good. It was good to meet you, and I'm sure everybody else in the audience happy to see you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone.
But you know.
Thanks for coming out here, guys. Braving the weather. I got a little story to tell you. We are in Chicago. That's where I'm from, Chicago. It is 1968. On Michigan Avenue, from both the north and the south, two fresh lines of police were advancing. They came together at the Hilton, a classic pincer formation, and the streets remaining protesters, perhaps 500, suddenly had nowhere to go. The cops kept pressing them back in the direction of the hotel, its floor-level restaurant, the exact spot where Hunter S. Thompson and the others were standing. Now, the officers charged. They sprayed mace from handheld cans and came in fast behind the wet, fogging bursts. The protesters surged back over the barricade. Thompson was forced against the Hilton. Stay together! Stay together! Some of them were shouting. A few tried to break through the line in groups, but they were quickly separated and beaten. The cordon was complete. 1,000 people were penned against the plate glass windows of the Conrad Hilton Hotel. The police gathered again and blitzed their final assault. Thompson reached frantically for the motorcycle helmet in his bag. He slipped in just as the cops got to him. Bodies at his back and at his feet, and then the overhand blow, the billy club coming down on the motorcycle helmet, a plastic and leather dome that would have amplified into his ears the deafening bang. At the same time, it had protected his skull and brain, which meant that, unlike the other concussed men and women lying around him, he could still register with all his faculties, intact and unmistakable message. The civic authorities were using indiscriminate violence to silence their legitimate political opposition and journalistic observers. Thompson knew immediately that if they were willing to do this, if on national television the rights inherent to the Constitution of the United States could be completely and unequivocally discarded, then they could do anything. Thank you. What I just read is a little piece from Free Kingdom, written by Timothy Timothy Heavy Denevi. Of all the Thompson books that I've read, this might be the one that I think is written with the most passion and excitement. I heavily recommend it. Please, if you're a Thompson fan, check it out. You might know some of the stories already, but they are brought to life in new ways that's utterly fantastic. Mr. Denevi is going to be the moderator of this panel here. And just to give you a little bit of background about him, he's an assistant professor at George Mason University. He's an author, an essayist, the recipient of fellowships
by the McDowell Colony and the Virginia Center for the Creative Arts. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Timothy Heavy DeNevy.
Hey everyone, great to see all of you. This is a fantastic panel. I'll try to stay out of the way and get it over to our amazing panelists as quickly as possible. I just wanted to thank the organizers and the long-standing GonzoFest steadies that we have that make this happen every year, from Margaret to Kent. That was great. Kurt, thank you for reading, and to Ron, of course. But everyone, two of my favorite writers and a great famous film actor are here with us today to be able to talk about Hunter Thompson's political journalism and how he changed and affected that form in ways that we're still seeing play out today. And so, I'd like us to maybe make a few comments going down the line, and then we'll go ahead and jump in to a discussion about Thompson's political writing, as freewheeling as we'd like to be. And so, these aren't just fantastic writers that we may have here. These are also old friends. And so, Peter's going to start off for us, and then Peter Richardson, we're gonna move our way down the line. Oh, you got your own.
Does this one work? Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Peter Richardson. The first thing I think to talk about with Hunter's political writing is he wasn't that interested in politics for a long time. I mean, he wanted to be a novelist, and that's really important thing to consider because he thought politics was a sinking ship. It was for old people. When he was a young man, and it wasn't worth his attention in some ways. Now, he did have his favorites. He was a Kennedy Democrat. He was really riveted by the Jimmy Hoffa testimony about labor racketeering and so on. So there was a certain amount of political theater that he was drawn to, but it was as a writer. He wasn't a political writer yet. And the fantastic thing about Tim's book that Kurt just read from, Free Kingdom, is the framing. So Tim takes Hunter's writing and life from the Kennedy assassination, which was also a big deal for Hunter, and Nixon's resignation. That's fantastic framing because that's where all the change is happening during this time, and nobody does a better job than Tim, I think, of detailing and describing and bringing that change to life. So that's the first thing to remember. The other thing about Hunter Thompson is that, as I mentioned yesterday in a panel, I think, here, the 1968 Democratic National Convention really changed him. It was a trauma for him, and it changed it inflected and changed the arc of his career. He began to take aim at the political class in a way that he had not done before. He had always hated Nixon, but he began targeting Nixon in a way, and not just Nixon. He wasn't a partisan writer. You could not depend on him as a Democrat to lay off the Democrats, not at all. He went after Democrats. It was much more personal for him. If he didn't like you, if you're Mayor Daley from Chicago, you'll never get off his list, And then, of course, the same thing with Muskie, Hubert Humphrey. I mean, he had to shoot all those people down in order so that his guy, George McGovern, could become the Democratic nominee in 1972. And then, of course, it was all about going after Nixon, which he did with great glee. And, even after the election result, which totally disappointed him, I mean, it was palpable, his disappointment. 11 days later, he was throwing haymakers at a sitting president, who had just won an incredible landslide election. So it was coming from a very personal place. You couldn't count on him to carry water for the party. That was never going to happen. Also, he was a very skilled media critic before we had a thing called media criticism. This is really important because what he was doing, he and Tim Krause, who he was helping do this work, were pulling back the curtain on the way political reporters did their job on the campaign trail. So I think that was really perfect for his audience, which consisted originally of readers of Rolling Stone magazine, because those readers knew they were being lied to about the war, they were being lied to about the dangers of drugs, and they were being lied to about themselves. You know, they didn't recognize themselves in the media's depiction of the counterculture, for example. So writing for Rolling Stone was really an incredible opportunity, because those were the readers that were going to be drawn to this aspect of his work in particular. There was another way that writing for Rolling Stone was a complete liability on the campaign trail. Why? Because nobody on the campaign trail cared what a fledgling San Francisco rock magazine thought about the politics of the day. The magazine was only 5 years old, you know, and it was in San Francisco. And so what Hunter did that was so important was he turned all of his liabilities into assets, because he knew, I don't have to come back to the campaign trail. All of these other people do. All of these other reporters have to cultivate sources. There's the care and feeding of the sources and the insiders, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to do that. So he said, I'm just gonna work as close to the knuckle as always and just tell it the way I see it. So he had a reputation with his readers of telling the unvarnished truth. And that was very, very big for people in the counterculture, right? That kind of authenticity. So those were, and you could go all the way down the line, but that was basically the trick, the judo, is take all of his liabilities and turn those into assets and write things that other political writers couldn't write, even though they knew they were true. They couldn't smuggle them into the story forms that their editors were demanding, right? And Thompson tells you, these guys they know it's true, because I talk to them at the bar every night. They know, but they can't tell you because their editors will send the stories back because it's not objective, right? Which leads me to the whole notion of what it is to do objective journalism. And this is kind of a famous part of Hunter's work. He talked about it quite a bit. But he knew, as Tim Krause did, and others, everyone knew, that objective was a kind of code word for mindless neutrality. You know, so, you know, it was safe, you know, the editors wouldn't send it back and make you rewrite it. And the idea, the game was to make your report from the campaign trail look like the AP report. Nice and dry, you know. And of course, it's leaving out all kinds of important stuff. And Hunter didn't do that, you know. So it was it distinguished him, you know, among all the other campaign reporters, and because he didn't have anything to lose. Okay, last point. What did this kind of journalism replace? And this is kind of important, I think, because it's kind of hard to cast our mind back and think, what were the other political reporters writing about? And even I've talked a little bit about the beat reporters, the ones who were on the campaign trail, covering all the stops. But what about people like Theodore White? So Theodore White was a novelist. He had written novels. Hunter wanted to be a novelist, but Hunter resisted the urge to turn the campaign into a novel, right? But that's exactly what Theodore White did. So he would take a campaign, he would write about it later. He didn't write dispatches like Hunter did, but he would write about it, and he would take the winner of the election, John Kennedy, LBJ, Richard Nixon, and turn that person into the hero of his novel, right? So it made for a nice, polished story, with a story form that everybody could relate to, but it left out a lot of important information. particularly the nature of Richard Nixon. That could not really be in that form, because the hero, the hero who prevails, is the hero. And Hunter was never going to do that. Well, after Hunter does his 1972 campaign stuff, he looked like he was just coming in from left field with this mix of, real reporting, a satire, invective, hyperbole, hallucination, all mixed in there, It was an incredible blend that nobody could reproduce. Nobody would try to reproduce, really. Nobody could pull it off. But in the aftermath of the election, what happens? Watergate, right? The Watergate story is starting to break even before the election, and Hunter's pointing to it. Hey, everybody, it's ignored. Nixon's reelected in a landslide, and Hunter looks like a madman. He's just like got honey and grasshoppers in his beard. He just looks like some Old Testament prophet, right, out there with the hippies, with the San Francisco hippies. But within 2 years, he looks prophetic, and people like Theodore White, their franchise is gone. Theodore White has to write a correction to his 1972 book, and then by 1976, this Pulitzer Prize-winning franchise is gone. You can't go back to that. You can't go back to that kind of presidential reporting. And in that sense, I think, is one of the major ways that Hunter changed political reporting.
Thank you, Peter. That's great. And everybody, by the way, Peter Richardson's new book, Brand New Beat, I recommend everybody check it out. It's about Rolling Stone magazine, and it's fantastic. He wrote a great book about Thompson, too. And we have David Streitfeld, the journalist and author and literary impresario. And Jay also.
I quit. You guys have it under control. I got nothing to offer. I forgot. I'm bringing it.
You wrote about. That's weird as fuck. Good times. Hey, we got the band back together. It's us.
Was it me?
Look at that. We don't need Ringo. Sunglasses, man.
We're gonna talk about you.
Yeah. Fab 3. I think you were too pro Nixon. You just gotta. It's great.
I've been a Nixon fan.
It's great. And so David Streitfeld's new book, Western Star, is about Larry McMurtry, and I recommend it. It's a brilliant biography. And so it's great to be on a panel with two of your favorite writers and to be able to talk about one of your favorite subjects. And so, Peter, I think everything you just said was fantastic, especially, we can talk about him as a political writer, but that change concept, in regards to the genre itself, I think you got right at.
Thanks. And Larry McMurtry, my subject, knew Hunter and was the first scriptwriter for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which is just, Hunter's dominion extended everywhere.
It sounds like a punishment to have to adapt that to a film.
He did in a weekend. So I'm going to begin with a letter here, a letter from Hunter. It's very brief, but it somewhat focused my mind on this. I should explain to anyone younger than me that in the old days, when this letter was written, you had, if you were sufficiently important and famous, an answering service to answer your phone, which is when you did not pick up your phone, the call diverted to the service, which had a real live human being who would say, Mr. Jones is not here and whatever. And so this was a letter from Hunter to Tom Wolfe, the author of Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. They all knew each other too. And Hunter had been trying to reach Wolfe. This is from 1968. Dear Tom, I just got back from a quick shot in the east and called from the airport, but you weren't home again. Who are those old crones who answer your telephone? I have a picture of some gout-rattled old slattern on her knees in your hallway, waxing the floor, when the phone rings and she rises slowly, painfully, resentfully to answer it and snarl, "He ain't here!" Anyway, I called. The quick shot was to New Hampshire for a look at the new, etc., Nixon. I'm not sure what I found, but since the article is due in 2 days, I'll shut this off and get back to it. So again, this is just, a little note, not destined for posterity, but to me it said a few things, one of which is something I always have to struggle to remember until I read Hunter when it hits me, which is that he was essentially a comic writer. He saw the humor in everything. And that's one thing. The other is, as he says, he's out there doing this article on Nixon. I'm not sure what I found. The article's due in 2 days. We're just going to sail through this, which was Hunter's approach to a lot of writing. Writing became famously more and more of a struggle for him. But he was interested in politics, as Peter suggested, as a kind of theater to write about. He did have convictions, he did have favorite candidates, but it was just a great theater for him. So the thing that I always think about with Hunter's political writing is the last part of it, 2000 to his death, 5 years or so, when Bush was in power, and Hunter was just insane with rage about all of it. He could not find the comic in it, and most of what he wrote was diatribes, or it seems to me, accurate. But his rage level with what Bush was doing, with the suppression of rights, with the war in Iraq, was up to 9.5 out of 10. And so I guess I have strong mixed feelings about this. In some ways, I wish Hunter were alive and in his prime to write about politics now, to write about what's going on, because I don't really feel anyone captures it. But on the other hand, the rage level, if it was already 9.5, and he had reasons for it being a 9.5, I'm not sure what he could do with things being much worse now. And I don't know, maybe some of us would want to find out. I'd almost be afraid to find out.
Yeah, David edited the book, The Last Interview with Hunter Thompson, and in his introduction to it, David, you talked about how his tweets would launch 1,000 ships today if they were to be fired off into the ether. But I think that the long form nature of the venue he was able to write for politically, where he didn't have to kind of adhere to the narrative demands and the cohesion that we saw in the political writing that had been popular with The Making of the President and other books like that before. But still, he had a discursive space where he could move in and out, think with the reader, play with different portrayals of reality, from rumor to imagined scenes to, dramatizing the act of creating it or getting the story. And it began to change political writing formally as much as it did when it came to the subject he was revealing. He would, I'll never forget reading, when I was younger the first time on the campaign trail and him talking about how much it cost to fly on that plane, to fly on the presidential plane. None of the other writers are revealing how much the Nixon campaign is charging, these writers to give an objective point of view, how dependent the writers are on the patronage and access that these candidates are offering them, and in ways that made the reader do work, not in a diatribe, not with the diatribe, but in ways that made you as a reader be like, that can't be right, without hitting you over the head about it. He shed light on that kind of interconnected and codependent and at times, dishonest and crooked field of political writing. He kind of threw the match at.
That was a good side of Hunter in that era. What about things like, I can't pronounce it, the Ibogaine?
Ibogaine.
Who was it? Muskie was on?
Yeah, the rumor in Milwaukee. He's like, I didn't say Muskie is on Ibogaine. I said there's a rumor in Milwaukee that Muskie's on Ibogaine. He's like, I started the rumor in Milwaukee. I started the rumor. We forget what the wire services were like then. Like Women's Wear Daily would pick that up. Like everybody would pick up from his articles these little aspects of hyperbole or irony, and they didn't really know what to do with it. And it began to be reported, and so that actually became like a wire service story because it couldn't fit in that column that you'd see on the 5th page of the newspaper. That's this big from the AP or from the Gannett Wire or whatever. And that incompatibility of his long-form ironic work, and his multi-level perspective movement within his essays, and then how most political reports and writing were existing at that time were in that small column in the newspaper, I think gives a contrast to it. I also think that it probably, I wonder if he regrets that, I wonder if it was missed that badly by everybody, now it's held up, but I wonder how that played at the time. And I think that's good to talk about. I mean, he was feeling it out as he did it. He hadn't been on the campaign trail in that way. He'd seen Nixon in '68, right? In '64, he used a Pinkerton badge to be able to move around the San Francisco convention. But everybody was making their living. I mean, the money at stake to be a political reporter in the 1960s was enormous. And people would hold on to that, and throw every other political reporter into the water and stay and continue to make that money. And he sensed that as a kind of a limit and a dishonest lens through which they were then often giving their perspectives and opinions.
You mentioned the 1964 convention, which happened to be in San Francisco. I made a big deal out of the 68 convention, but the 64 convention also left a mark on him. He wasn't really reporting for anybody. He was there, though. And, Jan Wenner was also there. Rolling Stone magazine hadn't started yet. Those two people hadn't met. But Hunter was horrified by what he saw at the 1964 GOP convention. And one of the things, he didn't report on this, but it was reported by, I think, John Chancellor for television, is that there was this big realignment, and the Republican Party was pushing out its liberals, and it was bringing in Southern Democrats like Dixiecrats, right? So the commitment to civil rights from the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, was weakening visibly before everyone's eyes. And you could see that because the delegates, whose energy and ferocity, anti-media energy, was directed right at the people who were covering the convention. They were yelling at them, banging chairs, and just with any kind of provocation. And, Hunter wasn't ready for that at all. But as John Chancellor reported, there was a black GOP delegate who was in a tunnel weeping because other delegates had put out their cigarettes on his suit, on the suit that he was wearing. And they were also going after black journalists, one of whom was Belva Davis, who became an anchor in the San Francisco Bay Area on television. And she saw that, and they began yelling racial epithets at her and her boss, who was also black, and they had to leave. So this is the kind of thing that really startled Hunter. The other thing I wanted to mention quickly is that Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone becomes the kind of vehicle for a lot of this work, most of the work that he writes, the political work that we've been discussing so far. And, Jan was really into politics. He was into politics before he was into rock and roll. His parents were into politics, Democratic Party politics. So he always wanted to do this kind of thing. The question was, what was the right way for Rolling Stone, San Francisco rock magazine, to cover politics? And Jan tried a lot of different things. He had straight, people, political writers doing the reporting, and they figured out very quickly that's not what Rolling Stone readers wanted to read. They didn't want to read Dick Goodwin stuff, Richard Goodwin stuff. No, he was like the least popular Rolling Stone writer. He was the big Washington insider, and Hunter was the most popular. So they figured out this was the right way to cover politics for, mostly commentary. This was the right way to cover politics for Rolling Stone's growing readership.
I mean, and that's what we forget too, is Hunter was part of a chorus. At that time, you'd have Tim Krause's, perspective on it too, but he was one voice within Rolling Stone, offering his subjective, stylized point of view in a narrative space often. And it's funny how we get him now and we forget who he was surrounded by. Like the Rolling Stone Altamont issue is fantastic, getting all these different voices in to kind of give a perspective on one event, but from the stylized, sensibilities of the writers, of the new journalists they had there.
And what's important about Altamont in particular, the rock concert with all the bad outcomes, is that was the first time that Hunter wrote to Jan Wenner. So Scanlon's had already gone down in flames after 8 issues. Gonzo had been invented at Scanlon's, but now Hunter didn't have an outlet for that kind of work. He wrote a couple of non-Gonzo type stories, and then finally he's reunited with Ralph Steadman, and they do Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Ralph doesn't go to Las Vegas, but he does the illustrations. And the Gonzo franchise is kind of revived now at Rolling Stone. But, there was who else was going to run this stuff? Saturday Evening Post? It had to be something like Rolling Stone. Now, at one point, Hunter wrote something to Jan and sort of suggested, listen, we can do a lot more here with the political stuff. Not everybody, there's a bunch of readers out there that don't give a flying fuck what the Jackson 5 had for breakfast. That's what he says to Jan at a certain point. But Jan very shrewdly realized that if he goes all in on the politics, that he's going to recreate Ramparts magazine, and all the advertisers are going to go away. So the mousetrap, the better mousetrap was keep the music label ads coming in, do the rock and roll, be the best rock and roll magazine, then leverage that and start doing stuff like Hunter's stuff, which turns out to be the most popular stuff at the magazine.
I have a question for you two, since you have greater expertise than I do. Did Hunter have a vision for politics beyond the destructive? I mean, we remember all of the attacks on even the Democrats. He respected Nixon somewhat, but didn't really agree with his politics. He was an early champion of Carter, and then that kind of fizzled out. So, and after that, I don't know, things got a little weird. He somewhat sympathized with Clinton, but he seemed to react solely on a gut level.
Yeah. And I think some of Jay would have been good on this, but our esteemed drummer who left the band, but he talked a lot about Jeffersonian democracy, and so go ahead, jump in about the Freak Power campaign and all that, because that's what Jay was going to do, and like Peter, you wrote about this well, one thing I'll say is, and you can go from here, Peter, but if you remember his quote was, in the early 60s, within the civil rights movement and within the terrible abuses that suddenly were through the new media system, being portrayed across the world of, nonviolent protesters being hit with, fire hoses, that the people in power suddenly had to listen. Like suddenly Bull Connor, would get fired for what he was doing and was wrong. And Thompson's point was that by 1972, these people in power had kind of become inured, and they didn't care anymore how their image was then portrayed out. We're entering the kind of partisan world we live in now, where reality is kind of how you make it or spin it. And he believed then that national protest and national political movements were becoming less effective or kind of inherently suspect. And he wanted to see more political action on the local or personal level. And that's when he began to really participate in Aspen's local political scene.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on the Jeffersonian stuff. I mean, that I don't think that's well known, but he's always carrying on, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, about the American dream. That's going to be the big idea. He's always writing about it. He says, I can't write a book about it. What a dumb assignment, but I'm always writing about it, right? So, and then it does come into play with the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And it's in search of the American dream. What the American dream he had in mind was not the one that we usually think of, which was produced by Hollywood, with Main Street virtue, the little guy who makes it, and pluck and luck and hard work and Horatio Alger and all the Hollywood schmaltz. That the term itself comes into play in the early 1930s. That's not Hunter's American dream. Hunter's American dream is much older. It's a kind of agrarian vision of the country. It's not well suited, to a country that's becoming more, corporate, unionized, urbanized. It's not really keeping pace, but he really clung to it. He clung to this idea that Jefferson sort of laid out for the country, and there was a kind of moral virtue that was supposed to attach to the small farmer, right? So Richard Hofstadter wrote about this, the myth of the happy yeoman. This was an important myth, I think, for Hunter, and he never quite gave it up, and it was a kind of bar that he sort of measured everything against, and he lived it out. When he doesn't live in the city, he's usually living in these kind of bucolic spaces, like Woody Creek or Big Sur or Glen Ellen. The occasional descent into urban depravity, preferably on somebody else's dime. Yes, but mostly he's not a city guy. He has this idea, and he tells Oscar Acosta, get yourself a patch of land, man, maybe in Mexico, and, relax a little bit. You're a little tightly wound,
To which Acosta replied, "You stupid fuck," One thing I'll add, this is great, is that, the essential question, as Hunter kind of phrased it at the time, was, are you going to work within the system to try to create change, or do you believe the system is so corrupt you have to break it and burn it down and start over again? And in his letters with Acosta, in his dialogue with Acosta, they're both coming down on a different side of that. As radical as Hunter is and remains, I think there is still the belief that this system at its core, in its best version, could work. And it was just the cheap hustlers, the used car salesman who came and perverted it. Well, there was the Acosta argument, which is that the system itself was broken and flawed and wouldn't work. And I think that so many of the conversations that started in the 60s or were articulated then, I think we're having as loudly as ever in this kind of on steroids form now. Everybody's got more rage than not just Hunter. Like everybody does, talking about kind of the same post-war issues that began to come to a head in that decade. And so I really find that conversation about whether to work within the system or to tear it down is applicable today. And also, what we lose and what we forget today is that Hunter, when he went to go make these pieces, he would talk to anybody. He would have a conversation with anyone. He would sit with Pat Buchanan, whose politics are it's like the Gatsby lie, like disagree with every single thing he believes, Like, it's abhorrent. But Hunter would sit and listen and talk, and they defined their terms, they expressed their opinions, they argued their sides about the major issues of the day that would bring fistfights about as quickly as anything now, from Vietnam to civil rights to the Cultural Revolution to everything that was happening. And he would speak to anyone, and he would hear their point of view. It was never a form of harm, or it was never a threat to him, someone else's point of view. And I think that's what we lose. We've lost a little bit. I've covered political conventions. I've been in these scenes. I've watched that kind of dialogue shrink. And that's been disturbing to me, because I think the great work we saw was based on a lot of legwork, a lot of hard conversations that he had with people, again, he completely disagreed with and found to be morally reprehensible, but that he would engage in. His work then would have that kind of spark of engagement.
Can I ask David a question? Or go ahead, David.
Sure. No, go ahead.
My question for David, this has kind of come up in the past, but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. But, I mentioned earlier that Hunter was a great media critic. He would be reporting on the campaign, but he was always looking the other way and showing you what the other media outlets were doing or not doing, right? Which was important information as well. But it didn't lead to more trust in the media. And I think we've come to a place now where it's very difficult to trust good reporting, like stuff that's sourced and, people have done a good job and they've gone out and they've done everything right and they presented it to you and people were like, we don't trust you, And I want to ask David about this because David has the strongest connection to that world. And do we really need more media critics now? I mean, or especially ones that aren't really bothering to inform themselves very much. It's just kind of reflexive rejection of whatever this place says or that place says.
Do we need more media critics or do we need fewer? Because everyone now is a media critic. I do think there is a great tendency that used to be felt only by people like Hunter and people reading Rolling Stone that everything out there is fake, and now everyone thinks everything is fake. And the truth is that a lot of stuff is fake. And with this current administration, you can't even tell what's fake. Are we at war? Are we not at war? It's intentional to to drive us all crazy. And I do hold Hunter a little bit in my moralistic way. He opened the windows of campaign coverage so people could peek in and see what was really going on, but he also made it seem a little more untrustworthy by, however, inadvertently, exaggerating stuff or intentionally exaggerating stuff that people would then believe. Maybe they shouldn't believe it, or maybe Hunter wanted them to believe it. So it did contribute early on to that culture of maybe this just isn't really true. So I don't know. I think, I guess the other thing I was going to say is Hunter, like every writer, was torn between, if you're writing about politics, improving the system and getting rid of the system. And part of the problem is that if you let the system fall apart, if you let it break down, if you let it burn, that makes better copy. And Hunter was always in search of good copy, even if there was a part of him that wanted reform. So, I don't know. None of the rest of us have figured out the answers to this, so I can't blame Hunter too much for never figuring it out either.
Maybe we should talk a little bit about the 1976 campaign because, he refused to cover it. There was a whole beef he had going with Jan Wenner that we don't need to investigate right here, but he just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to go back on the campaign trail again, but he was finally induced to write about, or he finally decided to write about Jimmy Carter. He didn't endorse him formally, but Rolling Stone editors presented it on the cover of the magazine as an endorsement of Jimmy Carter. And Carter was getting a lot of help from the Allman Brothers and Bob Dylan and Jimmy Buffett and Willie Nelson and so on. So it did seem like kind of Ralph Gleason's dream was coming true, that that the rock and roll world was changing politics, that politics being downstream from culture, it was finally happening. We're finally getting our people in the White House, and Hunter was a big part of that. And the only reason I bring it up, David, is because it seemed completely sincere on Hunter's part, number one. And number two, it was also kind of pragmatic. He said, I'm looking at this field, and the only person I feel like who can do what needs to be done from our perspective is this guy. I'm not evangelical. I'm nervous around evangelicals, and that, I think, made the endorsement more important. What do you think, Tim?
I mean, the Law Day speech, it was a great article. I'd recommend, that's a good place sometimes to start with Hunter's political writing, because it's all kind of self-contained in that article. It's not serialized, kind of the way that we love Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, but that was also as much about 68 as it was 72, and it was in a more fractured nature, the form. I think with the Jimmy Carter writing, it gets at two essential aspects of Thompson's political work, and we'll open this up for questions in a sec. But one was that as a subjective writer, as somebody who was saying, this is my unique perspective on this, and I'm articulating it for you, he still understood that there was an objective reality between everybody. That's what the subjectivity depended on. It's what drove him mad was people pretending their writing was objective of what was going on, when everybody begins to filter it as they begin to tell it and relay it. And I think that gets lost a little bit too when we consider, what he would be like today. When it comes to Hunter Thompson, we have to remember, which both these writers have talked about, is he was responding to a specific time. As much as what he wrote was his political style, his style was the response to what existed then. So exactly what you're talking about with Theodore White, and also with just the way that politicians were celebrity then in a kind of different space than we understand now, and the way that the money at stake for writers in that field. I mean, I'm going through books right now of another writer. You can't believe they made like $500,000 a year to go and write for to write for the Saturday Evening Post and write for these other places. It's insane how lucrative these kind of journalistic professions were. Where's that money today? It's all, even with inflation, it's more than we make now to do a lot of it. And so, Hunter, one final thing I'll say is, I had a journalist once tell me that we need to think of writers as kind of clear to occluded window panes. We have the event going on, we have the light that's coming towards us, and some writers are more occluded window panes. They're foggier. The light goes around of the event, what's happening, and we get as much, we get as much the clouded aspect as we get what's happening off in the distance. Other writers are clear, but you're always going through that filter. That's your prose, that's your perspective, that's your structure. I mean, that's your craft, that's your talent. And Hunter, I think at that time articulated through his work what the flaw was that so many people said, we're a clear window pane, you're getting exactly what happened. And he said, this is inherently a subjective nature and a subjective experience.
I just want to say, I think David once put it very well to that point. He just said, the funny thing about Hunter's person and persona kind of stood in front of his achievement. It was hard to see his achievement. I forget exactly how you put it, David, but that was the basic idea, that you have to get around Hunter as a person to see what he did as a writer. I mean, it's a funny thing to say because you can go and read it any time, but his persona was so large and so many people were attracted to that you have to, going back and actually trying to figure out what he accomplished is a different matter.
Well, and that made me think of the period after 76 when Carter had been elected, and this was as close to an ideal candidate for Hunter as there could have been, and you'd think he would have been happy in a way, or move on, or just be satisfied with it, but he was entranced by Ted Kennedy, who, for old enough to remember, challenged Carter for the Democratic nomination. And that, in my memory, brought Hunter alive again. And here is another fight. I remember reading a very long interview that he did about the political situation in 1978, 1979, and Carter's going to have to do this, and Kennedy might do this, and here's what the fight between them is about. And the entire piece, he never mentioned the Republicans or the name Ronald Reagan, who, of course, won that election. So in some ways, politically, Hunter got what he wanted and then immediately lost it and didn't even realize for a while that it was gone.
I think that's a
Could
good
have been
spot.
true of all of us.
We're running out of time, so we'll do some questions, just a few, and then come up and talk to everybody yourselves, please. I'm going to have a chance. Margaret, go ahead. Hello.
I can't help but say this because I went through all the iterations of this panel. Know that the composition has changed and changed and changed. And so I really want to say this. Thank you all for coming. But Jay Cowan, do you know who Jay Cowan is, everyone? Hunter's friend, Jay Cowan, who used to live in the cabin behind the house. Well, he was going to come, and he was going to be on the panel. And then he was going to do a video, and it was so complicated, it was like a movie, and I tried to help make it, and so on. So I got an idea of his opinions, and I was just watching and thinking, he is an extremely a firebrand. And I was thinking, what would have happened if he had come? Because he's very convinced he knows if you take Hunter back then, and he talked with him maybe every day about politics for 20 years. And I want to see if you agree with this. He's convinced he could have predicted him forward, like his other friends, Lauren Jenkins and what's his name, Matt, the painter. They went forward and they kept their opinions. So I want to know if you agree with him. He's sure that Hunter would have gone straight forward and thought he would have been. For example, anyway,
good. That's a good question.
I would let you go ahead and answer the question.
We're running out of time. Thank you, Margaret. One thing I'll say is Hunter was really good at being wrong. The only thing he was ever right about was Nixon, and I don't think gave him that much happiness. Everything else, he was wrong on the page. He dramatized being wrong. It was part of his perspective. Go ahead, and then we'll finish up. Are we? One more minute?
Yeah, we'll let Richard speak. But if you have other questions for the panel, they might be able to talk tonight at if they're going to the book club bar. There's a meet and greet, so if they're there, ask them questions first.
Good. We want a little. I thought we want a little space, but go ahead. Let's finish up, gentlemen, and then please come up and talk. Final tweets are they called? I don't even know what they're called now.
Just and I don't want to end on a down note, but he did miss some big stories. He came back from Vietnam without really much to show for it. That really strained his relationship with Jan Wenner. He didn't write that much about Watergate. He was great in, right after the election, but the other reporters were really covering it. At the mainstream outlets were covering it, leaving him very little to say. And then Reagan, I think, but my thought about Reagan was, once you call Nixon a werewolf, where do you go with Reagan? There's not a lot of running room there on the other side of werewolf. And so I think in a way it's a project because it's not supposed to be measured. It's a completely different ambition. What he was doing when he sat down to write, and it was kind of hard, as he noted. It was kind of difficult to sustain.
I guess what I would say to sum this up is I'm trying to increasingly think of Hunter as a 20th century, late 20th century Mark Twain. And except for scholars, you don't really care that much about whether Twain improvised on this event or whether he made it up or what he actually thought of Grover Cleveland. You just read it and are amused. And that's how I approach Hunter, and I think that's how maybe a lot of readers approach him. I'm struck by how some of these names you mentioned, I've completely forgotten about. Theodore White and people like him, they were all serious and they've all been forgotten. Hunter, whatever his problems and prophecy, was amusing, and that's why he's remembered.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all for being here for this. Please come up.
for her father's work, established a social media presence for Ralph, and manages his online shop and website. Would you please welcome Sadie Williams?
I think I made the error of only ever practicing this sitting down on a sofa, so this is really weird, me standing. I've got to pod a little thing to change the pictures. I feel it's going to go horribly, horribly wrong, so just bear with me. This is a little bit more lowbrow than the last panel. I don't know if you can tell from the picture, which is the start of one of my favourite books of my dad, which is a children's book called That's My Dad. And I don't know if people really realise that he's got a library of about 30 children's books that he has illustrated, and he has written some of them himself as well. So I thought, well, I'll start off with one of my favourite books, That's My Dad. If this works. That's my dad. Who? That's my dad. Why your dad? Because he has huge floppy ears. 2 big eyes. And only one nose. When he laughs, he has hundreds of teeth. He also has a fluffy tail. A trunk. Lots of whiskers. And dozens of legs. Wait a minute. That's not my dad. That's somebody else's. So this would have been read to me as a child, and then going forwards, I read it constantly to my own children until they told me not to anymore. So, that's my dad. So I don't know if you know much about the sort of first meeting. I know it's been touched on, but Dad was asked to go to Kentucky to meet an ex-Hells Angel called Hunter S. Thompson at the Derby. And he gamely turned up. Apparently, they spent 3 days looking for each other. I don't know if that's true or not. And there you can see Warren Hinkle III, and he is the man who asked Dad to go through J.C. Suarez. And on the way to the Derby, Dad left all of his inks and colours in the back of the taxi cab. And luckily, Don Goddard's wife, with whom he was staying, was a Revlon representative. And she gave Dad all of her lipsticks and eyeshadows and blushes so that he could actually fulfill the brief. And so most of the artwork for the Kentucky Derby piece were done in makeup, in women's makeup. The only piece that wasn't, the horse there, because that was done back in the studio, back in London it would have been. And he was asked because there was complaints that Dad hadn't drawn a horse. And so he gamely drew a horse. It's the only one that's in ink, and it's the only original that we still have from that collection. So if anybody knows where any of those originals are, can we please have them back? So a year later, Hunter was writing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and he'd asked Dad to do the illustrations for the book, which was, first of all, of course, serialized in Rolling Stone, and then it became a book. And this is Hunter's letter that he wrote to Dad to explain the reaction in the Rolling Stone offices when they opened the package. Dear Ralph, I tried to, and I'm going to say there's swearing in this presentation, and there is also the odd image that I wouldn't show to a child, okay? So just beware as we go through. Dear Ralph, I've tried to call you at about 19 fucking numbers, and everywhere I call, they curse your name. Then I got your card from the south of France, so at least I know you're alive. What I wanted to tell you is that the whole Rolling Stone office in SF flipped, freaked, and went crazy when they opened the London packet and saw your drawings for Vegas 1, and all I had to say was shit. That's my man. Who else could have done it? Who else indeed? They were fucking beautiful. I told Wenner right off that nobody else could possibly catch the madness of this story and that I refused to let anyone else illustrate it. But Jesus, I was overwhelmed when I saw that shit. Fantastic. And I'm now awaiting Veloc's copies of your drawings for Vegas 2, which Wenner says are even better than the first batch. So that's what Hunter thought when he opened that first package of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And then I thought, well, I wonder what Dad was feeling when he was drawing those pieces. And luckily, he wrote a book called The Joke's Over, in which he chronicles all of his adventures with Hunter. It was kind of done to exercise his grief at one of his best friends passing. So I thought I would read you the excerpt when he describes what it was like to actually draw those pieces. It was as though I already knew the story. I had been there before. Not the same place, not the same story, not even the same skin, but the shock of recognition from a suppressed well of personal experience and personal dreads. An exciting resonance with something suicidal emerged, and then I settled down. Sorry, I lost my place. I settled down on my ink-stained drawing board in the back bay window of our living room on the slightly raised first floor of a Georgian terrace house at 103 New Kings Road, Fulham, London, SW6. I dipped my steel pen, now a lethal weapon, into a blood-black cauldron of bile and began, accompanied by beer and brandy chasers, the therapeutic exercise of expunging from my mind all those trapped demons that lay in wait for their mark of recognition, so that they might emerge, blinking and grimacing, into the harsh daylight of reality. I was there to give them life in whatever form they chose for themselves, like a theatre costume department handing out wigs, gelatin masks and rudimentary skin-tight costumes for each to play its role, as it all fit. Then I did the same for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas Part 2. I felt purged and better. It has been a psychological throw-up, a mental mess of half-remembered terror, agonising flashes of an assassin's self-doubt, a half-healed scar, a screaming lifestyle expelled. I hardly drew them myself. I simply let them happen before my very eyes. I sent them off sometime in late September, informing my agent Abner Stein, and resumed my work on Alice Through the Looking Glass, a less haunted person than I had been for some time. So this, I don't know if you know the piece, you probably do. It's one of his most famous from Fear and Loathing. But I want to kind of draw your attention to one of the techniques in it, and it's these parallel lines that you see. So when Dad left school, he wanted to build aeroplanes, and he got an apprenticeship at de Havilland Aircraft Company in Broughton in North Wales, near Chester. And he had to spend 1 day a week at Wrexham Technical College learning technical drawing. He only lasted in the apprenticeship for 9 months. He hated factory life. It's way too restricted for someone like him. But he did take away the ability to do these drafting drawings, and he always has held on to the ability to use straight lines and concentric circles. And if you look through his entire lexicon of work, and you can see it if you look in the catalogue that's for sale over there. See, I segued that in very nicely. The catalogue that's for sale, if you look through, you'll see that technique again and again, these straight lines, these parallel lines, these concentric circles, they turn up again and again. But then I think what happens is when you have the lovely freestyle line drawing and the cross-hatching, it just creates this incredible tension because the two contrast so beautifully. So I just wanted to point that out to you and just suggest maybe having a look through the books and seeing if you can see that technique again and again and again. So the 1970s were quite a busy time for Dad and for Hunter. There was, it's just been mentioned, obviously, there was Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail in 1972, and that was quite heavily covered in the last panel. And then followed swiftly in 73 by Watergate, and Dad actually did attend a lot of the trials, and we do have in the archive a lot of those original sketches of Dad actually sitting back at the back of the courtroom, watching what was happening, drawing the expressions on people's faces, which he then used to carry on and do artwork for Rolling Stone magazine. In 1974, he went to Zaire with Hunter to do The Rumble in the Jungle, The article was never actually written. Hunter said something I won't repeat about writing the article, and he then, subsequently, Hunter sold their ringside seats for a bag of weed, which he then threw in the Intercontinental Hotel pool, swam in, and that left Dad in the hotel room to take sketches from the little black and white television in the hotel room. These are some of those sketches, and you can see they're just very immediate. You can see the swinging of the fists, the moment of the win, and these would then become an entire set of about a dozen drawings, which were never actually published. And then at the end of that decade, you've got Where the Buffalo Roam. So where do I come into all of this? Well, I'm born in about the middle of the 70s. So there isn't a time that I don't have a Hunter S. Thompson in my life, and I don't have the sort of the spectre of him, as it were, the phone calls in the middle of the night, and the constant back and forth of trying to get the artworks done and sent off, ready for publication in Rolling Stone magazine. But in my eyes, I had quite a normal childhood. So I had pets. I had we had a goat called Rebecca, and Dad used to put she had a collar on. Dad would put her on a lead and take her down to the pub for a drink at lunchtimes. And we had a rabbit called Bunyan, because obviously rabbits eat onions, therefore Bunyan is a perfectly good name for a rabbit. My mum also read me bedtime stories, but they were frequently stories that my dad had either written or illustrated himself. And I always got birthday cards on every birthday. I've got about 52 of these now, so I'm okay to retire at some point soon. So in 1980, Dad was approached, and Hunter was approached by Running Magazine to go to Hawaii and cover the Honolulu Marathon. And one of Dad's riders, if you like, was that me and my mum would go with him. So off we gaily set to Hawaii. I was about 6 years old at this point. And my mum, God bless her, she was an absolutely avid, dedicated, prolific diarist, and she encouraged me to be the same with varying degrees of success. And this is my diary from Hawaii all those years ago. So I thought, well, this will be a bit fun. Let's have a look and see what 6-year-old me made of Hawaii, and then maybe what some more erudite writers might have made of the same moments. So these are a few little comparisons that I found. God, I think I've gone upside down now. No, that's okay. Right. So in the hotel in Honolulu, there was a little enclosure of penguins for some reason, and this is my little drawing of the penguins. The penguins were in the water today. They swam like birds in the sky. So, child, a few words, I think you can agree. Now, this is what Hunter wrote, and funnily enough, I was looking for other stuff for another meeting. I was here. And I found this is Dad's sketch of those penguins that he drew. So this is the actual sketch. And this is what the sketch would then become for the book, The Curse of Lono. So this is Hunter's memory of those penguins. The Samoan bartender mixed our margaritas in silence, a rigid smile on his face. 2 hours later, on a rock in a small freshwater pool, 2 penguins stood solemn side by side and watched us drinking, their deep, unblinking brown eyes as curious as the bartender's. Skinner tossed them a chunk of sashimi, which the taller one caught in midair and gobbled instantly, whacking the smaller bird out of his way with the flip of his short black wing. Those birds are weird, Skinner says. I've had some real peculiar conversations with them. He'd sulked for a while after Ralph spiked his vision of wallowing in pure London murk for the rest of the day, but he accepted it as just another one of those illogical flare-ups that come with the territory. After 3 or 4 rounds, the glint was back in his voice, and he was looking at the penguins with the lazy eyes of a man who would not be bored too much longer. They're a husband and wife team, he said. The old man is the big one. He'd peddle her ass for a handful of fish. He glanced over at me. You think Ralph likes penguins? I stared at the birds. Never mind, he said. He'll probably kill the poor beast anyway. The British will fuck anything. They're all perverts. The bartender had his back to us, but I knew he was listening. The rigid smile on his face was looking more and more like a grimace. How many times he stood calmly back there, on the duck boards and listen to respectable-looking people talk about raping the hotel pigeons. So that's Hunter's memory of the pigeons. I do rather question at the age of 6 why my parents exposed me to these people, but never mind. So, as I said, we went to cover the Honolulu Marathon, and we had to spend the day of the marathon by the side of the track watching all the runners go by. And this is me thinking, I sat on a bench and watched the runners pass by in the sunshine. They looked tired. They were tired. And Dad had to try to explain in The Joke's Over why they were sent to Honolulu in the first place in Hawaii to cover this race. And this is what he says. There we go. The main thrust of the running article was, why do these buggers run? Were they running for some serious reason, like for their lives? 8,000 apparently sane people will be pitting themselves against each other over 26 consecutive 5-minute miles, and only about 6 had a chance in hell of winning. Most would be coming from thousands of miles away and would be paying their own way. It was and is an insane way to keep fit, particularly in a bug-infested, humid jungle atmosphere, carbo-loading on beer and spaghetti. So the race was over, and the question was, where would we go? So we were flown out to Kona, and we stayed in a couple of small bungalows by the sea with a swimming pool that was dug out of the sort of like the lava rock, and the sea would come in every day and refill the pool, so kept it fresh. The weather, unfortunately, did turn quite nasty at one point, and my mum and dad decided that we would pack up all our stuff and sleep in the front room, just in case we had to flee for the hills in the middle of the night. So here I write, we flew to Kona. In our house we have a swimming pool and we are close to we have the sea. We have 2 next door neighbours called Hunter and Layla. Today the waves get bigger and bigger. We were afraid that they would come into the house. And I've drawn the picture to commemorate the day. And this is what Hunter writes in The Curse of Lono about that. Our pool is a lot closer to the sea now. On the night we arrived, I was almost sucked into the surf by a wave that hit while I was standing on the diving board. And the next day, an even bigger one rolled over the pool and almost killed me. We stayed away from the pool for a few days after that. It makes a man queasy to swim laps in a pool where they might come and get you at any moment with no warning at all. It's like getting hit by a meteor. Yes, that sounds right, like getting hit by a meteor while driving to work on the freeway. Ralph is hunkered down next door in a state of abject terror. The whole family is sleeping on the living room floor with all their baggage packed and ready to flee for their lives on a moment's notice. When I tried to get in and steal Ralph's TV for the late-night basketball game, I almost stepped on the child's head as I came over the edge of that slimy wooden porch. And while we were in Kona, we spent a lot of time exploring the islands, particularly a place called the City of Refuge, which captured my imagination. Today we went to town and Mummy and Daddy bought me a Happy Meal, so I was in heaven. We went to the City of Refuge where people used to go if they had done something wrong, and they were safe there. And this is Dad's memory of visiting the City of Refuge, once again from The Joke's Over. I mean, it's really good, a great book because it does chronicle all of Dad's side of events and his adventures with Hunter, which do span 35 years. So if you can get a copy, I mean, they're all on eBay and secondhand now, but if you can get a copy, it is really great read. And people, I don't think, consider that maybe my dad could write, and what he always says is that he could write better than Hunter could draw, and Hunter didn't like that very much at all. While we were on Kona, we heard of the City of Refuge. According to legend, the law of splintered ore, proclaimed by King Kamehameha, decrees that if you were being hounded, perhaps for committing murder, but can make it to the city and stay inside its walls for a week and survive, then you are free to leave. You are pardoned and allowed to go on your way. The main building was a grass hut, surrounded by grimacing effigies. It became the setting for the closing chapter of the Curse of Lono. Where Hunter decided it would be the place he would finally write. He would be guarded by a ranger, an angel spirit who would bring him whiskey, drugs, women and food every night. I think it became his favourite tale of the unexpected, his nemesis as a writer. It was damn near a proper story. So those are some of the memories that I have, and thanks to the prompts of my diary. And I've been really happy to share with you. And I would like to say as well, during that time, Dad was working with Hunter, but he was doing quite a lot of projects of his own back in the UK, including Alice Through the Looking Glass in 1972. Hello, work. Okay, this isn't working now. Oh, here we go. Sigmund Freud, that was 1978. Dad actually travelled to Vienna. He went to Sigmund Freud's treatment room and lay on the floor in the treatment room so he could get an idea of what it would have felt like to be one of Sigmund Freud's patients at the time. And then he was inspired because Sigmund Freud called Leonardo da Vinci, who was one of Dad's great artistic heroes, the man who woke up in the dark. And so in 1985, he did I, Leonardo, which he took the first person of as Leonardo da Vinci. Having done so much research, he realised he could never produce an academic book. So he wrote as if he was Leonardo da Vinci. He did a couple of things that, to emulate him. He created his own flying machine, which he made out of bamboo and an old brown nylon tent, which I came home from school one day and he was throwing it off the roof with a film crew there to record it for posterity. It did not fly, and had he jumped off the roof, that would have been the end of his career, I believe. And then following Leonardo, he was like, well, where am I going to go after this? So he did a book about God called The Big I Am. He was also illustrating literary classics, so you can see Treasure Island, there's Animal Farm and Fahrenheit 451. On the Fahrenheit 451 piece, you can see the sort of slightly strange, distorted anatomy. And how he would do that is he would take, say, a Gray's Anatomy picture, and he would put it on his photocopier, and as the light moves across the plate, he kind of moves it so it distorts it, and you get this sort of familiar but alien sort of shaping. And he uses that in a lot of his artwork, so it's worth looking through the catalogue and just seeing where you can spot it elsewhere. And also he brings a lot of his own thoughts and feelings and admiration points into his work. You can see in the Animal Farm piece, Clover the horse has a very sort of Picasso-esque look to it. And that, again, Picasso is one of Dad's major creative heroes. And Dad is also has written songs in the past, and I thought I would play you a part of one of his songs about Leonardo da Vinci called The Man Who Woke Up in the Dark.
Give back my dream, don't let it go. Don't take away the things I know. I cannot live inside a shell, said the man who woke up in the dark. Give back my dream, don't throw it away. Don't brush aside the things I say. The time had come to understand, said the man who woke up in the dark. Give back.
Right, so that is part of the song. You can find some of his songs on our website, ralphsteadman.com. Now, I did mention before that my mum was the main reason that I wrote that diary in Hawaii, and these are her diaries of all of her trips that she's done over the years with Dad. She always took a book with her. They're filled with photographs, writing, drawings, napkins, boarding passes, business cards, anything you can imagine that someone might hand her, and she'd stick it into the diary somewhere and write about the day. And I thought, with your permission, I would read some of her memories of visiting with Hunter S. Thompson in Owl Farm with Dad. And they're her observations, they're the things she saw, the things she felt, and I just hoped it might be a different perspective that really nobody else is going to be able to give you. So the first trip is on the 28th of July in 1994, and it's a trip to Aspen, and the project they were planning to work on at the time was Polo Is My Life. Hunter was very nearly on time to pick us up at the airport. We just dragged our cases to the entrance when he drove up in his whale-sized red Chevy convertible with a stuffed Wolverine lying in a somewhat ungainly fashion on the back seat, along with a beer cooler. He greeted us warmly in his gruff way, hugging us both and opening the car boot, that's a trunk by the way, with a flourish. It's a long time since we've seen him and he looks older, his face bloated and set. Sweat beaded his forehead and his touch was cold and clammy. His walk is more ungainly than ever. He has problems with his knees, apparently. We manhandled the luggage into the boot and Hunter slammed it shut. Then started the search for the car keys and the realisation they were inside the boot. It was all accepted with relative equanimity and Hunter went back home with a lady taxi driver to get a spare set. Meanwhile, Ralph and I guarded the car vigilantly, afraid that some official would come and tow it away. We fielded several inquiries about the vintage of the car and asked several passers-by to try opening the boot with their keys, but to no avail. Hunter returned with a spare set of keys to drive us to Woody Creek, but none for the boot. We stopped for a drink at Woody Creek Tavern, sitting under a shady umbrella in the small back porch. Back in the Chevy, we drove back to Hunter's onto his shortcut, which consisted of driving up a steep dirt track to get onto the road to our farm. So here we were in the Red Shark, taking up the most of the winding road, swerving round the bends, and me in the back, clinging to the Wolverine and the beer box at each lurch. Our farm is spectacularly situated opposite a wooded ridge beyond which the higher ranges scrape the sky. Through the gates we went. The post's telegraph looks much more cared for than I remember. The grass is mown, sprinklers fly and fut to keep it green, and neat piles of logs, in readiness for the winter, line the log fence that fronts the road. The peacocks strut with their careful gaits, picking up their feet warily, as if they were avoiding the puddles. A hummingbird hovers on the porch, and a large white butterfly flaps by. So here I am now, sitting on the veranda steps, and it is late afternoon. Hunter is talking to his lawyer about tax, so Ralph has retreated to the study to see if he can scan his pictures into Hunter's computer, and I have likewise retreated outside. And then follows a couple of descriptions of errands they were running. Every single meal is documented with absolute finite detail. And then later on, Mum's entry carries on. Hunter is coming over. The time is 11:30 p.m. Oh well, still, Ralph can discuss the project for what it is, all a bit vague at the moment. No doubt I'll leave them to it. But the next day, she has an entry, and it sort of continues from the night before. But I didn't leave them to it. I couldn't leave Ralph to cope with the late night session with Hunter on his own. He arrived at midnight, flinging his black bag from his arm, a glass in one hand and a plastic hammer in the other, which he proceeded to hit me on the head with. It was, of course, a joke hammer, which emitted sounds of broken glass at each tap. He then emptied out the contents of his bag onto the counter, since something was leaking: plastic pots of liquid, a miniature bottle of bourbon, cigarette filters, a bowl of grapes, and 2 packets of fireworks. Having sorted out his drinks, glasses, ashtray, etc., he talked at length about the Palmer case that was brought against him. A pity I couldn't understand everything he said, but I think it had to do with the O.J. Simpson case and the way tabloids like the National Enquirer are running a story about a video film in which he threatens a woman with a knife. He didn't want his time as night manager in a San Francisco porno club to come into the open in case it would be prejudicial to his case. Then he remembered the fireworks. He put them in a brown paper bag and, standing by the open back door, lit the bag. Thank God the fireworks had been dampened by whatever had spilled in his bag. He stood, cheating danger, holding the blazing bag. It seemed like ages. Then he threw it onto the lawn, where it continued to burn, and then suddenly gave a half-hearted dozen loud bangs. Then he dashed inside. "If it's the police, don't answer the door. Put out the light. Stop the music." So we sat for half an hour in the dark, while presumably the residents of West Aspen continued to sleep soundly in their comfortable beds. So the following year, Mum and Dad go back for what would be the 25th anniversary of the Derby, and to celebrate it with Hunter. And in attendance is Joe Petro, who was his a printer and did a lot of the prints from out of Louisville, Lexington, Kentucky. Joe's girlfriend Pokey, Mum, Dad, Hunter, and Deborah Fuller. By this time it was 2:30, so we had to make a mad dash to our farm to watch the Kentucky Derby. The day has been designated as the 25th anniversary of Ralph and Hunter meeting for the first time at the Kentucky Derby. We got there just in time to see Thunder Gulch win the race. It was the horse that Ralph had chosen that we hadn't actually placed a bet on, a pity since the odds were 20-1. Joe was hoping to get the Sheriff and Vintage Dr. Gonzo print signed by Hunter to mark the auspiciousness of the occasion. Hunter looked chipper enough at his breakfast counter, already dressed. Later, Deborah said it is only taking 1.5 hours to get him dressed. Very early for him. Ralph and Joe launched into lengthy explanations about the signing of prints. I crept outside with my diary. Minutes and hours went by and I stayed outside, sporadically joined by Pokey and Joe, until at last Hunter emerged for shooting session, to shoot some of the out-of-edition prints, not to be outdone by William Burroughs. Maybe to put off the moment of shooting, the first target was the red sculpture that Joe had given Hunter. We have one too, which ended up being peppered and scarred by Hunter's shooting at it with a large rifle. He sat at the wooden table and shot leaning on it. The table was by this time littered with guns, ammunition, camera equipment, glasses and bottles. The shooting continued and I was happy to stay sitting on the terrace steps in the sunshine with a glass of mint julep, with the 2 male peacocks scratching the earth nearby, completely undeterred by the bangs and cracks of the bullets. Before I knew it, Joe had a sheriff print on the boot of the gold Cadillac in front of the house, and Hunter signed them to the clicking whirring of our cameras. The day wore on until dusk turned to evening, and I wondered, purely out of academic interest, what time we would get away. Maggie lit a fire in the sitting room. She's young and lithe-bodied, and Hunter shows a lot of affection towards her. Joe's comment? She takes too much coke. I can't say I noticed, but I'm sure he's right. Deborah has prepared a lovely supper of salads, rice and prawns, and laid it out on the round table in front of the fire. Pokey, I could tell, was getting phased out by all these happenings. I knew exactly how she felt. The peaks and troughs of being at our farm, I know them well. The evening continued in an incoherent way, Ralph trying to give a reading of Hunter's poems at Hunter's request, but had become pretty incoherent himself, and nobody took an awful lot of notice, except Hunter, who at first tried to restrain Ralph's frequent degeneration into a W.C. Fields accent, and then gave up himself. The crowning event was the bomb, as Hunter called it. He drove his tractor with its lights blazing and Mona the plastic doll at the wheel to the back of the house. Then a cylinder of propane gas was installed on the grass not more than 10 yards away, and an explosive target was attached to it. When Hunter shot at it, it blew up with a loud whooping sound, releasing a ball of flame that shot into the air in a cloud of smoke and landed on the other side of the field. I'm sure it could have just as easily landed on the house itself. So the following year, Mum and Dad return for more hijinks. The date is Friday the 8th of March 1996. Our farm seemed transformed in a snowy covering. The trees bowed down with snow and the fields mounted with whiteness. The house itself cosily lit inside and out, a romantic scene until our presence activated the alarm system, announcing our arrival. Deborah had cooked pasta, chicken and salad, which is just as well, as we needed something substantial to sop up the effects of the long alcoholic night ahead. And so it was until 4 o'clock in the morning. We watched a video of Nigel Finch's BBC film of Las Vegas Revisited, and an earlier film covering Hunter's campaign to stand for Sheriff of Aspen. Fascinating recall of the horror by the conservative inhabitants at the influx of pot-smoking hippies and the ensuing clash of cultures. Ralph dressed up and larked about in front of the video, cameraman Jerry Goldstein, talk of Hunter's upcoming trial for drunken driving, Ralph interviewing Hunter. Eventually, Jerry drove us home with the concentration of one who knows that he shouldn't be driving at all. And then this last excerpt, this last entry, I think it's one of Mum's last visits to our farm. So it's in Tuesday, 29th of August in the year 2000. We were surprised to get a phone call from Hunter at about 9 o'clock, just as we were thinking of getting some breakfast together. He has been asleep for a day and a half and suggested breakfast at Basalt, a small ex-mining town that I've always liked. So we drove up to our farm and into the kitchen to find Deborah and a girl called Anita, who is the latest addition to the menagerie. Nice girl and pretty too. Hunter emerged from his shower soaking wet in his bathrobe. He didn't look well. His habits haven't changed, although I do find his speech more coherent, unless I'm just getting used to it. While the usual searching in his pill drawer, replenishing of his drink and general conversation went on, I slipped out onto the porch with the peacock strutting about and a friendly long-haired grey cat purring against my elbow to continue catching up with my diary. I must have been there half an hour, and Hunter, Joe and Ralph emerged and called me to get into the Red Shark, which was sitting in the driveway. Ralph was just about to get into the back seat with Joe. Oh no, I thought. You go in the front, Ralph, I muttered, as Hunter slipped the clutch and we coasted down the driveway. Joe lifted up crossed fingers. I grinned ruefully. We didn't even have seat belts. We went at a hell of a pace, the wind whipping past us, taking the bends at tremendous rates. Luckily, Basalt is only a few miles down the road, not the small one-eyed town I remembered. It too had acquired wide tarmac roads, shopping precincts and condominiums. And then she goes on to describe the breakfast in Basalt. I think there's a massive incident with a bowl of calamari or something, and it goes on for about 2 pages, so I didn't do that bit. But here we go with the drive back to our farm. And then back into the Red Shark, the sky covered with clouds and the spots of rain beginning to fall. If we drive fast, we won't feel the rain, says Hunter as we careened down the main Basalt-Aspen road. I thought we were doing okay until we slowed down behind the truck, piled high with branches. At this point, Hunter decided to overtake it. Unfortunately, the road was just about to narrow on a curve from 2 lane to a single lane. I closed my eyes at this point and was aware, through half-closed eyes really, of a shuddering and juggling and the side of the truck a millimetre away and then swerving as we got past. Half crouched in the back, my knuckles white from gripping the seat in front, almost in the recovery position in an airline emergency, I wasn't aware of what was happening on the oncoming traffic. According to Ralph and Joe, there were about 4 cars that peeled sideways like a battalion of tanks in wartime, so we now call it our near-death experience. The gods were on our side that day. So that is my little presentation, some memories and thoughts and things. And I'm happy to answer some questions if we've got time. I don't know what the timing is that we have to meet. Or not. I mean, yes, it was a tense visit in, I believe, the 1980s. I would have been about 11 or 12. In our kitchen, we've got a low bit where it would have been like the servants' quarters. It sounds very posh, and Hunter was continually banging his head on it. So it really, he wasn't particularly happy about the whole situation. We still have notes from him, with screaming text saying, "Don't wake us up, leave us alone. We don't want tea. We don't want anything. We'll emerge when we want to." And by the end of that 2-week visit, my mum was on Valium, and I wouldn't take my coat off in the house. So. Any other questions? No? Okay, good. I've clearly covered everything. Okay, that's great. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of GonzoFest.
Okay, this is a panel. Hunter S. Thompson, as his friends knew him. I'm going to give you a quick introduction to everybody. It's going to be real quick. Timothy Denevi spoke earlier. Hopefully you don't need an introduction from him or about him, but you do need to pick up his book, Freak Power. We have Christopher Felber. Chris, if you do not know, is a photographer. The pictures up in the back are his, of Hunter S. Thompson. I met Chris years ago. Chris was, when I met him, he was on the magic bus with Douglas Brinkley taking photos. Cheryl Della Petra, sorry. Cheryl is the author of Gonzo Girl. If you haven't read it, it's a novel released a few years ago. There is a film that was done of it. I haven't seen it yet, but you should pick up the book, the novel. It's really good. Phoebe Legere. Phoebe is a musician, multi-talented musician, also a artist, painter, visual artist. She knew Hunter in the 90s. She has some stories that I don't think many people know. Dan O'Neill. Dan O'Neill is a political cartoonist. He's kind of famous, took on Disney in the 60s. There is a documentary being made about that right now. Should be released hopefully soon. And Al Shatterwhite, who is a photographer who took photos of Hunter, but also photos of a lot of other things as well. But he knew Hunter in the 70s. So I'm going to turn this over to Tim DeNevy.
Thank you, Kent. Thank you all for being here on a stormy New York afternoon. This is one of my favorite panels that we have at GonzoFest. This is your chance as fans and the people who've been engaging this festival, for these last days to really get an inside perspective and point of view. To get something that's not kind of put together and marketed and printed and approved and all prepared when it comes to perspectives and versions of Hunter Thompson. And so we're going to just do this kind of as a roundtable. We're going to listen to our panelists who all knew Hunter or had a relationship in varying ways. Just talk a little bit about their relationships with Hunter. Tell stories that you'd like. We'll do about 15 minutes each, and then we'll have some discussion. We'll open it up to all of you. So it should be good. And I think we have microphones. That green one might be working, but I can pass you this one too. Here, I'll bring this over so you guys all have. Usually we're loud enough. It's a problem for me, but I only have one other time.
Ready, steady, go. I first met Hunter in, I think it was 1972, on the floor of the Republican convention in Miami Beach. I was working for Newsweek, and so I'm standing up near the podium with a long 400 millimeter lens looking out at the audience looking for pictures. And this strange guy is sort of over there, and he's dressed as only Hunter can dress. He's got a cigarette in a holder, and he's got a drink, which is not legal on the floor. And he's looking at me because I have this long lens, and I'm looking at him because he's weird. And Nixon's up above us giving us his acceptance speech. So we kind of shook hands, and I ran into him later in a hotel, and we had a drink, chit-chatted, and I didn't really see him after that because I was busy working like 12, 16-hour days. So I can't remember if it was before or after, but at some point, Playboy called up Hunter and said, we want to do an interview, where do you want to go? And he was up in Woody Creek, up to his ears in snow, and for some reason, I don't think he'd been there before, he said Cozumel, which is a little island off Yucatan in the Gulf. And back then, it was kind of like a diver's paradise. There wasn't a lot on it. There were like 6 bars and a couple of hotels and a really nice hotel called El Presidente. So I guess they asked him about a photographer, or he volunteered. He said, hey, I heard that guy in Florida, So the next thing I know, I fly down there, rent a car, and I was pretty sure I knew where Hunter would be. So I stopped in the main drag, and there's a little bar there called Pepe's. And there's Hunter sitting at the little table outside with a writer, Craig Vetter, talking. So I went over, said hi, introduced myself, and we sat there for a while, and then we went to the hotel and checked in. After that, it was like 3 or 4 days of interviews. Hunter would get up about 11, we'd meet out by the seawall or around the pool and sit there, and Craig would ask him a lot of questions. And I would take some pictures. And then usually around 1 or 2, that was over. So we'd go back into town, go to Pepe's and drink the rest of the day, and then go to dinner. And it went on like that for about 3 days. And I had like a 3-day assignment. So I said, I'm going to leave because, Playboy only booked me for 3 days. And Hunter said, no, you got to stay. We'll make it interesting. I'll tell him, I was a problem. Well, Hunter's always a problem. So I stayed for a couple more days. And what would happen was we'd do our interview, we'd go drinking, we'd go back to the hotel, and the writer had to go over his notes. And then Hunter and I, because he was bored and a night owl, would drive around the island and close the next 6 bars, one at a time. And he had this Volkswagen thing, kind of looked like an old German World War II car, with the windshield down, the top down. We'd get a couple of beers at the restaurant, get a couple for the road, and Hunter's driving, and it's like you just put the faith in God or whoever, because Hunter drove like a madman. And we'd go to the next bar and do the same thing. And that went on, and then, I left. So it wasn't until, probably around 2000 that I decided to put a book together from all this. And the only pictures I had was from Cozumel, from that one Playboy interview. But I could write a lot of stuff about it in addition, because Hunter would come, I lived in Palm Beach at the time, and Hunter would come to Miami because Nixon was there, down in Key Biscayne. So he'd stay in a motel down in Key Biscayne, and he'd call me up and say, come on down. And I'd go down there, and I'll tell you one story, and then it's like other people have to talk. So I go down there this one time, and I knew where Hunter would be, out by the pool, and he's out there with this round table, and it has about a dozen empty glasses, because at that time he was into grapefruit juice and vodka. So it's like, hi, how you doing? And let's go to my room. So we go down the corridor, we're headed towards his room, and he tells me this story. He said, the other day, it's like my phone didn't work. I didn't know what was going on. So, Hunter, he probably destroyed it. So he's headed down the hall to complain at the front desk, and he passes an open door. And he goes in. He said, well, I'll just use their phone. So he goes in there, and there's this red telephone, and it's got a White House emblem on it. It's the Secret Service, because Nixon's in his house and the Secret Service stays there. Well, they're gone, they checked out. So he says, I'm a White House correspondent. I gotta have this. He couldn't figure out how to pop that little thing in the middle out. So he just takes the whole phone. And he says, come on, I'll show you. So we go out to the parking lot, opens the trunk of his car, and he's got the red phone in there. So I pop it out, hand it to him. He says, you want the phone? I went, no, that's okay. So we get in the car. He called me earlier. He wanted to get some speed because he wanted to write all night. So he said, you know anybody? I went, I'll make a few calls. I wasn't that well connected, but I found a friend of mine who sort of had something. So we get in the car. We're going to drive up there. And as we're going out of the parking lot, he says, see that car over there? Watch, he's going to follow us out. And I went, Hunter, you're crazy. So sure enough, the guy comes out and he follows us for a little while and turns around, does a U-turn. I don't know what that was all about, but Hunter always had mysteries and stuff going on around him. And it was just like one story after another. Hunter would come to Florida, I'd go down and see him, or he'd come up to Palm Beach, and there's a whole bunch of other stories about that. And one quick plug, the book I only have like 4 copies left of the clamshell, which has 2 photos in it. So there's one I have with me tonight. So if somebody's interested, see me after. So thanks.
You can always pass, or it's going to come back to you, but you can always pass and then have it come back eventually. Oh, everybody gets one of that.
One of the gals. It was 1992, and
Cheryl, names too again.
my name is Cheryl Della Pietra.
It was 1992. I was a recent college graduate. I was 22 years old. And I had wanted to be a writer, and I wanted to be in magazines, so I went to New York. And a friend of mine was working at Rolling Stone, and he called me up one day and he said, you know, Hunter S. Thompson's looking for an assistant. Do you want to put your hat in the ring? And I said, well, why aren't you doing it? And he said, because he wants a girl. So I wrote up a letter that night, and I was careful to mention that at the time I was a bartender. And I faxed it to him. I had this phone number, faxed it, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone rings. And Hunter had this, as you all know, this mumble. He said, is Cheryl there? Cheryl there? And I said, this is Hunter S. Thompson. I read your letter and I liked it. Can you get out here tomorrow? So the next day I was on an airplane. And what ensued was a 3-day trial period to see if we would work well together. Well, this was not like HR, you know, this was, we ended up in the big red car, and we went up the mountain, and he had this little screecher gun that was used to scare away birds. But there were a bunch of people up there, and they're seeing Hunter S. Thompson. He has a thing that looks like a gun in his hand. And he hits the screecher gun, and everyone goes, ah! And then we go down the mountain, and then all of a sudden, police behind us pull us over. They did their thing, and then we end up back at his house, and he's like, well, now you have to stay. So I did end up staying a whole summer. We did not have any further problems with the police. But at the time, he was working on a novel called Polo Is My Life, and it was never published. It was never finished. And what ensued was the 1992 campaign. And I like that this GonzoFest is about politics, because it was very interesting to be at his side during the 92 campaign and writing about Bill Clinton and Ross Perot. And what eventually came out of that time was the book Better Than Sex. So I lasted a long, hot summer with Hunter, and then I went home. And about 5 years later, I was working at a magazine up in Boston called POV, and one of the editors said, I think you should write about your experience with Hunter S. Thompson. And I said, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to come out right. It was so far ago. And so I tried, and what came out was an article called Hunter College, which was about my experience there. And the job description starts off, must like key lime pie, must be able to hang out in hot tubs and all this stuff. So my parents were in Connecticut. That's the only forwarding number that Hunter had for me. And of course at 3 a.m., I'm not there, they get a call. And it was him. And he said to my dad, is Cheryl there? He's like, no, she doesn't live here anymore. And he said, well, tell her I read her article and tell her I liked it. So the fact that he reached out 5 years later to make that effort was really touching, and it freed me up to think about writing Gonzo Girl, which is a fictionalized account of my time spent with Hunter. So that whole experience, was really great, and I just felt like, that I had his blessing. I don't have much more than that, but I don't know if other people want to go.
When did you choose? So you started with the nonfiction feature, and then you eventually chose to work in a novelized form. What was that like to work within, the freedom of fiction, but also telling a story that was based in history?
It freed me up to sort of be able to say what I wanted to say about the experience, to sort of provide some commentary on that time. And also it wasn't a real linear experience. It was, a lot of ups and downs and, some crazy times. And so it just allowed me to kind of fill in the blanks a little bit and to say what I wanted to say about the experience. Yeah.
Thank you. We can go that way.
This way? You want to go? Are you ready?
No, go ahead. And everyone, feel free to jump in on the panel after someone speaks. If you all want to add something to what your fellow panelists have said, go ahead and jump in if you'd like.
Obviously, we all were reading
Rolling Stone constantly, right? But I never got to meet Hunter until '94 up here at the Gray Gallery when the first Beat conference was, where the Gray Gallery, they had, Ginsberg had finally succeeded in making the Beat generation a collegiate something to study, you know? So that's what that's what it was about. And Hunter showed up, and he was, you know, his usual condition, wonderful. And so I was talking with Doug Brinkley, who he would call and talk. They talk all night long at night, you know, 3 in the morning or whatever it start. And so I said, I want to photograph Hunter. And he said, well, here's how you do it. You call him and tell him you're coming. And then you call him when you're I was in San Francisco. You call him when you get to Utah and say, I'm coming. And then you call him when you get to Aspen. Well, he answered the phone in Aspen. And he said, well, come on over. Come to the Woody Creek, which is it's sort of the way you get into Owl Farm is through the bullpen. And the bullpen keeper is the bartender at the Woody Creek. So as soon as I walked in there, Hunter had already talked to him. He said, give him a drink. So I knew, I could see how this routine was going to go. So he said, you want a tequila sunrise? I said, of course. You know, I'd been on the road. And so he gave me another one. And I thought, oh, this is going to be a wonderful situation. And I see Hunter was, you know, wondering what the hell, who I was, because so many journalists had come there and failed the test and never got up to that farm, right? So anyway, after a couple of drinks, he said, come on up. So I drive up there, and Hunter's not quite there, but Deborah's there. And she has a few rules for me. You can't photograph this, and you can't do that. And I'm thinking, God, this is a tight group. But I'm looking out at the peacock out on the back porch, and I'm got the gun up on the and it's a small cabin. It's not a very big cabin, you know. And there's this office with everything. So finally, Ed Bastian comes out, and he was his campaign manager for running for sheriff. And if you're not exactly sure what Hunter's platform was, it was to call Aspen Fat City. He's going to take out all highway and put it, you know, make it back into the grounds. No one could fish there unless they were community people or friends of the community people. And so it was really interesting. He gave me the whole ground rules of what his running for sheriff was about, and I thought that was fascinating. And then out comes the big man himself. Came down the stairs, the back room, and he opens up, and he has a drink in his hand. How wonderful. You know, so I think this day is going just marvelously well so far. I mean, I can't do any better than this. And we sit down, and he says, what are you here for? And I'm thinking, this is a real journalist. That's the first question you ask anyway, right? Who are you? So I happened to have this book I brought with me. One of my books was The Poet Exposed. So I laid that on him, and there were lots of pictures of people he knew, and you know, it's a nice book. And so he let me in, and that was the beginning of a rather wonderful afternoon. It was July 4th, 1994. And I had a young man crashing at my house in San Francisco for a long time. It was Bill Cardoza, who was the Sunday magazine editor at the Boston Tribune. And he had come to California, and anyway, he's on my couch. And he said, yeah, I'm a friend of Hunter's. So I said something to Hunter about that. Oh, he brightened up. That was a big deal. Because they had been to Zaire for the boxing thing, and Plimpton had written it up in Shadowbox. And so Cardoza had always told me these funny stories about them being there and how he tricked him into, somebody asked Hunter something, and Hunter replied some off-the-wall statement that Bill had told him was, you know, how you say it in French, and he sort of took a couple punches out of that. And so, since the boxing thing got delayed, because Foreman cracked a rib or something, that it got delayed a couple weeks. So that was a big trial and tribulation situation. It was always funny. It was always funny. So anyway, let's get back to Hunter there. And I said, listen, I just want to make a couple pictures. So finally, Deborah lets me make a couple pictures, right? And I shot the one, so they're all up there. Made 4 pictures. I don't take thousands of them, but they're all up there on the wall. And then one was in his office, which is fantastic. He had everything pinned up, every conversation. It looked like, probably a lot of your pictures were there, And so that was cool. And I said, well, I want to take a portrait. He said, well, what's that? It's like Robert Frank said to me, what's a portrait? And I said, well, just, I just want to look at you one time with the camera out there straight. So he said, I got to get dressed for this. I went, oh, really? So I go outside and I'm looking and there's a little wood pile in the back there and it lights about right. So I just waited for him and out he came with his chapeau on, his traditional chapeau. And a nice, rather large drink in they're like an oil can almost, right? It was one of those mason jars. So it was filled to the brim. That was perfect. So we made that up and it was fine. And then, I said, well, why don't we get one with the car in the house? The shark is sitting right there in the front. Raring to go, by the way. And so he said, well, perfectly. So there's another picture of him there. So he says, I've got to go over to Nicholson's for July 4th. And I said, well, I don't want to slow you down, man. So he gets in the car, and he looks up at me, and he says, the most important ingredient is not with me. He goes back in the pad, and comes back out with a Michon pipe loaded with pot. And he sits in the car, and I said, lay it on me, Dad. Give me that one picture. And so that's the picture of Hunter in the shark with the pipe and the full drink and the whole bit. And then he fishtails out of there so fast that, I was a little worried. I thought, man, I hope he's under control. He got out, and that was the last time I saw Hunter. So I got back to San Francisco, and I told Cardoza, he wasn't there when I left, and I said, listen, I was just with Hunter. He said, Hunter, call him right now. I said, no problem. So I called him up, and Hunter answered the phone just like that when I said Cardoza's on the phone. They talked for 2 hours, and that was my wonderful meeting with Hunter S. Thompson. It was fantastic. Thank you.
I would like to just add something. You talked about Deborah. Deborah Fuller was Hunter's longtime assistant, took care of his personal affairs for over 2 decades, and I saw her last year. I flew out to see her in Utah, and she's a photographer in her own right, and she has thousands of photos from her time. They're just really cool. We were looking through them, so.
You ready?
Go ahead.
I think they want to hear you.
Well, I'm Dan O'Neill. I was the youngest cartoonist ever syndicated. I was 21 years old. They're giving me 2,000 beers a week as a salary. And I don't know how to draw. I don't know how to write. And I don't have a sense of humor, and I'm in 350 papers, and I don't know what next. And then my father-in-law dies, and I ask Herb Cain, the leading columnist, what's funny in town? He says, the committee. So I go down to the committee, I take her down to the committee, and she laughed so hard she wet her pants. So I'm back there on Monday saying, one of the cast is working on a motorcycle out in front. I kick him in the ribs. You have a moral obligation to take me in there. And there's Del Close in there who started the Second City. So I get into improvisational stuff and learn, gee, I got to find out a way to do this in my art form. And so I'm not Peanuts. one of my first comic strips in 1964, there's a hood. It's got a cross on it. It's holding a whip and a gun. He says, I don't care if those folks live next door. I don't mind that their children play with my children. I just like the burning and the hanging and the shooting and the killing. That's what I like. So there went the South, all those papers. By 1968, most of my papers were gone. I still had Boston, Chicago, Minneapolis. I had Austin, Texas, actually. Yeah, and I still had a whole bunch of them. And then Richard Nixon comes out to the Bohemian Club. Herb Cain's spies hear him talking to the publisher. You got to get rid of O'Neill. He says, well, we've tried 3 times already. We don't think his audience will rise up again. If you get 60 letters of protest, the editors figure you had 100 people wrote a letter and one of them had a stamp. I got 25,000 letters a day, 25,000 phone calls a day, and 150 to 400 people jamming the doorways and the driveways for 8 days. So I'm back in the Chronicle, and then a couple of months later, Nixon's into the Bohemian Grove, getting rid of O'Neill. We're going to try again in 4 months. So I've got 4 months to figure out what to do. Now, to get the job, you had to give your copyright to the syndicate, so you don't own it. They drop it, it's dead forever. And so, and they won't give it back to me. You're going to be dead someday, O'Neill, and we'll just reprint it and get our money back. And they told me that 3 times. So I put together, I figured out, there's a book, The Last Days of the Great State of California, and it was made into a movie, Kurt Gentry. And in there was a history of California politics, where we discover that Walt Disney created Mickey Mouse, but he also created Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. So, okay. And Richard and Disney sued a kindergarten around the corner from my house in Oakland because they had a picture of Mickey Mouse on their schoolroom wall. So I put together the Air Pirates. I used to play in the Red Garter, you can see it on YouTube, and we would go down after hours and play at Turk Murphy's. I was playing for 45 minutes before I noticed that this clarinet player was Woody Allen. Then there was Ward Kimball and the Disney animators were playing the Firehouse 5+2. And he saw our comic book there, and he showed me The Secret of Mickey Mouse. And it's the head and the bottom are perfect proportion. They used a nickel, because you had 1,440 frames in a minute. So they used a nickel, the real small frames. And so that proportion made it perfect. We could do perfect Disney, so we did the 2 comic books, the Air Pirates comic books, and there's Mickey Mouse having oral sex with Minnie. So, I mean, Man on His Knees was big news in 1971. So, you know, so it was, there you are. And so down comes the $750,000 lawsuit, a year in federal prison, and the lawyer's fees to catch me were another $10 million. So in the 1968 is when I meet Jim and Art Mitchell. They were having a brawl with Dianne Feinstein. She was a supervisor, and she was after them, always after them. And so that's going on and on and on. And so, and then Warren Hinkle, I introduced him to the brothers, and pretty soon upstairs at the O'Farrell was the salon, you know, everybody's there. And then when they bring out Hunter, and we're all working in the newspaper attacking Feinstein, and it comes. He's got him on a trial. He's going to have a big trial, and it's 9 o'clock, and the trial's at 9 o'clock, and we're in there. We come marching in, and there's my Hunter, and then Art, and me, and some more cartoons, Crumb and Crabman, a bunch of us, and then Artie's got 8 strippers, and they're marching in military formation, stripping as they come in. And a friend of mine was Police Lieutenant Jack Webb. He was big in the IRA movement. He calls up, he lived next door to the judge. He says, "Don't come down here," he says to the judge. And they folded. And Hunter got that big Franklin Roosevelt cigarette holder and a drink in one hand, and he kicks open the door of the courtroom. Boom, you know, just kicks it open. So they folded the suit up. So then when he gets busted in Woody Creek, they, the Mitchell brothers would put together 2 Winnebagos and the Chevy convertible that was in Fear and Loathing, and it had a big buffalo head on the hood from the northern herd, a proper herd for a buffalo because it's going to Colorado, but it didn't have any license on it, so it's between the Winnebagos. And we're giving press conferences in the whorehouses across Nevada, and all the Colorado papers, they're coming, and we get there and get to Woody Creek, and there's Hunter and the sheriff, and the girls jump up and insert themselves on the buffalo horns. The sheriff says, "I got to get out of here," you know. And so we get down there. We're down there in Aspen, going, "You're messing with a doctor. There's going to be 10,000 hippies. There's going to be women nursing their babies on your lawn, changing diapers and throwing diapers, you know, and put up about." They folded and they got rid of all. They were all phony charges. The ditch taker had a couple sticks of dynamite on the ditch, and so it wasn't Hunter's dynamite. So then we get to Woody Creek, and he clutches me on the arm like an eagle's talon. "Do you know what it's like when the FBI takes your last 3 hits of acid?" You know, I got 140 hits of Owsley's best here. You want to hear it on the park? Give it to me now, you know. So 3 weeks later, he calls up. "Where did O'Neill get that acid?" You know, it's kind of so he was their night manager, and that was pretty much fun. He was, yeah, it was. We had a good time. It was. There was never going to be another. I mean, he was the sharpest political analyst of our time. He could see the evil more clearly than any of us. He taught us where to look, and we're still looking.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful stories. And indeed, Hunter was devastatingly funny and devastatingly sharp, and could see beneath the language of normative American middle class morals. He could see the evil and the violence under it all. I was first introduced to Hunter. What a lucky, how blessed I was to know him. I found my way there
a man named Jeremy Bernstein, who had worked with Feynman, the physicist, a great New Yorker writer in science. Jeremy said, I think you should meet Stranahan, George Stranahan, who was working for the Aspen Center of Physics. And so I went out to Woody Creek to play at the Flying Dog Brewery. I'm a musician. And I played there. And after people got to know me a bit in Woody Creek, George said, I think there's someone you should meet. And he brought me into the cabin. And there I saw, for the first time, Hunter, who was hunched over a little pile of white powder. He inhaled deeply, and I sensed then the electric presence of a great mountain shaman. And so the Hunter that I will describe to you, if I can possibly, with language, deliver the greatness of this magnificent man, not only the greatest drinking buddy that ever lived. I choose not to speak of the drugs and the alcohol because its addiction is tragic, and he had a number of addictions, including gambling addiction, another very interesting addiction. And he would bet everything. Of course, that's what risk is. He would bet everything. I drove many times in the shark car. What was it, a Chevy Impala or something that's beautiful, luxurious, like a bed on wheels. And as he drove, he waved his glass, and he'd tell you a lie. And I fell, for the first time in my life, the unapproachable glacial bitch, Phoebe Legere, had met her match, and I fell in love. And the reason I fell in love was because when I was with Hunter, he treated me with a straight across equality and intimacy, not as an admirer, not as a fan, not even as a woman, but like the ruler of some other planet. And I felt this straight across connection that you only feel with the greatest, most high Buddhist adepts, like maybe Chongyam Rinpoche, who also lived in the mountains there and was so close with Allen Ginsberg. I teach Ginsberg's poetics at NYU, and I was lucky enough to know Ginsberg very, very well. And Hunter loved Ginsberg. One thing about Hunter that is really lost in the kind of enjoyment of his embrace of chaos and noise and fast cars and explosions. One thing that is lost was his loyalty, how much he loved his friends, and how much he really admired great writers. Through Hunter, I met, for instance, William Kennedy. I don't know if you know this writer who lived in Albany and wrote Billy Phelan's Last Game. Oh, what a great, great writer. And of course, his reverence for Hemingway, for Fitzgerald, and for Mencken, H.L. Mencken. Almost impossible. You young people have probably never heard of Mencken. Almost impossible to find Mencken, but if you really search online, you will be able to read this great journalist. And it's just black wit and economy going just as if, and Hunter's writing, and of course, he also admired Terry Southern very, very much. And when I was living there with Hunter, I would be getting faxes from my ex-boyfriend, Niall Southern, who was Terry's son. So it was a bit surreal because naturally Hunter didn't talk too much about his admiration for Terry Southern, but when he was very, very drunk, he admitted it. Of course, Terry Southern is older and one of the original black humorists, and it's got true Gonzo journalism. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Those of you, and Terry was on the Nixon's enemies list, and my uncle was on Nixon's enemies list. Well, I don't have much more time. I just want to speak of the tenderness and the intimacy that I felt with Hunter. How much I loved him. And you mentioned the eagle talon grip. Oh, that hand was so strong. A real man. And I don't care so much about men, but this one. I want to say a word about politics. I come from a family of lefties. It's just the way we are. I've voted straight Democratic ticket my whole life. Wouldn't think of doing anything else, no matter how bad they get. And when I read, he handed me Better Than Sex. Confessions of a Political Junkie is the whole, and I have a first edition signed, I'm sure you do. And I mean, I couldn't figure out why he's trashing Clinton. And now I realize he was so far ahead of all of us. This is when, NAFTA's nothing. This is when the corporate takeover begins of the Democratic Party. He saw it all because he wasn't left or right. He hated phoniness. He loved authenticity. That's really what it was all about. And he went down beneath the surface. Well, of course, that's very subterranean, that's very beat, but fearlessly went into the heart of, he was fascinated with morality. And I'll just finish by saying that I have two little paintings over there in the middle. One is, Hunter is holding a gun to my heart. The gun has no safety. And this painting, I hope, captures the paradox of the violence and the lust, kind of bloodlust, maybe a menstrual envy, and the loveliness of this man. And a very handsome man, a very good kisser, because let me just finish by saying, I know, can you believe that anybody's talking like this? But somebody has to do it. His mouth was so beautiful. And really, when we think of great writing, the greatest writing, and Kurt Vonnegut told me when I was crying, saying, he's so addicted to alcohol, I don't know what to do. It was the Mount Olympus of codependence. And Kurt Vonnegut said, Phoebe, Hunter is the greatest writer in America. That's what he said to me. It's a quote. And that's coming for a pretty damn good writer. And so the second painting is Hunter is driving the shark car into my mouth. But that's what writing is. Writing is not the hand. Writing is not the brain. Writing is the mouth. Well, I could talk for quite a long time. I didn't even start on Deborah. I didn't even start. I loved him so.
people want to talk about his politics. I know that's sort of the theme of this GonzoFest, but I really enjoyed what you were saying, Phoebe, about how I really think saw politics as this morality play, that it was so compelling to him. It was about a person's character, and if they, you couldn't write fiction this good, the villains and the good guys, and so I love that was his vehicle. So I don't know if anybody else wants to talk about that, but I'm glad that's the focus of this festival. It's just, no one's done it better before since no one. So.
Warren Hinkle, who was Ramparts magazine, the editor, he finally came up with a book. It took him 20 years to put this book together, but it's called Who Killed Hunter Thompson? By Those Who Knew Him. And it's a good book. I mean, because everyone has their own, as everyone here has their own idea about Hunter. And so Hunter will live forever. And blessedly so, huh? Fantastic. Oh, please. One more. One for the road. One more story. We got time.
Okay. About the fourth day we were there, Hunter decides he wants to go shark fishing. So he evidently set something up with one of the locals and rented a boat. So about late afternoon, a couple hours before the sun was going to set, we went down the harbor, got on the boat, and it was Hunter, Sandy, his wife at the time, Juan, I believe his 10-year-old son, Craig Vetter, the Playboy writer, and me. And he's got a cooler full of beer. So we start chugging away out to wherever the pilot who was driving the boat thought the sharks were going to be. So it was great because I got to shoot some pictures of Hunter sitting on the transom, and we just chit-chatted and talked, and it started to get dark, and finally they started fishing, and I don't know, I think they were chumming and throwing a leader with hooks and whatnot in the water. But it got to be pretty boring, and when it's dark, I can't take any pictures. I don't usually use a flash. So Juan and I just went down below and jumped in a couple of bunks and went to sleep. So a couple hours later, we could feel the engine chug, 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 and we're headed back into port, and I can hear Hunter's in a rage. So I go up on the deck and what's going on? And Hunter's like, I've been had. This guy's, thinks I'm a fool. He's playing me for an idiot. So he's blaming the whole shark venture. They never got any sharks. I don't think they even saw any. So the guy who owned the boat that I guess he rented it from was a local Mexican who owned a discotheque on Cozumel, and it was for locals. It was inland. It wasn't really in the tourist area. I don't think any tourists ever went there. So Hunter wants to go confront this guy. So Craig and I know what's going to happen. So we're trying to calm him down. Hunter, you just can't go in there and rage at this guy. It's just got to be civil about it. So Hunter takes this 2-foot leader, wraps it around his neck. It's got a big old shark hook on the end of it. So now it's his necklace, right? So we jump in the car, and Sandy and Juan smartly went back to the hotel. So Craig and I and Hunter drive to this discotheque, and it's 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, late, past my bedtime. And we go in there, and we had devised a plan. Yeah, I did have a flash with me. I didn't use it on the boat because I don't like what it does. So I was going to, if things got out of hand, start popping the flash like I'm taking pictures. So we go in the back and, calm, be calm, don't say anything. And he finds the guy that's crowded, there's music playing. And Hunter's good for about 30 seconds of that, and then he starts raging at this guy. And I think probably calling him lots of names that we can't, say. So Craig and I start backing him out of the place because we knew this is not going to go down well. And I'm going flash, 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 trying to intimidate everybody. We get him out, jump in the car, and speed off, and it's like, we got out of there alive. And it's like typical Hunter stories when I was around him, and these happened in Florida when he came, and when he wrecked his rental car, and he's knocking on my door. He had somehow lost a couple of doors and a windshield, and I think the top. I don't know how you do that, but the rental people are looking for him, and it's like, quick, we got to get out of here. So, lots of stories about Hunter. Read the book. So yeah, I did take, the only pictures I shot of Hunter were on that island trip because it was an assignment. The rest of the time in Florida and a couple other times when we were both in Cozumel, I didn't really take any pictures of Hunter. We were just hanging out. So I wrote a lot about it, but I don't have any pictures to back it up other than what's in the book. The only thing I was sort of, I don't know if you'd call it surprised, but after a week in Cozumel, I came home and I told my wife, I don't see how somebody who does that much drugs and alcohol is still alive. Because, I mean, I was drinking, but I wasn't doing any acid. And one night we were in this little fisherman's bar having dinner, and there were a couple American tourists next to, and a table next to him. And somehow, of course, Hunter befriended them. And they had a small cosmetics jar full of blow. And in the next 2 hours, he managed to empty the whole thing. And it's just like, I gotta say, I never ever saw Hunter drunk or out of control. He was always normal. I never could figure that one out. And because he wrote too, I mean, that's why he wanted speed, because he didn't start writing until like 11 o'clock or the 11th hour, you know, whether it was 3 in the morning or what. And he would start pounding away on his correcting selectric and just kind of stream of consciousness writing.
When the FBI came to his house, they didn't find any drugs in his house because he did them all. There was nothing left, you know. There was Hinkle's book about him there. It was, the suspicion was that the CIA were going to kill his children if he didn't off himself. That was the rumor that went around. And it's very believable. But they'll never, he was really something. We had a good time.
What are you here for? It was pure journalism. I mean, that's who the guy was. You wanted to know who you were, why you were sitting. Came all this way to see him, and it was fantastic. Straightforward young man.
Would he read often? I mean, you would read with him, read it out loud when you were looking at poetry or you were looking at writers of life, or was he often on his own reading, you know, for the writers of life? What was that experience for, you know, sometimes not?
He actually liked to have his writing read out loud. When he was writing something, he would rip it out of the typewriter and be like, read that. And there was just such a, there's a certain musicality to his writing, and I think he just liked to hear it out loud. But those are some of the, we were talking about sort of what surprised you, just those quieter moments, like when everything was kind of firing on all cylinders and the music was going, the typewriter was going, and it was some ungodly hour. And we said I worked the other 9 to 5, and so those were some just real beautiful moments that I didn't understand the privilege of until much later, to be kind of right at his side. And I just want to say one more thing. This is my favorite quote from Hunter, trying to write, and he said one time, "A day without fun is a day that eats shit." And then he said, "Write that down." And I have a notebook at home that has that quote on it, and I think about that often, how Hunter's life informed his work in this really beautiful way. You have to have some fun, and so yeah.
All right, let's open it up to questions. Let's get a round of applause real quick for everybody.
There are so many stories about Hunter Thompson and the media image that was created around him. So I was very appreciated to hear Phoebe talk about his mouth, his kiss. I've never heard anyone talk about Hunter in that way, but I know that women loved him. And I always wondered why, because I had only heard the guy's story. So thank you, Phoebe.
Jump in. First question.
So, Cheryl, I think you're holding back because I've actually heard you on podcasts, and you've talked more about the story than you released today. But so, what question I want to ask? I have a good friend, Nicole Brown, who was also I think she came after you, also worked on Polo Is My Life. One thing that she would talk about is some of the pranks that Hunter and his friends would play on each other, and she would call them juvenile. But at the same time, when you think about life, when are you closest to friends in your life? It's when you're a teenager, and he had that sort of like juvenile kind of like connection to those people around him. Can you talk about some of the pranks he played on some of his friends, like Bob Broadus?
Specific, but there was a certain playfulness, like he had to have fun with it. There's a certain innocence to it. It was all really just fun. So, yeah, I can't remember anything specific, but, he liked to, put on wigs and, things like that, and, dress in kind of little costumes or whatever. Like, it's super innocent, so, yeah. It was fun.
I heard a story. I heard the story that he took a carcass and put it right? Yeah, and he took it over to Nicholson's, and the whole family freaked out. The Nicholsons freaked out because they didn't know what the hell, where it came from, who said it, or what it was. And it was a bloody carcass, right? Yeah. So a lot of stories that we don't know yet, so there's still more to find out, isn't there? But,
Another question?
What kind of carcass was it? Not a human carcass, I did.
Who knows? When he pulled out of that, farm with his fish tailing, I wasn't sure he was gonna miss the proscenium, because he had this little proscenium that he came on there, and he pulled out of there doing about
Nope, I'm gonna announce some amazing poets. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. One thing the producers of GonzoFest enjoy doing is honoring our host city. So tonight, we are honoring New York by presenting 3 of New York's finest, shut up, Puma, female voices. Our first poet is a poet, writer, journalist, performer, author of 2 chapbooks and 3 full-length poetry collections, and the front woman and primary lyricist in the Puma Pearl Band, which brings spoken word together with rock and roll. And she's also one of the kindest, even though she might argue, one of the kindest, most generous people I have had the pleasure of meeting. Please put your hands together for Puma Pearl.
Thank you so much. It has, I think maybe I need to lower this a little bit. Thank you, Susan. Susan's a wizard. Is that Jim Petrie sitting there? Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. And Anne. Hi. And Phoebe. So wonderful. So anyway, thank you, Susan. I'll start with Another Night in the Afterlife Cafe. Tonight, we come together. Raise a glass to birthdays in art and music and Hunter S. Thompson and memories and poetry and paintings and everything lost and everything found. Maybe Jimmy the Saint finds his way to David Smith's bar. He never got to meet Scott Wanneberg, but they all get along fine, and nobody has to worry about aging fathers in Oregon or oxygen tanks or heart surgery or baseball bats or dental work or lost machetes in Bushwick or broken hips and blindness or nursing homes or bed sores or buildings crumbling on 3rd Street. Steve Cannon's at the piano in the corner. 2 cigarettes burning, ashtrays overflowing. Doesn't matter if he smokes anymore. A free jazz band greets Steve Dalachinsky crossing over. Thanks a lot, he yells over to Sun Ra. And where the hell is Cecil and Ornette? And they do some poems, and they play some music, and every word ever spoken is splattered onto graffiti walls. Every note ever played is recreated in the collages hanging from the ceiling, and nobody is lost in David's bar. And down here, we're not lost either, just a little bit broken. And this is the one I told Phoebe about, who was just on the panel and has so wonderful art. And it's about the day that Phoebe Legere made me miss my bus. I was already running late. The dog had gotten sick, causing her to have an accident, which, out of shame, she tried to cover up with her quilt. I prepared to wash the quilt and spilled a half-gallon of laundry detergent on the floor. When I went to grab the mop, I realized that the day before I thrown out the bucket because it had a hole in it, and the mop along with it, figuring I'd start a whole new life. I cleaned up the mess with several of my t-shirts, some of which I may or may not ever wear again. In the laundry room, I received 2 text messages. One from a friend saying she and both her kids have COVID, and the other concerning the person I'd planned to see the following evening, who was having an event. Now, when a man of a certain age has an event, he is not throwing a party. He's in the hospital, and it has something to do with a defibrillator. I wanted to be on time for my reading in KGB, so I decided to take the bus. On the way to the stop, I heard someone call my name in an ethereal voice. And it was Phoebe Legere, who I almost didn't recognize, because my image of her is in floor-length velvet draped over a piano, and she was dressed like a farmer. straw hat, cut-off overalls, and a gingham shirt. Phoebe, I said, what are you doing down here? Because nobody ever comes down there. If there's anywhere else they could possibly be, they're going to be someplace else. Well, I was in a meeting nearby, she explained, and I decided to walk around a bit since it's so lovely, so quaint and old school and untouched. Like, look at that building right there. It's charming, she said, gesturing towards a community building on Henry Street, which was once a firehouse. They don't have to tear down the quaint buildings, I said, since they've already committed environmental genocide by destroying the East River Park. Phoebe listened to me carefully. They've taken the trees, they've taken the oxygen, they've taken the greenery. The wildlife has fled to the streets along with the rats. The temperature has risen and so has the depression. We breathe in toxic waste and listen to drilling all day and night. I don't even see the sunrise from my window anymore. They have taken my sunrise. They have taken the sun and the shade and the air and the natural shadows. So I don't care if there's a charming corporate building on Henry Street, and if they haven't bothered to tear down the tenements where my neighbors still sell their clothing on the stoops, and NYC residents are still allowed to live in the projects, losing gas or hot water for 6 months at a clip. They don't need to tear down the rest of the neighborhood. They have already destroyed us. And I would gladly accept a Starbucks on every corner if we could have any of it back. Phoebe understood me, and then she wanted to talk a bit further about spiritual healing, but now I was really going to be late. So I said goodbye and walked to the corner just in time to see the M14A whiz by on this day that Phoebe Legere made me miss my bus. I don't mind missing a bus to talk to you. Okay, I did this. This is called It Could Have Been Love. Two lost people feel found. It must mean they are meant to be. They both like eating breakfast at Odessa's, back to the wall. Sausage and eggs, burnt home fries, rye toast. They buy Zanzibar coffee from the same shop on St. Mark's Place. Their bedrooms are painted a shade they call Barosian green. They once had the same drug of choice. Both claim to be clean. One of them is lying. But all is forgivable by the touch of a hand on a black leather collar in a steel doorway on 4th Street. He sends her letters. We both have to take our sunglasses off at some point, he writes, because this is beautiful, and I don't want to miss any of it. She fails to respond because bad luck and worse judgment have landed her face down in the Avenue B snow, hands cuffed behind her back, a torn gray glove left behind. Zanzibar coffee, sausage and eggs, Odessa's, and green bedrooms proved not enough to slay the monsters, even when it could have been love. I'll do one more. Okay, this is called In the Wilderness. I had a few outdoorsy years in my late teens and 20s. We loved to roam Prospect Park after midnight. Pitch black, easy to get lost. The pot and acid increased our excitement. Some cross-country trips, climbing mountains in the Rockies, up and down the Grand Canyon, sleeping under New Mexico stars, or in tents pitched randomly off the main roads. A year living upstate, 115 acres in a crumbling house, often $95 monthly due to family feuds. 4 seasons spent there. Grew a few tomatoes, bought a pig named Portia, and it was time to go back to the civilization of the Lower East Side, 1975, and I did not stay around to eat any part of Portia. My wilderness does not extend far past my mind. I get lost in Central Park and always circle around, unable to find the place I want to exit. And several times I've grabbed a cab to get to my car or subway station. My wilderness is made up of the torn up streets, the drilling, the dirt, the East River Park destruction, trees falling, grass turned to concrete, steel fences. My wilderness is my dog playing ball in the handball court, behind the sign stating no pets, the half-mile walk to Trader Joe or the nearest subway, the scaffolding where we used to sit, the guy who punched me in the head before hundreds of young women also got punched in the head. That's the kind of pioneer I have become. My wilderness is a sliver of sunrise between the buildings, the full moon crossing Houston Street, the rats rustling through black bags of garbage in the schoolyard, the creatures my dog hunts beneath the ferry, strangers ringing bells at 3 a.m. My wilderness is the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island, Coney Island, Yankee Stadium, anywhere I cross a bridge, and the wilderness of the still raging New York City. Thank you.
Okay, I hope y'all are buckled in. Our next poet is also an artist, a fanatical skier, the Lifetime Beat Poet Laureate of Colorado, New York, and the original wild child who has refused steadfastly to grow up. Please welcome Annie Jane Wilder.
Okay, wait, can you hear me, Ann? Ann, can you hear me? Better with the microphone? Better without the microphone? With. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read, I was gonna read some other stuff, but I decided I was gonna read, I wanna read in the spirit of the times we're talking about here. We're talking about Hunter Thompson, and we're talking about where were all the freaking women? Here we were, cleaning up the mess. But anyway, this one is called $6 Tuesday. It's a $6 Tuesday in front of the Plasma Center, gathering in teeth-chattering conversation, laid out in torn Naugahyde recliners, avocado green, and stumbling through the mandatory legal acknowledgments with last month's corner junkie, now dressed up in permanent press, white lab coat and shoes, as if somehow this made it all professional, as if it were somehow now official, admitting to a name on a plastic bag of red cells. Where's Claire? Claire's not here, huh? Okay. Anyway, Jim, fix the microphone. This one is called Without Eyes, Fueling Blindness. and it's kind of long, so take a nap if you can't take it. Lord, this is a quote from the Bible. Lord, do you not care that my sister has left me here to get on with the work myself? Tell her to come lend a hand. But the Lord answered, Martha, Martha, you are fretting about so many things, but only one thing is necessary. The part Mary has chosen is best, and it shall not be taken from her. Martha threw down the food. Well, fuck you, she said. Make your own supper and pay your own bail. Wails. The fairies are screaming in the woods tonight as Teresa gnaws off chunks of Wabbit's back. She chews on the small piece of his nose she has removed with her incisors. He doesn't make a sound. Only 6 people in the bar. But still there's a fight. Hiding out back behind Izzy's taxidermy shop is instinctual as turning white in winter. Many winters white. Wabbit, I call out. Yeah, he whispers back as the cops come in through the door of Mr. Mike's Tavern and Pizza Parlor Emporium. We slide around the building, following a sense memory of other alleyways. I feel him my way, his heart in my mouth. Not beating, but burning. They took his gun, I whisper. Yeah, he said he was gonna shoot Izzy, yeah. Well, we took one off on him last time, too. The last time when he only bit off the end of Izzy's thumb. Mr. Mike is behind the bar, 500 pounds and 5 feet of black-dyed leather and denim. A Mr. only in front. Behind the bar, only Helen, as in of Troy. New York or some other shithole, as the bartender in contention, as Jimmy's ex, as Izzy's for the moment. He is Maid Maine. Maine girl in her black corduroy pants and white shirt. Official, Maine, ironed, Maine, crying. A Maine she-drunk. Jimmy's gonna kill Izzy. It's all my fault. Wab shifted as his face came into the light of the street lamp. I got a key to Izzy's shop, he says. Inside, a half-stuffed baby bear. Eyeless yet. Izzy told the guy he couldn't. He wouldn't. Only a baby. Geez, said Wab, to comfort without having to acknowledge. Empty sockets, unseeing, unhearing, with all those pieces, missing Kai. Kai, she used to be the one back when it was Jokes and Patch, back when it was Jack Daniels and first choice was Kat, the beautiful sister. And Schlitz malt. Then came the Coke, the big fat smack. And even then, Kai'd been the one. When the ambulance came, when Slim or Clyde or Sleeping Bag Bob's got the DTs too bad or just the fits too bad, and everybody had to sit on him and shove belts and empty wallets between green gnashing teeth and thick yellow tongues, and Kai had been the one when the cops had come, when Wab had still smiled and made up names for himself and places for himself and lives for himself and for her, and then for her their kids. She was the one then when they needed bail, cigarettes, a ride from some straight people to Santa Rita, or back, or to the next exit, back exit tonight. Ghost Wabbit running in the blue night snow behind the store of other empty skins with his gimpy arm and missing pieces of flesh and the time-twisted legs and the blackened eye. There was only instinct left to get up a quarter to make the call. Kai, a frozen iris, taped him green blazed at the moment of impact. When fear, iridescent, merges, becomes one with the smack of a headlight, still in the forest, we warm our hands by that gullible fire. Back inside, Jimmy and Izzy are hugging now, crying, and each other, loving each other more than any fucking woman. More Jimmy, Maine always, Daddy Sheriff, Izzy for the moment, Maid Maine for the moment, like Adam, made holy by time and place, shot dead by another sheriff's son. Inside, Gail and Mr. Mike danced to the jukebox with the Toothless Five as they bummed dollarless drinks from some other monetary plane. Being, not the shot. Bang, not the shot. Just another gun. This one in Jimmy's shoe. Out the door, across the hood, as if it were a state. Izzy had him, as if it were a country. Izzy had him by the hair, as if it were a continent. Izzy had him by the gun, by the collar. Out of habit, I dance facing the door so I can see him, wabbit in the shadows, watching, alone, aware now that Kai is elsewhere. In California, where when all the other marbles were blown from the circle, becoming splintered cat's eyes in a jug, replacing empty sockets with more boys' games of spins and splits, the Mike Spike she'd ached for, a black-eyed special of bloody steak lips, of open, broken arms, ODs, more ODs, but with Mr. Karma, no, with Mr. Buddha no knowledge, sought by all meditators on all holy mountains everywhere. Well, now she had him, her own personal savior, her Martha arms finally stilled in casts, on crutches, her teeth strung out on dental floss, stitched to her once sacred piss-tanned leathercraft, some armored vest or jacket, straight or full metal, full moon. Over the snow, the cops are back. Wabbit and I fade into the past behind the bar, beneath its homey, dirt yellow shadow. Well, out in front of Izzy Taxidermy, they lead Jimmy away in handcuffs, bawling, baby secure, home to daddy, home to, as in this very place, as in Maine, as in that unknown span of time, known to us, held, filled only with the remaining lives, mangled in each other. As the other cops wait in this one-store town for us to be real, DWIs, for us to go through the sign, the motion of putting finger to nose on our way to places that will never be home. Gail, you drive, I say, feeling like a shit, but look, Gail don't have a license to lose or a name to go with it anymore, so there could be no attachment to the likes of DWIs. But now, no, I can't risk it. I can't stop seeing it. Even the only bloody sockets left, I can't stop counting points, even on fingers, even only on the stumps of fingers. Stumbling to the car, I step on a piece of fur. Mashed eyebrow in the dirty snow. Izzy spit out by Jimmy, but Izzy won't touch it now because we all know that some things, they just ain't right, can't be sewn back on, even with brand name, proud dental floss, wax dental floss, some flesh too friable. I drive, Gail propped up in the driver's seat, sporadically deciding it's time to use the pedals or not. I am leaning over her. I have always done for someone. My job, shit. Wabbit don't drive, but somehow he gets there, at least the part of him that's not left passed out and robbed beneath a snowbank of broken snow women, children. I get up the next morning, puking behind the pump house, going to get the generator. I reach for the line. It starts. We have water to light. Picture goes to black and white. A glossy Kai, as she was, a halo of a lamppost mist above her head, kneeling in the wet pavement fluorescence of pre-dawn Berkeley, a panhandler's altar of cold cement, offering a small supplication to the foggy chill in the moment before she climbs into the back of the ambulance to softly stroke Clyde's lousy forehead. And they pull out down telegraph for Highland Hospital. Back when we could all still feel the cold.
Annie Jane Wilder. Okay, finally, this last poet is also an activist, a writer, is the recipient of the American Book Award for Lifetime Achievement, was named one of the Frederick Douglass 200, and has presented her work at the United Nations for the Committee on the Status of Women. And even though tonight is the first night I've met her in person, emailing with her for the last several months, one thing I have learned is it is okay for a woman poet to not just ask for respect, but demand it. Please welcome Nancy Mercado.
I want to thank all of the organizers for having me, inviting me. I appreciate that. And Puma, thank you so much for your high recommendation. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to celebrate someone like Hunter Thompson. The first piece that I'll read is titled Women of the Regime. You may guess who this is about. The women serving the vials slither to work in baseball caps, wearing gaudy knockoff watches, clashing into wall after wall, discombobulation at its most perturbed. They shoot puppies in the head for sport. They engage hairdressers in concentration camps for sport. They get endless Botox injections to paralyze the truths ringing in their ear. The women serving the cruel hold photo shoots with the condemned. They crave living in a deceased world, reminders of their own colorless birthplace. They showboat crosses of fool's gold between their breasts. They hopelessly simulate life on earth, their morbid origins inescapable. The women in the service of maggots look elegant until they don't, sporting putrid faces that display their skeletal remains. Their disjointed bones clash when they move about in search of their next victim fix. They are the willing maids of maniacs. They are one spectacle hell has to offer. They are malignant beasts that now roam this world. Thank you. As you could see, Trump went public with everything that we know already, which is that they're going to try to fix the elections and try, they would love to call the elections off completely, actually. And they're on C-SPAN, there is a video of him admitting that they rigged the elections, this past election. That's how he got where he's at. He admitted it twice, and it's not AI, it's on C-SPAN, and it's a real video of him at a rally, and he admitted it twice, okay? So anyway, this is called Epilogue for the 21st Century, the Trump Regime. And the demon took possession of the nation, leading it by the hand in circles, engaging in topsy-turvy talk, weaving and unstitching gnarls of lies, dangling morsels of double talk and innuendos. And the nation jumped in attempts to capture those morsels, if only for a second, to distill them into reality, to identify them as black or white. But the demon kept changing the meaning of all things, kept morphing his empty shell of broken bits and shiny shards of wickedness enshrined in glassy vials. And the nation, contorting and heaving, drowned in a melee of arguments and weapons and hurricanes and earthquakes and wildfires and special reports on the evening news. While the demon's henchmen went out into the world and defiled the rivers, defiled the women, defiled the poor, defiled all the good creatures of the earth. They were hell-bent, maniacal in their derangement. They were the leaders of the free world. Okay. And this last piece that I'll read is a piece that I wrote and read at the United Nations, and wrote for them actually. It's called Justice for the Girls. Justice for the grade school girls in hijabs reading glorious Rumi passages in their classroom. Shattered, in an instant. Justice for the women left to die on gurneys in hospital hallways, bleeding from pregnancies gone wrong, vigorous legislation assuring their deaths. Justice for the housewives subjugated by home-cooked meals and dirty laundry, living out vapid lives, second by slow second. Justice for warrior women who dare defy the holy patriarchy, harassed and raped continually in military formations. Justice for the victims of femicide, long dark locks, copper-colored body girls who sang lullabies to their sons in Spanish or English or patois or Creolese. Justice for the island girls sex trafficked to billionaire tech chairmen and presidents and court justices and royals the world over. Justice for the guardians of the earth, gunned down, tortured in the midst of blue-green rainforests, crystalline rivers, the ambient soundscape of heaven. For the women, suppliers of humanity, shamankins of history, keepers of the earth, creators of the future, society's foundation, the eternal celestial oracles of this planet. For the women, healers of humanity, laborers for progress, teachers of the children, guardians of the sacred, fighters for the people, lovers of science and truth. Justice for the women who are everyone's mother, the women who ensure the procession of this planet, the women who carry buckets of water across deserts, the women who legislate justice, the women who keep secrets, the women who are presidents and martyrs and toddlers and ministers, saints and sinners, the women who are prostitutes and beauty queens, dishwashers and maids, doctors, geniuses and avatars. For all the girls and the women of earth, a supplication to eternity, a reckoning of history, a demand for reparation to rectify this timeline here and now. Thank you.
Nancy Mercado. Thank all of you so much for being here this evening. Some of the poets may have, I know Puma has books. I do not know if Nancy brought any, or Annie. I do know that from 9 to 11 tonight, or 9:15, we will be at the book club bar having a social event where you can meet poets that have read, presenters, panelists, authors, and share a Hunter Thompson inspired cocktail, and also one that is inspired by and dedicated to Curtis Robinson. So thank you all so much for being here.